Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a drop of poison in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, Genin, X. Hinata wasn't sure how to react to Kakashi walking into the cafe her and Yojao were sitting in, though it seemed like Yojao didn't know how to react either, considering the way she was eyeing Kakashi suspiciously. Seeing the man again, for the first time in this life, when the last memory of her previous life was dying to protect him, wasn't actually as impactful as Hinata had thought it would be. Either her psyche had already moved on from the circumstances of her death, or her mind recognized that the man she was seeing now was practically a different person to her Rokudaime. Either way, she was glad she didn't have to worry about trying to explain any potentially weird reactions at the sight of the Jounin she, for all intents and purposes, had no right to know personally right now. Yo! Kakashi greeted, coming to a stop by their table, and Hinata bit back a smile at the familiar expression and inclined her head in a wordless greeting. Kakashi-san, Yojao replied tensely, frowning at the man openly now. Hello. What happened to the girl who called me senpai? Kakashi asked lightly, rapping his knuckles against their table and tilting his head at Yojao. I smile in place. Yojao drew back at the question, and Hinata watched regretfully as her senpai's walls went back up, whatever light and laughter she'd been able to draw into her face disappearing without a trace. She grew up. Yojao shot back sharply, balling the hand she still had on the table into a fist so tight her knuckles turned white. Anything we can help you with, Kakashi-san? When Kakashi hummed neutrally, Hinata reached out and touched her index finger to Yojao's white knuckle and tapped it twice, prompting the kunoichi to relax her hand and shoot her a wry look. I'd actually like to speak with Hyuga-chan, if you don't mind. Kakashi informed them after a beat, his tone not changing, as if he hadn't noticed Yojao's rude reply. At the words, Hinata stilled, raising her gaze from Yojao's hand to Kakashi's face, certain that her expression reflected her surprise. She didn't expect to find Kakashi already looking back at her, but luckily, Yojao upspoke before the silence grew too awkward, giving Hinata the time she needed to remember how words worked. What for? Yojao demanded, turning her hand so Hinata's finger rested over her palm, and Hinata saw Kakashi's eye track the motion, an eyebrow rising at the contact. Internal matter. He brushed Yojao off, his tone light like he was talking about the weather. Nothing dangerous or illegal. I'm not going to corrupt your little friend, Yojao-chan. Don't call me that, Yojao hissed, her hand spasming shut and crushing Hinata's finger. Yojao seemed to notice her wince of discomfort and released her grip, though her pinched expression didn't fade. Please. A silence fell between them, and Hinata sighed, having a suspicion as to the nature of the internal matter Kakashi wanted to talk about, and knowing that the man was unlikely to give up now that he'd gone through the trouble of seeking her out. It's okay, senpai, she signed to Yojao with her free hand, shooting what she hoped was a reassuring smile at the other kunoichi. I'll see you tomorrow. It had become habit for her to ask that since she'd gotten out of the hospital. Most people wouldn't think twice about the habit, because Yojao was an active kunoichi, so tomorrow was never guaranteed. But for Hinata, there was another reason. Yojao was also still grieving. Though she was less volatile than she had been when she had appeared in Hinata's hospital room after the altercation with the elders, Hinata could tell that Yojao's grief was still lurking just beneath her skin, waiting for the slightest trigger, the barest sign of weakness in her defenses. Grief was not a linear thing, as Hinata had learned from her own experience, and it manifested in different ways. If she'd had the opportunity to do so after Niji's death, she'd have liked to hide away from the world, to grieve in peace, to lick her wounds and cry her heart out in solitude, not be forced to continue fighting as if nothing had happened. Though her own grief had been quiet, whereas Yojao's appeared as a vicious, violent, volatile thing, Hinata was intimately familiar with what hid beneath that anger. Helplessness. Niji had been killed by Madara and Obito, but Madara had been defeated and Obito had turned to their side and then died as well, so Hinata hadn't had anyone to direct her anger at. Not just because the two immediate causes for her cousin's death had died, but also because, despite being the literal trigger for the events of the war, some people still claimed Obito had been a hero at the end. As if that erased all that he had done beforehand. Yojao, she supposed, felt much the same. Her fiancé had been killed by unknowns even before the invasion, but it was soon understood that they had been unknowns acting for Sand and Sound, which were now considered enemies of Konoha. Still, nobody cared to pursue the death of one man in the face of the death of the dozens that had been caused by the invasion, and that left Yojao in a position Hinata understood intimately, though she could not explain how she understood. And Yojao was, if nothing else, incredibly devoted to her fiancé. And Hinata, selfishly, didn't want to see whether that devotion would result in her senpai following her fiancé in death. So she made herself a fixture in Yojao's routine since her release from the hospital. A single, tiny anchor that she prayed would nonetheless manage to withstand the storm of Yojao's grief. At her question, Yojao sighed, some of that fight and anguish leaving her, and smiled wryly. "I'll find you," she promised, a knowing, weighted look in her eyes, and Hinata didn't bother worrying whether her senpai had realized the reasoning behind her insistence to spend time together. She wasn't ashamed of trying to offer whatever support she could, nor of nominating herself as Yojao's unofficial suicide watch. She would much rather see the woman live long enough to heal and move on than throw herself mindlessly at danger, and if holding her to an appointment was the way to do it, then that was what she would do. So she nodded and stood, shooting the woman one last, tiny smile, and waited for Kakashi to lead them out, which he did after one final look between her and Yojao. She fell into step with Kakashi, though she kept herself a few inches behind, letting him lead the way. They walked in silence for some time, going from the busy main streets to the quieter side alleys, until the roads emptied to the point that only cats and the occasional merchant crossed their path. "I wouldn't have thought Yojao would be good company right now," Kakashi mused after a good 5 minutes of silence, his hands in his pockets and his gaze on the road, though he glanced at Hinata from the corner of his eye. "How did you meet?" Hinata stifled a sigh at the dig for information, though obligingly answered regardless. "Sensei assigned us trainers. Senpai was mine. I didn't realize Dango doubled as training," Kakashi replied, and though his tone was light, it was also phrased in a way that Hinata had no doubt was intended as bait. But she just tilted her head, not in the mood to explain herself unless asked outright. Kakashi eyed her briefly and Hinata had no idea what he was thinking, but eventually, he sighed and dropped the eye smile, his posture slumping even more, as if weighed down. When he next spoke, it was quieter, more serious than he'd been in the cafe, and Hinata made herself pay attention. "Yojao has many people looking out for her. You don't need to take her well-being onto yourself." Her suspicion that Kakashi had realized what she'd been doing was confirmed, but Hinata could only smile at the warning, surprised at the genuine concern that lurked beneath the seemingly chastising words. "It's not obligation. I enjoy spending time with her," she signed, glancing over at Kakashi to make sure he saw the honesty in her gaze. Then, when he just hummed and continued walking, she couldn't resist adding, "Did you need anything, sir?" Kakashi visibly twitched at the honorific she'd tacked on, and then the eye smile was back and Hinata was biting back a sad sigh. The man really didn't need the cloth mask to hide his face, considering how reflexively he hid his emotions, she mused. "Kurane calls your team her kids," Kakashi announced, apropos nothing, shrugging a shoulder absently when Hinata frowned. "Figured I should make a point to meet my nieces and nephews." When Hinata just blinked, not sure how to respond to that, nor to the implication that Kakashi was apparently close enough friends with Kurane to consider her a sister, he turned to face her fully, expression serious once more. "Especially if they're going to make the habit of hanging out with strange men who demand their time without so much as a question as to their identity, destination, or motives." He held Hinata's gaze, and she found herself momentarily frozen in place, her foot freezing inches above the ground between one step and the next. "You shouldn't be so trusting, Hyuga-chan." And then Kakashi turned away, and Hinata felt like she could breathe again, so she shook herself off and hurried forward to catch up, making sure Kakashi could see her hands when she signed a reply, "I know who you are and senpai and sensei trust you." Kakashi huffed at that, raising an eyebrow at her. "Do you not care where we go, then? Or what I want?" Hinata found herself shrugging uncomfortably, not sure how to reply to that. "The village is my home," she signed slowly, hoping it explained why she wasn't worried about their destination, then glanced at Kakashi consideringly, feeling a half-smile curl her lips, "And if you wish to tell me, then you will?" Kakashi actually laughed at that, short and quiet and rough-sounding, but it was still a genuine laugh. "You really have been living with the Nara, he asked rhetorically, throwing Hinata off briefly, and she floundered, not sure how to reply. But, before she really needed to, Kakashi sighed and there was suddenly a hand on her shoulder, whisking her away in a shunshin before Hinata had the chance to react. As soon as her feet touched the ground once more, there was a senbon in her hand, but the hand had already let go of her shoulder, and as Hinata whirled around, her mind registered that the hand had been Kakashi's and she hesitated, torn between following through on the reflexive defensive action and recognizing that the moment to do so had passed. Kakashi just studied her quietly, then flickered through some signs of his own, "Say hello." And as Hinata frowned, not following, there was a crunch of leaves to her left and then Hinata. The decision to cover the distance between her and Kurane in a shunshin and wrap her arms around her sensei in a hug was less a conscious decision and more the work of instinct. To Kurane's credit, her sensei barely tensed before returning the embrace, wrapping her own arms around Hinata's shoulders and squeezing her to her body, a relieved sigh escaping her. When Hinata pulled away from the hug, she belatedly realized that Kurane wasn't alone. Uchiha Sasuke stood next to her sensei, a few paces behind and to the left, his eyes wider than usual as he glanced between Hinata, Kurane, and Kakashi, though when he noticed Hinata looking, he smoothed his expression, offering her a single nod of greeting, which Hinata returned. She wanted to ask what he was doing with Kurane of all people, but then again, she had just appeared out of nowhere with Kakashi, so perhaps it would be better to leave the curiosity be. "We're having genjutsu lessons," Kurane announced, apparently reading the silent question in Hinata's eyes. "This training ground was marked as free to use, so that's why I brought Sasuke here." "You weren't the only one to do that," Kakashi replied suddenly, and, as if on cue, Genma emerged from the tree line, Sakura, Ino, and Kiba on his heels. Kiba barreled forward, wrapping his arms around Hinata and trying to spin her around, startling a laugh out of her, then he released her and sidled over to Kurane, curling into her side for a half-hug before he went back to Genma's side. Hinata and Kiba's exuberant greeting of their sensei threw into stark contrast the fact that neither Sasuke nor Sakura had done any more than nod at Kakashi upon spotting him. "All right, assorted genin," Kurane addressed the newcomers, drawing Ino and Sakura's eyes. "If you want a crash course in genjutsu breaking, now is the time." Being more than familiar on what Kurane considered a crash course, Hinata stayed away from the group that gathered in front of her sensei, keeping closer to Kakashi and Genma, Kiba following her. "Not a fan of genjutsu?" Kakashi asked idly, drawing a snort from Kiba. "Nah," her teammate replied, grinning as he stretched his arms over his head, "not a fan of sensei's methods of teaching it." And, as if on cue, Kurane caught Sakura, Sasuke, and Ino in a multi-layered illusion, not even needing hand signs for the technique. "Though, I could probably do with a refresher." And he ambled away, leaving Hinata alone with Kakashi once more. But, before either of them could acknowledge the situation, Hinata sensed movement, and she was moving before her brain could fully process it or remember that there were literally 3 other jounin around her. Just then, logic was eclipsed by her senses, and they were screaming danger. Kakashi wasn't the only one to startle inwardly at Guy's sudden appearance. But, through years of familiarity with the man's ability to sneak up even on him, he had also forgotten, over years of hiding behind the Umbu mask and affecting the easygoing laziness, that some shinobi's startle instinct manifested outwardly. The little Hyuga was twisting with a speed he hadn't thought her capable of, metal glinting at her fingertips, and the expression on her face wasn't that of a child jumping at a loud noise but a soldier preparing to eliminate a threat. Fortunately, Guy had been trained by Kakashi's own startle reflex when they'd been younger and also had over 2 decades experience with people coming at him with sharp things. He caught the girl's wrist in a tight grip and sidestepped her momentum, effectively nullifying the danger of her sudden reaction. "Quick reflexes," he praised, unsurprisingly reacting to a genin trying to maim him with his regular good humor. "I have a feeling you would get along with my own Kunoichi student. I'd appreciate it if you didn't try to gouge my friend's eyes out, kiddo." Genma rebuked idly, suddenly at Guy's side and plucking the senbon neatly from the Hyuga's frozen fingers. "I'm kinda fond of this one." "Sorry," the girl signed with the hand Guy wasn't holding, glancing between Guy and Genma anxiously, her face having grown even paler than before, startled. "No harm done." Genma waved her off, sticking the senbon he'd plucked from her between his teeth and prompting Guy to release her wrist with a blinding smile and a thumbs up. "Wanna go help Kurenai bury your old classmates in Genjutsu?" The little Hyuga offered a hesitant smile and nodded, inclining her head more deeply to Guy with a hastily signed "my apologies," at which Genma huffed. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder, squeezing briefly before he let go and rested his hand on the crown of her head, bending down so they were at eye level. "Guy's not the type to hold a grudge, are you, Guy?" he explained, addressing Guy despite his eyes never leaving the girls, and getting a vigorous head shake from the taijutsu user in response. "Tenten has nearly stabbed me many a time." Guy grinned, as if letting his genin almost hit him was a point of pride. "As my friend said earlier, no harm done, Hyuga-chan." This time, the girl's smile was a little surer, and then she was gone, Genma's hand falling to his side when there was suddenly no genin head for it to rest on. Then, Genma's gaze flickered to the side and caught Kakashi's, and Genma was suddenly next to him, pulling Guy along with him. That was an example of positive physical contact. Genma pointed out idly, senbon clicking against his teeth. "It's something kids need to grow up well." Resisting the urge to leave a shadow clone in his place and ditch the oncoming social interaction, Kakashi hummed absently. "I'm not exactly a cuddly teddy bear," he replied, watching absently as the assorted genin slogged through the illusions that had been thrown at them. "And I'm a walking bioweapon." Genma shot back, rolling his eyes. "But I can give out a hug or two if a kid needs it." "Good for you," Kakashi retorted dryly, surprised to find that Sakura was the first to blink back to lucidity, having succeeded at breaking through Kurenai's genjutsu. "Your kids are literally touch-starved, Kakashi." Genma snapped, losing some of his signature affability at Kakashi's non-response. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Genma briefly then back to Sakura, a retort on the tip of his tongue, but Genma cut him off. "Yes, Sakura too, before you ask." When he properly turned to Genma, hoping his face conveyed his skepticism, Genma scowled. "Don't look so surprised. Hidden village civilians may be more chill than the entirely civilian populations, but they don't really deal well with living under the same roof as trained assassins. Even if those assassins happen to be their children." Kakashi let the words wash over him, watching as Sasuke broke through the last layer of whatever Kurenai had put them under, almost a full minute after Sakura. "I want them to fight," he found himself saying almost unconsciously, watching as Kurenai translated whatever pointers the Hyuga was offering Sasuke. "Hinata-chan and the Uchiha." Genma clarified, his feathers still a little ruffled if the bad-tempered huff he let out at Kakashi's change of subject was any indication. "Why? Call it a whim." Kakashi shrugged, not sure he was able to put his own jumbled thoughts into any sort of sensible order much less vocalize them, but he knew the desire was genuine. "Well, go ask then." Genma waved him off, and Kakashi leveled him with a bland look then let the whirl of Shunshin take him, covering the distance between him and his students in under 3 seconds. However, when he presented his idea to his resident sourpuss and the Hyuga revolutionary, he was presented with 2 blank faces, though Sasuke's soon morphed into a grimace. "I don't want to fight her," he replied, throwing Kakashi off somewhat. "I'd rather learn about genjutsu," he elaborated, gesturing at Kurenai, and Kakashi watched with no small degree of bafflement as Sakura paused where she was explaining the technical intricacies of genjutsu breaking to Ino and came to stand at Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke glanced at her briefly, wordless communication passing between Kakashi's 2 students, and if he was surprised at the fact that there was not a single trace of Sakura's once crush in her eyes as she gazed at the Uchiha, it was nothing compared to his surprise at what Sasuke did next. Leveling Kakashi with a raised eyebrow and a challenge in his eyes, Sasuke asked, "Unless it's an order?" And Kakashi had nothing to say to that. "You can fight her yourself." Kurenai interrupted the stare down, not leaving her post next to Kiba, though she shot Kakashi a reassuring half-smile which eased a knot of tension in his shoulders he hadn't even realized was there. He knew he was still going to get interrogated about what he'd been doing with her precious student the moment Kurenai could get him alone, but for now, Kurenai's empathetic nature was winning over her potential annoyance at him. Hinata could do with a challenge. The little Hyuga made a quiet noise at that, not quite a disagreement nor alarm, and Kurenai sighed, before she shot her a fondly exasperated look and placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, squeezing lightly. There are 3 other Jounin here who can and will step in if needed, but I want you to know that I have full confidence in you. Kakashi knew it wasn't intended as an indirect accusation at him for his inability to keep a spar genin level without being an asshole about it, but the comment stung nonetheless. Still, it seemed to be what the Hyuga needed to hear because she nodded and seemed to relax, then turned to Kakashi expectantly. Kakashi turned on his heel and headed off to the center of the clearing, creating distance between himself and the collection of fragile genin. He came to a stop once he reached the middle and turned around, the Hyuga stopping a good 10 feet from him, then gestured grandly. "Ladies first." And Kakashi settled in to wait, watching the Hyuga take a few deep breaths. Her muscles were loose, a clear contrast to the tension that had gripped them when Kurane had proposed she spar with Kakashi. Her posture was surprisingly relaxed despite the apprehension he could still see in her gaze, though he was absently surprised to note her eyes were still free of the Byakugan. Kakashi found himself stepping back, his reflexes screaming at him to move, and he missed the Kunao swiping at his abdomen by a scant few inches, the genin suddenly right in his space. He thwacked the spine of his book hard against her wrist, making the girl to release the Kunao she'd tried to disembowel him with, but she just caught it with her other hand and threw it away, not even trying to press her advantage. Instead, when Kakashi kicked out with his foot, aiming for her center of balance, she flashed away, appearing a few meters to his left. Interestingly enough, Kakashi did not see her use hand seals for the movement, so either she was Lee level fast, or she'd gotten Shunshin down to Shisui levels of. His thought process was cut off as the girl sprang back at him, and he had to twist out of the way of a 2-fingered Jyuken coming for his chakra core. Still, Kakashi wasn't expecting the small water bullet that the girl spat at his hip from point-blank range and, more importantly, with no hand signs. Lashing out with his chakra, he latched onto a nearby broken branch and substituted, watching from the tree line as the water bullet drilled a fist-sized hole into the wood. He'd have been disabled on the spot if he'd let that hit him. Then, no sooner did he manage to catch his balance on the branch he ended up on, he was substituting again, neatly avoiding the 3 blue-tinged senbon that came flying at his new location, but when he chanced to glance at the girl, her Byakugan was off. Either she hadn't needed it to locate him, or she was turning it on and off as and when she needed it. The first was an interesting thought and raised the question of how, while the latter was closer to the paranoid side of chakra conservation tactics. Alright. Maybe it was time to fight back. Switching location again at the same time as he called up a shadow clone and sent it underground, Kakashi blew a medium-sized fireball at the Hyuga, curious to see what she'd do. There was a subtle sense of wrongness niggling at his senses and he flared his chakra, but it wasn't a genjutsu, so he pushed it to the back of his mind and concentrated on the fight. Again, the girl used that same high-speed displacement, which he was starting to suspect was, in fact, a sealless Shunshin instead of the Lee-level speed he'd initially thought. The more analytical part of his brain was telling him that the girl wasn't bending her knees nearly enough to produce the level of spring needed for the speed she was exhibiting. Morbidly curious to see what she would do when the ground she was keeping to stopped being safe, Kakashi cheerfully commanded his clone to send a few earth spikes to the Hyuga's new location. Another few flashes, 1, 2, 3, her temples bulging with the veins of Byakugan, and then the girl was on the opposite side of the field to the tree he was hiding out in, having managed to avoid getting skewered by his clone's earth spikes. He watched as she flashed again, closer to him but with seemingly no intent to come to him, then whipped around and struck out at the air in front of her with a palm hand. Kakashi had a split second to feel somewhat baffled at the move, then he was hastily reaching for another branch as the tree he'd been hiding in exploded under his feet, blown to pieces by whatever technique the girl had used. In the little genin's mind, coming at him with lethal force was apparently fair game. Interesting. Still in the tree, he watched as she switched the Byakugan off and faced him again. Kakashi threw a wind technique at her this time, ignoring the protest his coils gave at the usage of a technique so opposed to his chakra nature. Wind would never be his best element, but even a C-rank elemental jutsu should be enough to trouble a genin, especially since wind would be harder to dodge or outrun than fire and earth. But the little Hyuga simply reactivated her dojutsu and flashed outside of the technique's range, accidentally ending up much nearer to the location of Kakashi's clone that was still underground. It was the work of a second to direct his clone to use the headhunter technique and grab the Hyuga's ankle, much like he'd grabbed Sasuke's during Team 7's bell test, deciding that he'd tested her enough. He left his tree and flashed to the girl's blind spot, but instead of his clone dragging the Hyuga underground, Kakashi himself was suddenly forced to jump away when the ground shook with an explosion. He felt his clone dispel, getting a split-second memory of the girl's ankle turning into a kunai with an activated explosive tag around it, the weird sense of wrongness returning along with the whiplash of the double memory and the explosion, and the overload of sensation took a moment to shake off. How did Naruto spam clones in every fight without getting overwhelmed? And then Kakashi was whipping up a kunai of his own, slashing down at the hand that came straight for his chakra core and would have probably meant an end for his career as a shinobi if it had connected. He felt a flicker of guilt when he managed to draw blood, his blade cutting across the meat of the girl's palm, but the Hyuga barely seemed to react, seemingly determined to press the opportunity of having managed to get into his guard, jabbing her other hand at Kakashi's elbow. Kakashi felt a spasm go down his arm, from the place the girl had hit to the very tips of his fingers, and the shock of it made him drop his book and lash out with an instinctive kick, managing to clip the girl's side before she flashed away again. Opening his mouth to call the spar, Kakashi instead ended up relying on wind again, elongating his fingers with wind-edged claws to cut apart the smaller water bullets that the girl shot at him, half a dozen now instead of the earlier one. In the water spray that followed, he didn't see the chakra-sharpened senbon the girl threw until one dug deep into the meat of thigh, too close to his groin for comfort. He'd let a genin hit him. All right, that's enough. The worst thing, Kakashi mused as he pushed the irritating sense of wrongness to the back of his mind and prepared to end the spar, was how methodically the girl was fighting. He covered the distance between them as he thought, moving faster than he'd been moving during the spar, clearly startling the Hyuga, and her reactive step back was second too slow to actually prevent him from getting within striking distance. She wasn't using killing intent. She didn't radiate blind arrogance like Naruto had during Team 7's bell test, wasn't glaring at him with the desperate need to prove herself against a jounin like Sasuke had, and wasn't shaking like a leaf and trying to pretend that a single kunai would be enough to hold him off like Sakura had. She wasn't even looking at him like he was an enemy. Just an obstacle to overcome. A chore. And yet, had Kakashi been a chunin, she might have sent him to the hospital, each of her close-range attacks deceptively dangerous. He suddenly remembered Kurane telling him that her Kunoichi student had killed 4 IWA chunin on Team 8's first cursed C rank and barely batted an eye afterwards. He could see it, he reckoned, meeting focused lilac eyes with his own bullshit eye smile and taking in the frown between the girl's brows and the flat line of her mouth. He struck out, batting away the hand she instinctively raised to take advantage of his sudden proximity, catching her wrist and twisting it, using her forward momentum to wrench her arm behind her, pinning her wrist to the small of her back. He huffed a quiet laugh when she reacted to the restraint with a blind backwards kick and shifted out of the way so her heel barely clipped his thigh instead of smashing his kneecap like she so clearly intended for it to. He expected for her to recognize the end of the spar and subside, so he didn't react in time to her redirecting her motion and stomping her foot on his open toes. He bit back a curse and threw gentleness out of the window, reaching roughly for the girl's other arm and wrenching it to join her other captive wrist, hoping such a thorough restraint would serve to reinforce the message that she'd lost and it was time to relax. And then he did curse when the fingertips of the Hyuga's right hand suddenly started sparkling with lightning. Acting on instinct and absently hoping Kurane wasn't watching, Kakashi kicked out at the back of the girl's knees, making her legs fold and forcing her to the ground. As she was falling, he caught a wrist in each hand and twisted her arms more properly behind her, probably more forcefully than strictly necessary, and rested his foot between her shoulder blades, preventing any sort of further motion. Then, almost as an afterthought, he channeled chakra to the girl's right wrist and disrupted her concentration enough for the fledgling lightning jutsu to fizzle out. "I'm a Hatake," he found himself saying quietly, barely loud enough to be heard over her panting breaths, the admission not stinging as much as it once would have. "You picked the wrong element." She nodded in acknowledgement of his words, though even as she was nodding, he felt her test the strength of the restraint he had her in and almost laughed again. "Forfeit," he advised instead, pulling on her arms a little to reinforce his point. There was a moment's pause, almost like she was considering the order, but then she sighed and sagged in his hold, all the fight leaving her, and she nodded again. Kakashi took his foot off her back and released her wrists one at a time, letting her catch herself instead of face-planting into the dirt. He held out a hand to help her up, reasoning that he might have been rougher than necessary in that last bout, but the girl shook her head and got up by herself, inclining her head to him once she was steady on her feet. "Thank you," she signed, bowing properly, and before Kakashi could reply, she was reaching up, wiping her forehead tiredly, and he only just realized that she was practically dripping with sweat, her hands shaking with what he reckoned was leftover adrenaline. Unfortunately for her, her move to wipe her face resulted in her pushing her fringe up, enough so as for her forehead to become visible, and Kakashi felt the moment Kurene's chakra roared when the motion revealed the pale green seal on the girl's skin. The girl must have felt it too, because there was a moment's panic on her face, then she was gone, suddenly by Kurene and Genma's side, a hand wrapped around each of the adults' wrists and seemingly keeping them in place. Kakashi chanced a glance at the assorted genin, but it seemed that Guy had had the foresight to step in, keeping prying preteen eyes away from a village secret and Kurene losing her cool. Deciding that it would probably be beneficial to his friend's continued well-being to calm down enough to hear the Hyuga out, Kakashi flash-stepped over, stopping a few feet away from Kurene, but keeping her, Genma, and the kid in his line of vision. From this close, it was much easier to see the way Kurene was shaking with anger, a look of horror mixed with fury on her face, her rage seemingly making her forget that she could just Kawarimi out of her student's grip. "My choice," the girl said hoarsely, her voice barely louder than Kakashi's speaking voice and decidedly not the shout she'd probably intended for it to be. Kakashi had no doubt that it was physically hurting her to speak after so long in silence, but he reckoned that if anything was able to break through whatever trauma had prompted her mutism, Kurene starting a feud with the Hyuga clan over something that they hopefully didn't know yet was high on the list. "It was my choice." Kurene stopped fighting against the grip the girl had on her wrist, though it seemed the Hyuga knew better than to relax, keeping her fingers clenched tight around Genma and Kurene's arms and, if Kakashi's hunch was right, using chakra to stick her feet to the ground. Still, he didn't expect the almost desperate look the girl shot him over Kurene's shoulder, so at odds to the calm warrior she'd looked like when fighting him not minutes previous, and Kakashi was speaking up before the decision even fully registered. "It's true," he said, stepping closer and drawing both Genma and Kurene's eyes. "She asked Jiraiya to seal her." "And how do you know that?" Genma demanded sharply, and Kakashi was surprised at the depth of concern in the brunette's eyes. "I spoke with Shikaku," Kakashi replied, noticing the way the girl's shoulders tensed briefly, and Shikaku's assertion that she'd kept him out of the loop intentionally was suddenly more than just conjecture. "That's why you wanted the meeting with Jiraiya?" Kurene breathed, staring at the girl as if hoping she'd deny it. "I thought you were just curious. Or wanted to pick up another skill. If I'd known, I wouldn't have dash." Kurene cut herself off, but Kakashi had an inkling that they all knew what she was going to say. "I wouldn't have organized it." "I dash," the Hyuga started, but her voice cracked and she winced, hand releasing Kurene's wrist and flying instinctively to her throat, and Kakashi has the fleeting thought that she was going to heal herself. But she just grabbed onto her throat for a second and swallowed, then dropped her hand and signed, "I'm sorry." "You're not." Kurene sighed, and Kakashi wondered how she could tell. Still, she didn't look as angry as she had before the girl revealed that it had been her decision. Instead, now she just tired and resigned, and when she looked at Hinata, there was a rarely seen helplessness in her eyes. "Just give me a reason." "Kumo," the Hyuga signed immediately, and Kurene's eyes widened before she hung her head and went to pinch the bridge of her nose. But, before she completed the motion, she must have caught the same thing Kakashi did. The Hyuga's fingers twitched again, as if wanting to add something. Kurene pinned the girl with an expectant glare until she finished the thought, though not without hesitating between the signs. "And public domain." Kurene didn't seem to understand the addition, but judging by his face, Genma did, because he paled and twitched. "The scroll I gave you dash," he began, and the Hyuga nodded, quirking an almost sad smile at the man. Kurene switched the focus of her glare to Genma, and the brunette sighed, though clearly saw the wordless order to elaborate. "If a seal is planted on an individual and they are within the means to, they can commission a seal master to remove it, after which, it becomes public domain." He waited until the light of comprehension dawned in Kurene's eyes, then added, "Which is why Anko has been able to commission Jiraiya now that he's back, but Yamato can't get his dash." Genma caught himself, clearly catching the warning glare Kakashi shot him, and he quickly switched tracks, turning to briefly frown at the Hyuga before he addressed Kurenai again. I'm guessing she put the seal on herself because of the whole torture element, and what could have happened if a branch house member had tried the same trick and someone had found out. That right? He addressed the last question to the girl, and she nodded, finally releasing Genma's wrist, looking relieved. I still don't like it, Kurenai declared, still frowning at the girl as Genma stepped forward with his hand glowing green, probably to heal her throat. Despite her tone, Kakashi could see that, no matter how grudgingly, Kurenai recognized the logic in her student's actions. Still, she wouldn't have been Kurenai if she had just given in like that. Next time you plan to pull a stunt like that, I want you to tell me beforehand, she ordered, and Kakashi fought the urge to snort at the idea that she expected there to be a next time. I don't care about plausible deniability or whatever reasoning you had to not tell me immediately. Your father already knows what I think of him, and I'm not scared of your clan, Hinata. The girl nodded and opened her mouth to speak once Genma's hand fell away from her throat, but Genma's sound of alarm cut her off and Kakashi's gaze snapped to whatever had caught the Takuyo's attention. The part of his forearm that the Hyuga had held onto to keep him from running off and starting a riot now bore a bloodied handprint, and Kakashi winced at the distant memory of his knife cutting into the flesh of the girl's palm. What the hell did you do, Kakashi? Genma demanded, snatching up the Hyuga's hand and turning it over, revealing a surprisingly deep, still sluggishly bleeding gash that stretched across her palm, all the way from the webbed skin between her thumb and index finger to the crease of her wrist. It's not his fault, Genma-san. The Hyuga denied before Kakashi could think of a reply that wasn't callous or petty, and he did a slight double take at the girl coming to his defense. Was it his knife? Then it's his fault. Genma shot back pragmatically, calling up healing chakra with a concentrated frown and setting to closing the cut on the girl's hand. He could have cut a nerve, and then we'd have been due a hospital visit. To be fair, Kakashi began, because his foot was starting to throb unpleasantly, not enough to hurt, but enough to be irritating. I think she broke my toe. He went to take a step to allow Genma to inspect said foot, but when he put weight on his left leg, it buckled under him. He just about caught himself on Kurenai's shoulder and stared first at his foot, then at the Hyuga girl in not insignificant bafflement. And doused you with one of Kiba's needles, it looks like. Genma added, laughter in his voice, and he let go of the Hyuga's hand in favor of stepping over to Kakashi's side and plucking the senbon he'd managed to forget about from his thigh. How did you not notice this? I thought only one of Ariai's kids was poisonous. Kakashi shot back flatly, drawing a snort from Kurenai. Hinata. She spoke, addressing the Hyuga who, despite Kakashi's acknowledgement that she'd gotten one over him, a jounin, with multiple flee on-site orders, didn't seem inclined to gloat. Or speak at all, for that matter, even after having had her throat healed. Kiba was talking about it earlier, dinner's at the Inyazuka compound tomorrow. The Hyuga sighed, apparently seeing where Kurenai was heading, but Kurenai continued nonetheless, as if needing to drive the message home. I think it's about time you talked with Shino, don't you? There was a flash of fear, Kakashi was pretty sure, or at the very least, very apparent apprehension, at the notion, the girl's shoulders going up before she seemed to forcefully relax and took a deep breath, the tension leaving her along with the exhale. Yes, sensei. 6, tomorrow. Then the day after, we're resuming proper team training. Kurenai added, softening slightly at the girl's acknowledgement. She reached out, smoothing the Hyuga's fringe back down and tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear, the gesture shockingly. Kakashi wasn't sure of the adjective. Familial? Maternal? Either way, it's not like he would know what that looked like. Shockingly tender for a field commander, he finished mentally, but then again, Kurenai had always been tactile. Still, the Hyuga smiled and inclined her head, then turned to Kakashi, the smile dimming slightly. The senbon was tipped with lidocaine. The effects should fade in a few minutes. She informed him quietly, gaze darting away briefly before she forced herself to meet his eye. I apologize for not informing you earlier. I didn't expect it to hit you. And yet she had still thrown it, used a probably limited supply weapon if it had indeed been a gift from her poison-practicing Inyazuka teammate. had committed to and orchestrated a distraction in the form of the water jutsu to hide an already difficult-to-spot weapon just on the off chance that it might connect. Extremely dedicated to the long game, Shikaku had called her. Kakashi was starting to see that. "Ma, no harm done," he drawled, borrowing Genma's expression from earlier in the day. Then, he did a double take when the girl faced him fully and inclined her head. "May I be dismissed, Hatake-san? I'd like to pick up my sister from the academy," she requested formally, causing Genma and Kurane to pause in their quiet conversation and shoot her slightly baffled looks, but Kakashi had pulled the same shit on Minato, once upon a time, then on Jiraiya, then on his Umbu captains, demure, obedient, deferential, all the while screaming underestimate me. Go on. See how it ends for you. His first red flag had gone up when Shikaku had detailed a political power play and informed him that it had been pulled off by a fresh genin. His second had been finding the girl with Yojao of all people, grief-stricken and jagged around the edges as the Kunoichi now was, yet his old subordinate still looking like she not just tolerated but enjoyed the Hyuga's presence. His third was caused by the fact that his toe was still throbbing and he was only slowly regaining the feeling in his thigh. Underestimating this particular genin was one of the last things on his mind. Fuck, but he was going to have to do what Shikaku asked of him, wasn't he? "You may go, genin," he replied, belatedly realizing that the girl was still waiting for him to dismiss her. No sooner were the words out of his mouth did the girl disappear, not a leaf or a gust of wind to betray her. Still somewhat baffled, he turned slowly to Genma and Kurane, wondering how to word his thought process in a way that wasn't going to get Kurane jumping for his throat. "Now, are you this thrown by the fact that Hinata-chan actually hit you?" Genma began, glee and schadenfreude brewing behind his eyes, and even Kurane looked vindictively satisfied, though Kakashi didn't know why, or because she fights like you. Kakashi stilled. Finally, that subtle, nagging sense of wrongness that he'd felt throughout the fight had a name. The shunshin, the seal-less, wordless casting, the penchant for kawarimi, the contained, stifled, yet nonetheless present viciousness, the insane choice to use lethal force in a spar. But how the fuck dash? Hanabi made her way out of the academy, chatting absently with Hitomi about Midorima-sensei's latest assignment, when her eyes fell on an unexpected sight. She blinked, raising a hand to rub at her eye, but when she looked again, Hinata was still there, a small smile on her face as she raised a hand in a tiny wave when she caught Hanabi's eye. Hanabi felt a grin split her face, completely ignoring what Hitomi was saying, and threw herself ahead. "Ne-sama!" she called gleefully, not slowing her run even as she got closer and barreling into Hinata, wrapping her arms around her sister's shoulders. To her surprise, Hinata barely stumbled at the impact, catching Hanabi around the waist and lifting her off the ground in a hug and spinning them around. "Hello, Hanabi-chan." Hinata greeted quietly once she set Hanabi back down, and there was a soft smile on her face and warmth in her eyes as she gazed down at Hanabi, but, more importantly, "You can speak again," Hanabi exclaimed, grabbing onto Hinata's hand in her excitement, drawing a quiet laugh from her sister. "Now I won't have to learn the sign language." "You still will, when you make Chunin," Hinata pointed out, and Hanabi puffed up with pride because Hinata had said when not if. "But for now, I suppose you're off the hook." Hanabi pumped her fist in victory, then felt her smile dim slightly. Do we have to go back to the compound right away?" Hinata's face shuddered briefly, something cold passing through her eyes, and the expression sent shivers down Hanabi's spine. But then her sister was back, smiling that same soft smile as she shook her head. "We can do whatever you want, Imuto," Hinata replied, pulling on the hand Hanabi was still holding, but instead of pulling away, Hinata instead shifted her hold so they were properly holding hands. "Where would you like to go?" "Dango!" Hanabi cheered immediately, but whatever she was going to say next was cut off by another voice. "I don't think I've ever seen you this enthusiastic, Hanabi-chan," Hitomi observed, having finally caught up, a tall brunette man at her side. "Nice to properly meet you, Hyuga-san." "Likewise," Hinata added slowly, gaze flickering between Hitomi and the adult at her side. "Your friend, Hanabi-chan." "Yeah, Yamanaka Hitomi," Hanabi introduced, then squinted at the man next to her friend. And Hitomi's parent. Brother, actually. The man grinned. Yamanaka Tetsuya. Nice to officially meet the honorary Nara. Ne-sama's a Hyuga. Hanabi corrected reflexively, frowning at Hitomi's brother. That was a weird thing to say, and the man had made Hinata lose her smile, so Hanabi was double miffed. For now. Weird Tetsuya-san replied cryptically, putting a hand on Hitomi's shoulder and pushing her along lightly. He raised the same hand in a lazy wave, his green eyes weirdly cat-like if not for the lack of pupil. Well, catch ya later. From where she was still holding her hand, Hanabi felt the way Hinata twitched at the farewell. She sent her sister a concerned look, but Hinata's gaze was focused, bizarrely, on Hitomi's annoying brother's feet, a look of dawning realization on her face. Ne-sama. She prompted when the look didn't fade even once Hitomi and her brother disappeared from sight, and Hinata startled, glancing down at her with wide eyes as if she'd forgotten Hanabi was there. Sorry. Dango, yes, she apologized distractedly, though slowly, her focus returned, and her smile, when she directed it at Hanabi, was warm and genuine. Testing her luck, Hanabi tilted her head and pulled her best puppy eyes, though according to Hitomi, she still had a way to go. Can we spar after? Hinata huffed a quiet, tired laugh, but she nodded obligingly, letting Hanabi pull her along. We can. It's been a while. Almost giddy with happiness, Hanabi grinned, tugging Hinata along to their favorite dango restaurant. Though she'd never admit it out loud, Hanabi thought the dango shop by the academy did better dango than the one she was leading them to, but their favorite had something the closer one didn't. It was on the other side of the village to the Hyuga compound. Hinata walked Hanabi to the gates of the Hyuga compound, then headed back towards the Nara grounds, deciding to give herself one more evening of peace. She'd have dinner with her team as an escape tomorrow, so she could leave in the morning, drop her things off in her room at the Hyuga compound, then go to train, and hopefully, she'd come back from dinner late enough that she'd miss the elder's lecture that she knew was coming. She had dinner with the Nara, played a game of Go with Shikamaru, and had a good night's sleep. Then, in the morning, she packed up her things and set about cleaning the guest room that had become her room over the month and a half that she'd stayed at Shikamaru's house, determined to leave it spotless. She was surprised when she found Shikaku in the living room as she came down the stairs, dozens of papers spread around him on the dining table, the man clearly having chosen to work from home for the day. Leaving so soon? Shikaku asked when he noticed her, pushing up the glasses that had slid down his nose, and Hinata felt her lip quirk up at the remark. It sounded sarcastic, but she'd spent enough time around the Nara family to hear the undertone of genuine curiosity in the man's voice. I've already exploited your hospitality, she murmured, ducking her head in apology, and Shikaku sighed as he pushed away from the table and stood, leaning back against it instead. You can't exploit something that was freely offered. Shikaku replied, frowning lightly at her. If you say so. Hinata allowed, pushing up the strap of her backpack. Regardless, thank you for your kindness. I greatly appreciate you allowing me to stay at your home these last few weeks, Shikaku-san. Kindness does not absolve me and mine from the fact that our actions put you at odds with your clan. Shikaku retorted, a somewhat alarming note of self-deprecation in his voice. But you are welcome nonetheless. Not liking that tone on a man who had been nothing but kind to her over the last few weeks, Hinata smiled wryly, allowing a hint of bitterness to show. I have been at odds with my clan long before Shikamaru asked me to train with him. She confessed, but instead of relaxing or laughing, Shikaku just looked sad now, and Hinata was baffled. I wish it were not your burden to bear. He sighed, and Hinata was thrown at the genuine regret in his voice. It isn't, she corrected quietly, voicing the thoughts she hadn't admitted to outside of the privacy of her mind. The burden belongs to the branch house. I chose to bear it. So I am learning. Shikaku agreed, and though he was smiling now, there was something not unlike wonder in his gaze. Maybe even confusion. Yet for all my apparent genius, I still haven't been able to figure out why. Hinata studied the man, wondering whether to admit to the full extent of her motivations behind her drive to abolish the seal. Finally, after what was probably a minute of silence, neither her nor Shikaku willing to give in, she sighed, a wry smile quirking her lip. It's entirely selfish. She murmured, drawing a raised eyebrow from Shikaku, his expression telling her that he disagreed with her assessment despite not yet knowing her full reasoning. When I become head, my sister will get sealed. Shikaku blinked, and Hinata wondered whether he had known the Hyuga's, there can only be one, rule. Still, Hinata continued before he could cut in. Any children of hers, if she chooses to have any, will bear the seal. Any children of Nijis will bear the seal. I love my sister and cousin too much to allow that to happen, Shikaku-san. For a moment, Shikaku just stared at her. Then, finally, when Hinata was almost tempted to escape out the front door just to avoid the silence, he hung his head and laughed quietly. Your uncle would be proud of you, he said simply, and Hinata startled, eyes widening, but Shikaku didn't seem inclined to elaborate. But Hinata could only stare, frozen in shock. She hadn't thought of Uncle Hisashi since his death, but now, the claim, simple and sure, that he would be proud of her was threatening to bring tears to her eyes. Shikaku, apparently understanding the reason for her silence, just tilted his head and stretched, his gaze idle once again when he focused back on her, the earlier attentiveness gone. Yoshino wanted me to tell you that you're welcome to our house anytime. And I'd like to officially invite you to the fortnightly dinners my clan hosts with the Yamanaka and Akimichi. He informed her lightly, glancing over his papers almost lazily, giving Hinata the time to compose herself. Who knows, Shikamaru might actually socialize if you come. Startled at the claim, Hinata snorted, hand flying up to cover her mouth as she felt her cheeks warm. But Shikaku just smiled, pleased, and nodded at her. So I fully expect to see you around, Hinata. Hinata nodded back, incapable of proper words, and headed for the door. She caught sight of Shikamaru lounging by the treeline of the Nara forest, Choji at his side, and the two looked so tranquil that Hinata decided against disturbing them, heading for the gates to the clan grounds in silence. She got within 10 meters of the gates when Shikamaru seemed to melt out of the shadow cast by the guard post, eyebrow raised when he regarded her, the resemblance to his father in that moment almost startling. Leaving without a goodbye, he asked idly, and Hinata finally understood why Kiba hadn't gelled well with Shikamaru their first time. Much like with Shikaku, while on the surface Shikamaru's words sounded pointed, almost sarcastic, Hinata now knew the boy enough to detect the hint of real hurt beneath, and the dichotomy was startling. You looked peaceful. She replied apologetically, knowing how little opportunity Shikamaru had been getting to actually relax since his promotion. I didn't want to bother you. You're not a bother. Shikamaru shot back, frowning at her, and Hinata didn't bother pointing out that that wasn't quite what she'd said, more surprised at the vehemence behind Shikamaru's words. Why are you going back if you clearly don't want to? Hinata did a double take, staring at Shikamaru wide-eyed, a hint of that familiar irritation she only ever felt around the Nara resurfacing. More mature than before or not, less sharp around the edges than before or not, Shikamaru was still far from tactful. Because I have responsibilities. She retorted, sharper than she wanted, and Shikamaru seemed thrown at her tone, so she took a deep breath and wrestled with the irritation bubbling under her skin and reminded herself that Shikamaru was still just a 12-year-old boy. Sorry. She breathed, looking down to collect herself before she met Shikamaru's gaze again. But please be more careful with the assumptions you make. All right. Shikamaru replied after a beat, and while it wasn't an apology, it was a much easier concession than Hinata had expected. Don't be a stranger, Hinata. All right. Hinata echoed, feeling her irritation dissipate, and even managed to smile at the other boy. I'll see you soon. And then, before the exchange could get awkward, Hinata pulled on her chakra and left in a swift shunshin, appearing a few dozen meters outside of the Nara grounds, well out of Shikamaru's sight. All in all, leaving the Nara compound wasn't as bad as she had feared. Now to face her clan. Hey, Dad. Shikamaru greeted, strolling into Shikaku's office in Jounin HQ, a book bag over his shoulder and what looked like a history book in hand. Shikaku hummed, scanning through the last recommendations for Jounin promotions and wondering whether the Umbu commander would grouch at him again for snatching potential recruits from right under the man's nose. Is Naruto the son of the Yondaime? Shikaku's hand twitched so hard that he nearly ripped the page he'd been about to turn. What makes you ask that? He asked sharply, wondering whether he would be lucky enough that nobody would have overheard Shikamaru's question through the thin door. Activating the silencing seals would be as good as admitting Shikamaru was right, though Shikamaru didn't seem to realize the political minefield he jumped into with his question. Something Hinata said about assumptions. Shikamaru waved him off, and Shikaka was tempted to pinch the bridge of his nose in frustration. While he was glad that Hinata's presence had encouraged Shikamaru to actually use his intellect, the Hyuga possessed a degree of subtlety and political acumen that Shikamaru had not yet learned. And he looks a lot like the Yondaime did in his graduation photo. Shikaka sighed, knowing that if Shikamaru had bothered to go through the archives to get to Minato's graduation picture, there was likely a ton of other research that his son had done that he simply wasn't inclined to share. Yes, he is. Shikaka gave in with a sigh, pinning Shikamaru with a tired glare. But don't go sharing that around. Anything else? Is he also the Kyuubi Jinhiriki? Shikamaru pressed, and Shikaka gave in and raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, raising his other to rub at his temple and the tension headache he could feel building at the thought of the lecture he was going to have to give Shikamaru once he got home. Yes, he is. He repeated, then channeled all of his authority and presence as the Jounin commander into his voice when he added, do not, under any circumstances, go spreading this information around. Understood. Understood. Shikamaru returned easily, the gleam of satisfaction not leaving his eyes as he inclined his head. Thanks, Dad. Get out of my office. Shikaka huffed, no heat in his voice as he reached for an incident report template and began filling it out. I'll see you at home. Heeding the dismissal, Shikamaru turned on his heel and left, not even 2 minutes after he waltzed in and ruined Shikaka's perfectly good morning. And while Shikaka was glad that his son was starting to reassess some of his assumptions, couldn't he have started with something less headache-inducing? The dinner at Kiba's house had been a welcome return to normalcy. And as much as Hinata hated to admit it, Kurane had been right. Her talk with Shino that happened before they even sat at the dinner table had indeed been long overdue. She had suspected, when she allowed herself to think about it, that Shino had simply misspoken as a product of being exhausted, stressed, and terrified after their encounter with Itake, but having it confirmed had felt like a weight off her shoulders that she hadn't even realized she'd been carrying. They returned to training regularly as a team, taking D-ranks to help out with reconstruction efforts in a couple of short duration, close to the village C-ranks to bring in the much-needed funds for the reconstruction efforts. Hinata also reckoned that Kurane was a lot more affected by their last mission than she let on, because she refused to take the C-ranks without another team or Jounin accompanying them, and Tsunade was either a lot more accommodating than Hinata had realized, or her sensei was a lot more terrifying than they already suspected. But an even more unexpected routine had established itself in her team's first few weeks back on the mission roster. Back when Kurane had first introduced her team to Yojao, Genma, and Ebisu, Hinata had started the habit of coming to their training grounds around 7 or 8 in the morning to get in some individual training before the team session. Since she'd been dismissed from the hospital, Hinata had resumed the routine, but after the dinner at Kiba's her routine had been interrupted by the most unlikely of individuals, Kakashi. On random days, but only ever in the mornings, Kakashi would appear on her team's training grounds and throw jutsu at her. It had started by the man appearing from the treeline one morning, not long after Hinata herself had arrived at the training grounds. He'd regarded her critically and very bluntly and unapologetically announced, "The Byakugan won't always save you, and you won't always be able to dodge ninjutsu. What will you do then?" And so Hinata had explained that, while she wanted to learn more elemental genjutsu, none of her immediate mentors would be of help, barring maybe Ebisu, but the man had very clearly taken Shino under his wing. Kakashi had looked blank when she'd mentioned wanting to learn how to counterbalance ninjutsu, and almost peeved when she'd explained why she wasn't able to. And then, he had given her the cryptic advice of "watch my hands" and proceeded to blow a fireball at her. A full-sized one. At point-blank range. From then on, Kakashi made a point of turning up in the early morning, sometimes for 15 minutes, sometimes for half an hour, sometimes even more, and would direct a multitude of elemental ninjutsu at her. Never announcing his techniques, never calling out their names, never giving her so much as a word of warning as to what element he was going to use that day. After the first 2 times, when Hinata realized that she wouldn't be able to dodge a spray of half a dozen small fireballs and called up the equivalent jutsu but using water and felt Kakashi's chakra hum with satisfaction, she also realized that he didn't want her to dodge, but to counter his techniques. And so it went on. On the way back from a 2-day C rank, Hinata stopped off at the library and refreshed her memory of which element countered which. Then, she sought out techniques. She got instruction for the earth wall from Genma, a deranked wind technique from Yojeo, a simple fire flower from Genma's friend Aoba. After that, it was simply the matter of practice. And then, about a month and a half after moving back to the Hyuga compound and around a month after the start of her weird routine with Kakashi, the whole of Team 7 approached her with the most bizarre of requests. Genma dragged Kakashi to the roof of the shop on the opposite side of the street to the cafe the kids had headed into, their watch point granting them a perfect view of the Genin's booth. He pointed meaningfully at his ear, squeezing Kakashi's arm warningly and waiting for the man to get the message and get on board with, essentially, spying on his Genin. Genma had a feeling that the subject of the conversation that was about to take place between Hinata and Team 7 wasn't about to be pleasant for his friend, but if his hunch was right, it would be something Kakashi would need to hear sooner rather than later. Kiba said that you've been training with Kaka-sensei. Minato's son began, no subtlety to him despite Rato's best efforts, though at least he'd substituted his obnoxious orange jumper for a green one paired with brown trousers. And learning from him. Sasuke added, a note of bitterness in his voice, though it wasn't anywhere near what Genma had gotten used to hearing from Sakura when the girl talked with Ino. And we just want to know, Sakura took over, shooting her teammates a quelling look before she turned to Hinata with a slightly desperate expression, how? I don't understand. Hinata replied, blinking at the surprisingly united front Team 7 was presenting, and Genma heard Kakashi sigh quietly. How did you get him to actually teach you? Sakura demanded, foregoing subtlety, and there was the bitterness Genma had grown to expect. He resisted the temptation to shoot Kakashi a look, letting him free his arm from his grip but keeping his hold on Kakashi's belt loop just in case the man tried to pull a runner, tightening his grip when Sakura opened her mouth to add, everything he's taught us, we had to practically fight him for. How did you ask for him to agree? That was definitely a flinch from Kakashi, but to the man's credit, he hadn't made any move as if to run away yet. Frowning, Genma found himself reconsidering his conclusion that Kakashi was intentionally ignoring his team's needs. Perhaps he simply didn't know what they needed and didn't know how to ask. I didn't ask. Hinata replied quietly, and Genma was glad he could read the girl's lips, because even augmenting his hearing with chakra as he was, her voice was still too quiet for him to catch every word. He showed up when I was training a few days after our spar and said that I won't always be able to rely on the Byakugan or outrun ninjutsu attacks. Genma didn't bother hiding the way he rolled his eyes at that, shooting his friend a disbelieving look. The alternative to running away was ninjutsu counterbalancing, and that was a Jounin-level skill. Genin were seldom expected to produce ninjutsu, much less know how to counter it. I knew that. Hinata continued, her eyes going momentarily distant, and Genma didn't want to know what she was thinking. Going by Kurene's account of the kids' encounter with Itaki and the Kirinin and the forest leveling techniques they'd come across then, he doubted it was anything good. But Kurene-sensei is a genjutsu specialist, Yojeo-senpai knows mostly winjutsu, and while Genma-san knows a bit of everything, he's busy enough already. It made more sense for me to focus on what I could actually work on with my team, and I said as much. Kakashi volunteered to help you, then, the Uchiha asked, a note of disbelief in his voice, the lack of honorific conspicuous. I suppose. Hinata hedged, looking at Sasuke oddly. He shows up sometimes when I'm training and throws ninjutsu at me. Genma turned the full force of his disbelieving expression on Kakashi at that, getting an awkward shrug in return. How do you learn, then? Naruto asked with a frown, tilting his head at Hinata. Rato-san always walks me through every new thing we do, and Sakura-chan says her poison guy talks a lot during their meetings. Genma-san, Naruto. Sakura corrected with an exasperated roll of her eyes, and Genma huffed a quiet laugh at the put-upon tone. Kiba and Ino learn by doing, but I told him I like to have things explained beforehand, and he respects that. You need to know what jutsu is coming to counterbalance it, but Kakashi doesn't call out his techniques. Sasuke added, his focus still on Hinata, seemingly ignoring his teammates back and forth. It's a valid question. He lets me see his hand signs. Hinata informed the trio, and Genma stilled momentarily. There are patterns. Sequences I can learn to recognize. Hinata's gaze went distant again, and something wry and pained twisted her lip briefly before she added, few elite-level shinobi call out their techniques, Sasuke-san. The sooner I learn to stop relying on that, the better. We're genin. Sakura pointed out, something horrified in her tone, and Genma reckoned she'd been spending too much time with him because that would have been his point as well. It didn't seem like she planned to develop the argument, no other counterpoint forthcoming, and Hinata shrugged awkwardly in response. Not many of the enemies my team has faced have been genin level. She replied softly, a fact instead of a brag, and Genma winced, wondering when the girl had last seen her shrink. That was a scarily utilitarian reaction to meeting enemies that outclassed her, not too dissimilar to Shino's own hang-ups, if what he'd managed to pry from Ebisu was any indication. So you don't know any better than us, then? Sasuke concluded, exchanging a tired look with Sakura. Great. Know what? Hinata asked, suspicion and confusion both evident in her tone. How to make him be a teacher? The Uchiha spat, and Kakashi flinched again, prompting Genma to let go of his hold. If the man wanted to pull a runner now, he wouldn't begrudge him. But, to his surprise, Kakashi stayed where he was. Have you considered just talking to him? Hinata asked slowly, looking between the members of Team 7 with a frown pulling at her brows. Jounin don't get taught how to teach. A lot of them are made sensei because of serious injury or a way to refamiliarize them with the village after difficult field missions. Genma blinked, surprised at the astute observation and the fact that Hinata seemed aware of the fact that the position of sensei was hardly a desirable one among the active forces. Your and Ino's sensei seemed to know what to do. Sakura huffed, still a bitter note in her voice, but Genma could practically hear the cogs in her mind turning, her big brain turning over the information Hinata was offering and likely filling in the gaps in what she hadn't known. Hinata laughed quietly at that, a deep fondness in her eyes that seemed misplaced on a child her age. I love Kurane-sensei, she confessed quietly, the admission falling from her lips freely and without a hint of hesitation. Kakashi twitched at Genma's side, and Hinata paused briefly, then shook her head and continued. She cares for us and protects us and, whenever she can't help us herself, she gets us people who can. But she had no idea what to do with us at the beginning. How'd she learn? Naruto asked, blinking confusedly and tilting his head, and Genma distantly commended Rado for managing to impress the value of an inside voice on the boy. Trial and error. Talking to us. Setting boundaries and expectations. Hinata offered, shrugging at the end, and Genma found himself smiling sadly, simultaneously proud of Hinata for recognizing that the adults around her were also figuring things out as they went and said that she already had the maturity to realize that. You asked me how I learned from Kakashi-san. Hinata sighed, speaking up again when none of Team 7 seemed to know how to reply to her earlier assessment. And the truth is that I don't know. I am not his student. I don't have any expectations of him. She explained, her tone sharper now, as if urging Team 7 to listen. Yet, he is trying to help, in the way he knows how, and it is my responsibility to make the most of anything he is able and willing to teach me. Genma glanced briefly at Kakashi, but the man was frozen, his visible eye wide. Then, Sakura opened her mouth again, and Genma despaired inwardly, because what came out of the girl's mouth brought on flinch number 3 from Kakashi, trying to kill you with ninjutsu is not teaching. Hinata, however, looked almost insulted at the comment, though Genma reckoned none of the members of Team 7 knew her enough to notice, he'd never kill me. Then why'd you try to kill him? Genma blinked, startled, certain that his expression mirrored the absolute bafflement on Hinata's as she turned to Sasuke. Excuse me. When Yui-san was teaching us genjutsu. In that spar. Sasuke elaborated, though he looked like he'd bitten into a lemon, clearly annoyed at having to explain himself. Your hits could have been lethal. Why'd you fight like that? Because I was fighting Kakashi-san. Hinata explained, adding stress to Kakashi's name that Genma understood intimately, but, it seemed, Kakashi's genin didn't. That's not an answer. The Uchiha huffed, Sakura nodding at his side. But Hinata just sighed, pointing at something in Sasuke's bag. Is that a bingo book? The Uchiha blinked, glancing from his bag back to Hinata, though he did obligingly pull it out. Yeah. Mitarashi-san gave it to me to study. Hinata held out her hand wordlessly, waited until Sasuke bemusedly handed it over, then flipped through it with alarming familiarity and turned the book around so Team 7 could see. Unsurprisingly, Genma felt Kakashi still when his own face stared back at him from the page. There was a moment of silence as Kakashi's genin took in the information on the page, and then, he graduated the academy at 4. Hinata smiled, and it was more said than anything else. For some Jounin sensei, a lot of time passes between when they were on a genin team to when they have to lead one. She explained quietly, and at Genma's side, Kakashi was tenser than a bowstring. Talk to Kakashi-san. He's one of the best Jounin in the village, and he was a genius even before he got his Sharingan. You could have a lot to learn from him when you go into sabotage. Oh no. Like hounds on a trail, all 3 members of Team 7 tensed. What do you mean by that? Sasuke asked, but it was too flat to be a question. Hinata looked taken aback, glancing between the trio with increasingly wider eyes, seemingly only just realizing that Team 7 didn't know about Kakashi's lesser-known specializations. Hinata. What did you mean by that? Sakura repeated, and there was urgency in her voice that seemed to startle Hinata. Does she know dash? Genma asked, trailing off and shooting Kakashi a thrown look, but Kakashi was frowning at the 4 genin, something unreadable on his face. I don't know. He replied honestly, and that was almost worse than a confirmation would have been. Your dojutsu. Hinata explained, staring at Sasuke oddly. It allows the user to copy any technique. Kakashi-san has had it for over a decade. It was a reasonable explanation, all things considered, but Genma had a niggling suspicion that Hinata knew about Kakashi's Umbu designation, somehow. That had been too pointed an observation for it to have been just about Kakashi's Sharingan. He could have copied a lot of techniques. Sasuke mused, exchanging a thoughtful look with Sakura, and even Naruto seemed considering. Sabotage too. So are you finally gonna admit that I was right? Naruto demanded, though he sounded more satisfied than grumpy, grinning in a way that reminded Genma painfully of Kushina at her smuggest, and he could tell by Kakashi's quiet breath that the other Jounin noticed it too. We do gotta talk to Kaka-sensei. Shut up, Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke chorused, but they, too, looked more amused than annoyed, and there was a thoughtful expression on Sakura's face that Genma had learned to be cautious of. Thanks, Hinata. Hinata had been relieved to be able to slip out of the booth and escape from the bizarre conversation Team 7 had trapped her in, but she hadn't expected to be followed as she made her way to the door. Hinata, wait up. She turned, shocked to find Naruto running after her, and the boy grinned as he skidded to a stop in front of her. Hinata had been surprised at the change from the characteristic orange to the much more shinobi-appropriate combination of green and brown, but now that she looked at him on his own, Naruto didn't seem as loud as he had as a genin in her first time, and not just because of his outfit. So, this is gonna sound weird, I know, but, do you wanna get ramen with me? Naruto asked, almost shyly, raising a hand to scratch at the back of his neck sheepishly, and Hinata froze. She reckoned she probably stopped breathing, too. But. She shook her head, more to try and dislodge the thoughts than as a response. She only belatedly realized how it might look to Naruto and held up a hand to cut him off, trying to remember how to form words before his face fell anymore. In the end, all she managed was a rough, disbelieving why. That sounded like it had been wrenched out from the deepest parts of her being. Oh, 'cause I think you're cool. Naruto exclaimed, apparently buoyed by the fact that she wasn't rejecting him outright. Hinata, though, was still firmly submerged in her disbelief-fueled hysteria, and she felt like she was hearing Naruto's words from underwater. You barely know me? Slipped out before she could keep it in, keep it as a quiet thought that never left the bitter depths of her heart. Naruto now had even less reason to know her or know of her than he did in her original timeline. There was no explanation for this. She didn't think Naruto cruel enough for this to be a prank, nor was there anyone else in the boy's vicinity that could have put him up to it when she looked around, but she distrusted so much. No. I mean, well, yeah, but that's why I wanna get to know you. Naruto explained, then grinned as if his logic was undeniable. Plus, I know a lot about you, Dadabiya. Hinata stared. She'd spent years fantasizing about a moment like this, before. All the way from the academy till the end of the war, wondering whether she had a chance, wishing, dreaming to be noticed. But now that it had come, that it was within arm's reach of her, she felt nothing. I think you're cool. It was a compliment, undoubtedly so, and 10 times more than what she'd heard from Naruto in her first life. But it also threw into stark contrast two things: how childish the compliment was, and that Naruto, freshly 13, was a child. And she had a decade's worth of growing up over him. She'd noticed it in the academy too, when she'd walked in for their test that first day, but now, it was almost easier. Easier to take a deep breath, and, with the exhale, let go of the last remnants of the crush she'd once harbored for the boy in front of her. Naruto, apparently taking her silence as her angling for more information, launched into an animated explanation. Kiba said he's only alive because of you. And he might be annoying sometimes, but he's still my friend, so I'm glad you saved him. He smiled then, something more vulnerable flashing through his eyes, and Hinata had a moment's realization that nearly threatened to break her heart all over again. Naruto was one of Kiba's friends. But for Naruto, Kiba might have been one of his only friends. Plus, Shikamaru called you smart. Smarter than him, even, I think. Naruto continued, the earlier expression wiped clear from his eyes as if it had only been a trick of the light. I've never heard Shikamaru compliment someone. So you must be really smart for him to do it in front of all the people at the arena. Hinata blinked, completely thrown. Shikamaru thought she was smart. And you're, like, really pretty, so, wadaiyase. Naruto finished, suddenly bashful, and Hinata had a moment's panic. This had been Sakura's role in her first life. The smart, pretty girl Naruto had kept hounding for dates despite the other girl only ever seeing him as a friend. Hinata couldn't help but worry about what had changed to make Naruto shift that attention onto her. And then, with a jolt that threatened to make her sick, she realized that she had been Naruto, once. You barely know me, she'd accused, but how much more had she really known about the boy when she'd decided he was her crush and inspiration? I'd like to get ramen with you. She managed after far too long of a pause, though she held up a hand again when Naruto's face lit up at her words. But as friends, please. Friends. Naruto echoed and Hinata watched as his face dropped, but then he smiled and wiped his expression, nodding enthusiastically. Friends, yeah, sure. Does, tomorrow at 9 suit you? Hinata frowned, trying to decide whether she could manage ramen before team training at 10, but decided that she didn't want to disappoint Naruto anymore. It does. I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto-kun. And then, before she could start hating herself for the old honorific slipping out, or before she could see what Naruto's reaction to it would be, she let the whirl of Shunshin take her away, getting her out of the conversation without any more awkwardness. She landed in an alleyway on the other side of the road to the cafe, feeling hot all over as her heart started to race, her ears ringing as the absurdity of the situation started to set in. She stumbled on shaky legs till she could hide behind the dumpster, sliding with her back against the wall as her knees gave out. She sat there for a second, staring sightlessly ahead as her heart raced and her breaths came in quick, desperate gasps. Over the ringing in her ears, she heard someone land at the entrance of the alleyway she was hiding in, clearly making an effort to announce themselves. Hinata didn't move, but she did twitch her fingers in greeting when Genma came into her view, the man taking one look at her and sighing quietly, crouching down a few feet in front of her so they could be on eye level. You alright, kiddo? Hinata shook her head, trying desperately to draw breath still, tightening and loosening her grip on her knees to get some feeling back in her fingers which felt like they'd gone numb. Genma simply sighed and shifted into a more comfortable crouch, heels fully on the ground as he settled in to wait until Hinata calmed down. Finally, when her breathing had returned to normal and her ears stopped ringing, Hinata took a deep breath and let it out slowly, then tried to explain what had landed her in the alley. Have you ever she began, then had to pause and clear her throat when her voice cracked. Have you ever been noticed by someone you used to idolize? Noticed? Genma echoed, frowning, and tilting his head thoughtfully. Then, comprehension dawned and he smiled, and when he spoke, there was laughter in his voice, though it didn't sound malicious. Oh, like asked out noticed. Hinata could feel her face heat up, but Genma just chuckled fondly, reaching out slowly until his hand rested on the top of her head in what was slowly becoming a familiar, comforting touch. Yeah, princess, I have. He admitted easily, then pinned her with a serious look. You're wondering whether it was a prank. Hinata's head snapped up, nearly dislodging Genma's hand from her head. She wasn't that transparent, was she? But when she met his gaze, the look in Genma's eyes was knowing and tinged with sadness. That's the low self-esteem talking, kiddo. He sighed, smiling sadly. You're impressive even for some adults, so no wonder your peers are taking notice. Genma removed his hand from her head and pushed to his feet, and when Hinata glanced up at him, he held it out to help her up. Come on, let's go to the Inyazuka. He offered, changing his expression into something more akin to his usual easygoing mien. I haven't bothered some in a while, and you look like you could do with petting some puppies. Letting him haul her up, Hinata shook off the last of her panic attack and tried for a smile, once again eternally grateful for the extra support network she had in this life. By the way, Genma began once they started walking in the direction of the Inyazuka compound. When did you realize Kakashi was there? Hinata hesitated and briefly considered lying or pretending ignorance, but it was Genma asking. And it wasn't like anything she said to Team 7 was said specifically because she suspected Kakashi had been listening. So she sighed and smiled sadly, when I said that I love Sensei. To her surprise, Genma just nodded, as if he'd expected something similar, though he didn't comment beyond bumping her shoulder lightly. Now come on, puppies await. Hinata's original teen self-dream came true the next morning. She had a full hour of chatting with Naruto over ramen. Or, more so listening to him talk about his many adventures and prank ideas, but it was still fun. Cathartic, almost, to listen to simple teen problems and drama, since Naruto didn't seem to share in the bitterness of his teammates, though he surprisingly seemed to understand where they were coming from. Learning that Naruto was being tutored regularly by another one of Genma and Kurene's friends had been a surprise, but then again, neither Kakashi nor Jiraiya had managed to instill the importance of shinobi-appropriate attire on the blonde originally, so perhaps she should have expected that there was someone else influencing him this time. The green and brown combo was a welcome change to the loud orange she remembered, as was the discovery that Naruto now seemed to understand the concept of an appropriate volume, something that had taken Kiba a few weeks to grasp upon being assigned to Team 8. They parted amicably, heading to their respective training grounds with full stomachs, and Hinata was glad that Naruto didn't once push her for a promise of a next time. She had a feeling it would be a while yet before she could spare the time for it again. Kurene was looking more stressed with every passing day, and Hinata suspected that the day of their departure for Kumo was closer than any of them were prepared for. Her theory was confirmed 3 days later when Kurene held out packs of paper to the three of them as soon as she arrived at the training grounds. Consent forms. She explained, sitting cross-legged on the ground with little fanfare and pulling her own folder open, raising an eyebrow until the three of them joined her on the ground. We're going to go through them, and if there's anything you don't like, we're waiting until the next round. Would we be allowed to wait? Shino asked skeptically, flipping through the pages carefully. I was under the impression that the village needs our participation to shore up its reputation after the invasion. I don't think anyone in the village is stupid enough to try and tell Sensei no. Kiba replied, swinging an arm around Shino's shoulders, which Shino rather tellingly didn't try to shrug off. Thank you, Kiba. Kurene replied, but she was smiling, more fond than offended, and Hinata found herself silently agreeing with Kiba's assessment. While your participation will certainly be useful TP the village, if you choose not to participate, Tsunade-sama will probably give you a field promotion soon anyway. Hinata wasn't the only one to startle at that, staring at Kurene in confusion, and their sensei sighed, smile growing a little wry. This might have been my mistake for not having you spar with your peers more. Kurene admitted slowly, and she seemed almost sheepish. But you're actually a bit too skilled for genin. Kyuuh? Kiba demanded, exchanging baffled glances with Hinata and Shino, but all Hinata could do was shake her head, similarly confused. But Genma-san regularly kicked my butt in spars, and Taijutsu isn't even his specialization. Yes, Kiba, Kurane explained patiently, though she now seemed amused more than anything else, but Genma is also a jounin. As are Yojao and Ebisu. I would have been somewhat alarmed if you were regularly winning spars against my friends. So, because we're used to fighting jounin, our perception of our real skill level is skewed. Shino posited hesitantly, staring at Kurane as if waiting for her to deny it. Precisely. Kurane agreed, smiling softly. Which is why I don't think the exams are going to cause you any trouble, but I want you to be comfortable with participating. In the end, all three of them signed the consent forms, though, with Kurane's permission, Hinata signed hers as Hinata of the Leaf. On her list of concerns, Kyumo trying something during an event as public and well known as the Chunin exams was quite low, but she could still remember the heart-stopping fear that had gripped her when she realized the man carrying her wasn't anyone familiar to her, for all that her attempted kidnapping had been almost 2 decades ago. Kurane had also taken her aside after she'd collected their consent forms and handed her a slim box that Hinata only vaguely recognized. It's from Yojao. Kurane informed her quietly, prompting Hinata to shoot her a concerned look. She was sent out on a mission yesterday, but asked me to pass it on before we get to Kyumo. I probably shouldn't be surprised that you think on a similar wavelength at this point. Go on, open it. Hinata obligingly slid the box open and nearly gasped at the contents. The sleek box contained dozens of individually packed, disposable contact lenses, all the color of the clear blue sky. I promise that I will not let Kyumo even think of trying anything. Kurane swore quietly, and Hinata believed her sensei instantly. But extra precaution never hurt. Hinata simply nodded, momentarily speechless, and tucked the box into the inner pocket of her jacket, managing a shaky smile for Kurane. From there on, their sessions became about drilling team formations and polishing off the individual skills they'd been working on since being charged from hospital. And then, a week after signing the forms, they were off. One of 3 Konoha teams Tsunade had decided to send, though the members of the other 2 teams had a good decade over Hinata and her team at the least. Surprisingly, Hinata found that she wasn't nervous. Instead, she was, and she could barely believe it herself, almost excited. One step closer to her goal. Chapter 12, Exams, 1/2. Kakashi wasn't expecting to arrive at Team 7's training grounds and find his students sitting in a circle with a distantly familiar Chunin coaching them through Fuinjutsu calligraphy, of all things. Upon a more thorough assessment, he realized that while Sasuke's lines were picture-perfect to the model Umino had laid out to them, Naruto's predictably wobbly but far less so than Kakashi would have expected considering the boys' academy grades. Sakura's seal was drawn less like she was tracing a picture and more like she actually understood how each element connected and intersected, which... His musing was cut short when Sasuke and Umino glanced up at him, one with a guarded expression, the other with undisguised displeasure. It's 10:30. Umino scolded him, a frown twisting his face and pulling at the scar over his nose, but Naruto waved him off, and unlike with Sakura or Sasuke, Kakashi had a feeling that Naruto wasn't being cruel intentionally. Still, he couldn't tell whether his blase, "It's okay, Iruka-sensei, Kaka-sensei often gets here at noon, so he's actually early today," hurt more or less than a similar comment would have coming from the other 2. Iruka stared for a second, clearly aghast, but Sakura finished her seal just then and interrupted before the academy teacher could voice his thoughts about Kakashi's tardiness. "Before you ask, sensei," Sakura began, clearly addressing Kakashi even though her attention was still on her seal tag, and he watched, somewhat amused, as she flapped a hand so the ink would dry faster. "Iruka-sensei is here to tell you what we learn at the academy, since we realized you might not know." "That's right," Iruka confirmed, shaking himself off and pushing to his feet, pinning Kakashi with a sharp look. "Let's go, Heitake-san. Let's touch base." But before he walked over to Kakashi, he paused by the genin and appraised their seal work. "Naruto, good job with the proportions but work on keeping your lines neater. Sasuke, perfect line work, now see if you can figure out what the components do." And Sakura Iruka grinned, a hint of mischief in his eyes that made Kakashi realize why Naruto liked the man so much. Amazing. Now try to adjust the intensity, how about that? Just don't blow up your teammates, please. No promises, sensei. Sakura mumbled, but there was a pleased slant to her mouth and a focus in her eyes Kakashi hadn't seen in a while. His contemplation of his students was cut short when Umino turned on him, and the earlier easygoing expression was nowhere to be found. Let's go, hey take-san. Kakashi stifled a sigh, but went willingly. After the conversation Genma had made him witness, he realized that avoiding his students wasn't the way to go if they were serious about requalifying as a sabotage squad. After all, while Umbu was theoretically anonymous, Kakashi reasoned that it wouldn't be long before someone let slip that he'd once been the captain of the most infamous sabotage squad that Umbu had ever seen. He wasn't sure he was ready for how his students would react to that news, however. Their journey to Kumo took 5 days. Along with her team, there were 2 additional teams composed of career genin, 2 men who Kurane had informed them were the impartial jounin who would be assessing their performance and advising the Godame whether they deserved the promotion, and a man Hinata had never seen before with auburn hair and amber eyes that was apparently the psych representative. He'd joined them outside of the main gates, dressed like Kagane-san, his expression perfectly bland, and one of the other genin had taken one look at the man and groaned. Psych, really, he huffed, looking displeased. You're gonna watch us too. The psych shinobi didn't acknowledge the words beyond tilting his head with a vaguely amused expression that reminded Hinata inexplicably of Sai, but he'd kept pace with them easily enough. She wanted to ask Kiba why the teen kept shooting the man odd looks as they ran, but there was little opportunity to speak without the risk of being overheard as they made their way to Kumogakure. As they ran, Hinata had to remind herself not to rub her eyes, the itch of the contacts novel and uncomfortable while she got used to them. Kurane had her don the colored contacts even before they met with the teams that would be taking part in the exams with them, her sensei's explanation citing both Hinata's need to familiarize herself with their feel, and the security risk of the other genin accidentally outing her as a Hyuga. It was easier to meet them as simply Hinata, since without her Byakugan, the standard robes most of her clansmen favored, and the signature hairstyle, her identity as a Hyuga wasn't exactly obvious. Eventually, it became clear that, much like the village hidden in the leaves was, in fact, hidden amongst the leaves of the forests that made up the Land of Fire, Hidden Cloud also earned its name fairly. When the snow of the Land of Frost refused to melt even after they crossed the border into the Land of Lightning, Hinata wondered whether the other genin accompanying them had forgotten, by virtue of no longer having genin-sensei to remind them, that Konoha's unusually fair and hospitable climate wasn't the standard among the shinobi nations. Still, she kept her observations to herself and buried her nose further in the collar of her jacket, following her team up the seemingly endless incline, the winds picking up the further up the mountain they got. And then, a checkpoint. Carved into the wall of the mountain was a guard post, and Hinata froze at the gruff, "State your purpose," that came from the rock. Teammate, representatives of Konohagakure's contingent, here on the Raikage's invitation to partake in the Chunin exams. Kurane replied smoothly, keeping her hands visible. I have our papers and identification in my bag. May I take them out? Slowly. The voice agreed, and Hinata watched as a man melted out from the rock face, a good 10 feet from where the guard post was located. He approached once Kurane held out the papers, eyes on the remaining members of their entourage before they scanned over the paperwork. Yui Kurane, Inuzuka Kiba, Abarame Shino, and Hinata of the Leaf. The man read out, and another Kumonin melted from the rock face, clipboard in hand, and he offered a curt nod of approval when the first shinobi turned to him. You may proceed. The exam starts tomorrow, so Nii-sama will show you to the contestants' lodgings. And then, the guard post opened up, showing a narrow tunnel carved through the mountain, the passage so long that Hinata could not see any light at the other end. She shared an anxious glance with Kiba and Shino, but when Kurane set off towards the tunnel, her posture loose and confident, they had no choice but to follow, though Hinata still felt her heart pick up a pace when the passage closed behind them, cutting them off from the rest of the Konoha squads. They walked for what could have been 5 minutes or 30 seconds, the walls illuminated by gemstones that looked like they had been infused with chakra and emitted a soft blue light, making the tunnel just bright enough to save them from tripping over each other. And then, the wall ahead of them opened, the sudden light almost blinding when compared to the near dark of the tunnel, and a blonde kunoichi stood at the other end, headband partially obscured by her fringe. "Greetings, Konohinen. I am Nii Yujito. I will show you to where you will be staying for the next few weeks," she greeted, her voice low and even, but Hinata could see an easy confidence radiate from the woman, not unlike how it did with Shikaku. "Thank you for your guidance," Kurane replied, inclining her head respectfully when she emerged from the tunnel, and Hinata hastened to follow, elbowing Kiba lightly when she heard him growl low in his throat as he stepped out of the tunnel and laid his eyes on their escort. "I am Ui Kurane and this is my team." "My pleasure," their guide replied, not quite dryly, but lacking any distinct warmth to her words, then turned on her heel. "Please follow." Still, Hinata couldn't help but look around in awe. It looked as if the mountain they had been climbing had been hollowed out on the inside to make room for the sprawling village that spread before them now. The tunnel led them out onto what would have otherwise been a balcony, if not for the fact that there were dozens of similarly fenced-off platforms as far as the eye could see. Towers of rock and glass jutted out from below them, some tens of meters below their platform, others stretching up so high that their tops disappeared amid the low-hanging clouds. They carved a village in a mountain. Kiba breathed, looking around with a similarly odd expression, a grin stretching over his lips. "Cool. The Raikage and Tsuchikage rarely ever see eye to eye," their guide offered, her expression softening a little at Kiba's comment. Kiba, though, was wide-eyed as he smacked a hand over his mouth and nose and pushed Akamaru back into his jacket when the Ninken freed his snout from Kiba's collar to snap his teeth. But, if nothing else, at least they agree on the subject of natural defenses. "It's very impressive," Kurane agreed, shooting Kiba a sharp look, but it faded when Kiba shuddered, his hair standing on end, his hand still over his face, the other fighting to keep Akamaru contained. "Kiba. Is he all right?" Yujito inquired, frowning when Kiba growled again, the sound audible even with his hand over his mouth. "I'm really sorry," Kiba managed, and Hinata scanned over what she could see of his face, but Kiba didn't look hurt, just deeply uncomfortable. "It's nothing personal, but Akamaru, cut it out." Shino caught the nine dog when he wriggled out of Kiba's hold, and Hinata sighed in relief when Shino expertly squashed Akamaru to his chest, one hand supporting the Ninken's body, the other clamped firmly over his jaw and nose like a muzzle. "I'm really sorry," Kiba tried again, voice muffled as he didn't move his hand from his mouth, "but you smell really strongly of cat." Yujito blinked, seemingly as surprised at the observation as Kurane and Hinata felt, then the corner of the kunoichi's lips quirked up, amusement dancing in her dark eyes. "Ah. You're the Inyazuka," she breathed, the dawning realization mixed with almost reluctant amusement. "My apologies. This is probably Atsui's attempt at being funny." Kiba frowned, not following, and Yujito huffed something that may have once been a laugh and inclined her head. "I am the Jinhiriki of the Two Tails. My partner, Madatabi, is a cat spirit." "Partner." Hinata's mind got stuck on that word for a moment, her eyes widening in surprise. Even after the war, she didn't think that Naruto had reached the level of friendship with the Kyuubi to refer to the Baijuyu as a partner. "Come here," Kurane beckoned to Kiba, and when he obeyed, she laid her hand over his nose, and Hinata felt a pressure change as if her ears had popped. "Better." "Much, thank you, sensei." Kiba breathed, visible relief in his posture as he shot Kurane an easy smile. Then, he sobered and turned to their guide. "I'm really sorry again, Nii-san, I didn't mean you or Madatabi-san any offense by my reaction," he apologized, inclining his head politely and missing the flash of surprise that passed through Yujito's eyes. "I just wasn't expecting, a dash." "It's, all right." The Kumo kunoichi cut him off, something like wonder and pleasure in her expression before it disappeared under her professional mask. "Thank you for the apology, Inyazuka-kun. We appreciate it." Hinata didn't miss the "we," nor, she supposed, casting a glance at her team, did any of them. She couldn't quite bite back the small, proud smile that pulled at her lips at Kiba's easy charisma that never failed to impress her when it showed itself. But, she mused, she shouldn't be surprised at the fact that Kiba understood Yujito's situation so quickly. If anybody could, she reckoned that a member of a clan so closely bonded with Ninken that Kiba and Akamaru could understand each other the same way she could understand Kiba, would be the one. She kept her chakra locked down tight, but, once Yujito turned her back on them and began once again leading them to their accommodation, Hinata reached out and wrapped her fingers around Kiba's wrist, squeezing gently. When he glanced at her, surprise and curiosity in his gaze, she smiled, hoping to infuse the expression with all the pride and awe she was feeling. After a moment, Kiba smiled back, twice as bright as before, and pulled his arm out of her hold only to catch her hand and squeeze back. She saw him eye Shino briefly, mischief clear on his face, then reach out. Shino initially flinched away from the contact, but Kurane laid a hand on his shoulder and Shino sighed, long-suffering and resigned, and obligingly offered his hand and allowed Kiba to grab onto it. Perhaps it was childish, but Hinata felt better with them so visibly connected, a united front in more ways than just in their agreement to be there, in these exams. When Yujito glanced back at them to check they were following, her eyebrow ticked up at the sight they made, but Hinata thought she saw the Kunoichi's eyes soften the slightest just before she turned back around. Eventually, Yujito stopped in front of a looming building so tall that its top floors disappeared among the clouds. This is where the first stage of the exams will be held. Please be here tomorrow, at 10 in the morning, on the 5th floor if you wish to take part. At their acknowledgement, she moved on, and the next time they stopped was in front of a shorter building, a good 10 minutes away from what Hinata hesitantly pegged as the center of the village. Yujito led them to the 3rd floor, stopping in front of the door at the end of the corridor before she pulled out a key and opened it for them. They went in, and as Yujito spoke to Kurane, Hinata looked around the space curiously. It seemed that they had been assigned an apartment for their lodging, the space surprisingly large and bright, all the walls painted pure white save for one, which was the clear blue of a cloudless sky. The longest wall of the room, directly opposite the door, was taken up entirely by windows almost as tall as Hinata herself, offering them a beautiful panoramic view of the jagged skyline of Kumagakure. The room itself appeared to hold everything but the bathrooms, with a living area in the center, a small kitchen and dining nook on one end of the room, and 4 bedrolls laid out on the opposite end. There were 2 other small doors tucked into the opposite corner to the kitchen that Hinata assumed led to the bathroom, and she couldn't help but be shocked by their host's hospitality to offer them such a large, luxurious space for the duration of the exams. There is a canteen on the ground floor that you are welcome to make use of. Otherwise, if you find yourself lacking anything, just speak to the guards at the entrance to the building. Yujito finished, and Hinata startled inwardly, snapping back to full focus. Thank you for your help and hospitality, Nii-san. I suppose we will see you around. Kurane replied, offering their guide a small smile, far from her usual brightness but much more than the guarded expressions she'd offered earlier. With a nod of acknowledgement, Yujito let herself out, leaving the key to the apartment on the shelf by the door. Well, Kiba began after letting Akamaru down so the 9-dog could familiarize himself with their new accommodation, the beginnings of a grin pulling at his lips. They definitely know how to make an impression. That night, as they settled down in the bedrolls, Hinata waited until her teammates' chakra and breathing evened out with sleep, the steady beating of raindrops against the windows lulling them to sleep. Then, once even Kurane's signature lost its edge of high alertness, she pushed herself into a sitting position and crossed her legs. She was too anxious to sleep. The nerves that she'd been able to repress for the duration of their journey to Kumo combined with the pressure that came once they actually stepped into the village proper finally breaking free of her iron grasp. Hinata tried to take deep breaths and ground herself, stretching out her chakra and coiling it back in the way Niji had taught her in her original timeline, hoping the rhythmic, repetitive task would calm her galloping heart. But even as she sunk into the feel of her chakra and let the rain and her teammates' breathing guide the rhythm of her motions, her mind refused to quiet, bombarding her instead with all the worst-case scenarios of what might happen if she slipped up. If she forgot her contacts. If someone let slip her surname. If she used her dojutsu. If she forgot herself and used Jyukin in the combat portion she was almost positive would constitute at least part of the exams. If someone saw her seal. If. Kumo had been willing to try to acquire the Byakugan in Konoha. There was no reason they wouldn't be even more daring on home soil. There was a sudden loud noise and Hinata jumped, pushing away the thought as her attention snapped to the windows, trying to find the source of what had startled her. It took her far longer than she cared to admit to realize that the earlier rain had turned into hail that now hammered relentlessly against the glass. The fact that the noise broke through her concentration only proved to her how shallow her meditation had been, how on edge she still remained despite her attempts at calm. Then, as she contemplated the windows, she realized with a jolt how vulnerable their accommodation made them. The glass that had initially added to the modern appeal of the apartment now made it seem like a gilded cage instead of the refuge Hinata had hoped for. She couldn't see anybody outside without turning on her dojutsu, but that didn't mean that nobody was there. The multi-story nature of the Kumo infrastructure lent itself more than well to hidden watchers. And, Hinata thought, a shiver crawling down her spine at the realization, with the windows taking up the longest wall of the apartment, there was nowhere to hide. Feeling her breathing pick up in pace and volume, Hinata was grateful for Akamaru's wet snout pressing into her bare thigh, but even the nine dogs' presence wasn't enough to quell the panic rising within her. She scanned the room, glancing between the windows and the living space, hoping to find something, anything that might be able to hide her, if only superficially. Her frantic gaze landed on the dining table on the other end of the room, one side of it pushed up against the far wall, the other against the wall with the windows, and her heart leapt at the prospect of shelter. Still, she didn't move, the last traces of sober thought telling her to be reasonable and try to settle down, to use the breathing techniques Kagane-san had coached her through, to not let her anxiety control her. Then, the sky outside lit up with lightning and a loud crack of thunder ripped through the quiet of the night not 2 seconds later, and Hinata was moving before she even registered the decision. Unwilling to stand up and reveal herself, to whom, her mind demanded, but it wasn't a question Hinata had an answer for, she grabbed her blanket and crawled on her hands and knees to the other end of the room. She pulled out a chair, careful not to let the legs scrape against the floor in fear of waking her teammates, then crawled underneath the table, bundling and bunching up her blanket until she had a makeshift nest. Her heart was still racing, her breathing ragged, and the tips of her fingers were numb with anxiety, but with her back pressed against the wall, her position in the corner allowing her to keep an eye on the front door and her teammates' slumbering forms, while the table above kept her out of view of the window, Hinata finally felt herself relax, her muscles aching when the tension finally left them. Akamaru whined when another bolt of lightning lit up the sky, and Hinata hummed quietly, lifting her arm in open invitation, which the nine-dog took with another quiet whimper at the thunder that followed. The adolescent Ninken curled up against her front, seeking comfort from her just as much as Hinata soaked in comfort from him, and together, they settled in for the night. Nada. Hey, Hinata, time to wake up. Hinata felt herself wake slowly, which was a luxury she could rarely indulge in, but her eyes felt heavy and the voice calling her name was quiet enough that she didn't feel alarmed enough to snap to alertness like she normally would out in the field. She hummed, pushing herself to sit up, twitching when a hand suddenly landed on her head, but its presence was explained when she sat up straighter and heard a thump, and instead of her head hitting whatever hard object was above her, the hand absorbed most of the impact. Kiba. She mumbled, opening her eyes slowly, a little confused when she realized she was on the floor and Kiba was crouching a few inches away, and that it was his hand that had prevented her head from smashing into the underside of a table. Is everything alright? Oh, yeah, all's good, Sensei just said to wake you so we could go to breakfast. Kiba grinned, slowly removing his hand from her head and letting it drop on his bent knee, though he kept both his hands within Hinata's line of sight. And hey, you didn't stab me this time. Feeling a small smile tug at her lips at the observation, Hinata lifted a shoulder in a tired shrug. You didn't startle me this time. See, I'm learning. Kiba boasted, though Hinata could see that, for all that he was genuinely pleased, the boasting was more for her amusement. She nodded, managing a quiet "you" before she lifted a hand to stifle an enormous yawn that made her jaw crack. Kiba snickered, either because he heard it crack or simply at the somewhat uncharacteristic action, and she blinked at him, curious as to what he was waiting for. Kiba, seemingly reading her mind, tilted his head, his grin dimming a little, a note of concern flashing through his eyes. I heard it was stormin' last night. He pointed out, apropos nothing, and Hinata sat up as much as she could while still under the table, more cautious now. Were you keeping Akamaru company? Or was it the other way round? As memories of last night trickled back in, Hinata noted that the out was there, and she loved Kiba in that moment for offering it. She could shrug it off, say that she'd woken up in the middle of the night and realized that Akamaru had been having a hard time with the storm so she'd gone to comfort him. She could say that. She realized quickly, however, that she didn't want to. Hinata shot a glance at Kurane, surprised to find her sensei already looking back, a similarly worried expression on her face as she found on Kibis. Upon reading the question in Hinata's eyes and apparently correctly guessing its origin, Kurane nodded imperceptibly, offering her a small, encouraging smile. The other way around. Hinata confessed on a sigh, prompting Kibis' eyes to widen a little, likely surprised that she chose not to take the out. He shuffled to the side when Hinata gestured that she'd like to get out from under the table, her neck twinging uncomfortably. She extricated herself from the nest of blanket and shuffled out, though she made no move to stand up once she could sit up properly, merely crossed her legs and leaned back against the wall, welcoming the cool stone against her heated back. "Is it safe, sensei?" "Nothing that rings any alarm bells, but mind your volume just in case," Kurane replied, and Hinata wondered at the lines of tension at the corners of her sensei's eyes. She shook the thought off, making a mental note to ask later, and focused on Kiba, gesturing for Shino to come over as well. "The peace treaty between Konoha and Kyumo was signed on my 3rd birthday." She began once Shino had sat down beside Kiba, the Abarame's hand settling almost automatically on Akamaru's nape. "But before the Kyumo delegation left, the head shinobi tried to acquire the Byakugan by kidnapping me." She'd been semi-prepared for it, so Kibis startled, incredulous what didn't shock her as much as it might have. She could also pick up the change in volume of the buzzing of Shino's Kikaicha, so despite her teammate's face remaining impassive, she knew he was comparably alarmed to Kiba. "He didn't succeed," she assured them, somewhat unnecessarily. "I stalled him, and my father caught up to us and killed him." "Did Kyumo retaliate?" Shino asked quietly into the silence that fell when Hinata paused to collect her thoughts, and Hinata shook her head. "Why? I don't suppose they would take too kindly to their head diplomat being killed, even if the fault lay with them." Hinata smiled sadly at the emergence of Shino's verbal tic, its absence these last few months all the more apparent for its sudden appearance. "They demanded my father's head," she explained quietly, gaze falling to Akamaru's content expression, the 9-dog almost dozing under Shino's careful fingers. "If Konoha had refused, Kyumo could have declared another war, and the village couldn't afford that." They agreed. "I thought Hyuga Hayashi is still alive," Shino murmured, and Hinata could feel his confusion even with his eyes covered. "He is. Because my father had a twin brother. My uncle, Nijin Isan's father. They sent him instead." Kiba's eyes were wide and Hinata could tell that he was indignant even before he opened his mouth. "How is that any better?" Hinata took a deep breath, met Kurane's gaze to check in, then let it out and looked from Kiba to Shino, then back again. "Because my uncle bore this," she replied, raising a hand to her forehead to push up her fringe and reveal the mint green seal on her skin. "It's a seal given to every member of the branch house." She swallowed, trying to clear the lump in her throat to little success, her shame like a physical weight pressing her down. "It allows certain members of the main house to keep the branch house in line, and it destroys the Byakugan at death. Because Kyumo got my uncle, they never got their hands on our dojutsu." Hinata tried not to let the tremble in her hands show as she lowered them from her forehead and waited for her teammates to process what she'd dropped on them. She'd been shocked by the realization she'd had on their way to Kyumo, that Kiba and Shino didn't know Niji in this timeline. Because of the distance that had been between her and Niji until their original Chunin exams, she'd never introduced him to her team as a genin, and this time around, with the mission that had taken them out of the village for the exams, they had simply never crossed paths, nor heard her cousin's story during his fight with Shikamaru. It therefore fell on her to tell them her clan's history, and she wasn't going to dishonor her uncle or cousin by skipping over just how horrifying that history was. "If the seal is only for the branch house," Shino began quietly, picking up on the one thing Hinata would have rather they had let slide, "then why do you have it?" "Because I asked Jiraiya-sama to put it on me," Hinata admitted, wincing at the way Kiba's neck cracked when he jerked his head up to look at her, as if waiting for her to take the words back. "When I learned where the next exams would be held." And she hesitated, shooting another look at Kurane, but her sensei was looking out the window now, a pained expression on her face. "And because, in the long run, it makes it easier for me to get rid of it altogether when I take over from my father." What I don't understand, Kiba started quietly, his voice uncharacteristically soft in the way that Hinata had learned to be wary of in her previous life, is why you are only telling us this now. When we're already here, in Kumo. And why you agreed to come here in the first place. Hinata tried, but Kiba didn't seem inclined to listen to any explanations she might offer, bulldozing right over her interjection. They tried to kidnap you. He all but shouted, staring at her with wild eyes. Why are you trying to brush it off like it's no big deal? We're supposed to be a team, to support each other. It was a long time ago. Hinata replied, wincing immediately when the words left her mouth. Not only had she misspoken, since it had been barely 8 years since the Hyuga affair, not almost 20 like in her mind, but also because she caught how Kiba recoiled at her dismissal of his care, as if she'd physically slapped him with her words. And I don't want to live in fear. Kurane twitched at that, staring at Hinata as if she'd said something far more revealing than she felt she had, and Hinata wondered what part of her admission had prompted that expression on her sensei's face. That doesn't mean you have to trivialize it. Shino interjected quietly while Kiba continued to stare at her in horrified contemplation, and Hinata was momentarily thrown by the intensity behind the Abarame's words. Is that the reason for the contacts? And why you didn't use your family name in your paperwork? Hinata nodded, and with that, the tension seemed to crack, though Kiba was still unusually withdrawn when Hinata got up to get ready for the day. 15 minutes later, they set off, heading to the dining hall that had been pointed out to them the previous evening. Upon walking in, Hinata was surprised to find the hall unexpectedly empty, or emptier than she had expected it to be. Another thing became quickly apparent upon further assessment. Hardly anyone was actually eating from the hot food counters, most of the shinobi in the canteen sticking to fresh fruit or rations they must have brought with them. Why is nobody eating? Kiba whispered to Kurane, and Hinata was relieved he'd finally learnt the value of modulating volume. Probably worried about poison. Kurane replied in her usual voice, steering them towards a 6-seater table near the door, and Hinata was relieved that they didn't have to walk all the way through the hall. Do they really think Kumo would poison a buffet their own shinobi are eating at? Kiba asked, frowning, and Hinata hadn't even noticed that any Kumonin were in the hall with them, but a closer look revealed at least 2 Kumo teams gathered towards the back of the room. Some prejudices are hard to shake. Kurane said simply, shrugging a shoulder. Plus, what many people forget is that while Suna is famous for its venomous fauna, Kumo holds a similar reputation for its flora, so it's not even that much of a hardship for them to source poison. Kiba seemed to think that over for a few seconds, then shrugged, shooting them a sharp grin when they settled at the table. All right, gimme a moment and I'll do some recon. And then he wandered off towards the hot food counters, drawing a few less than friendly glances and confused looks when he started cheerfully picking a bit of everything to put on his plate. Hinata took a deep breath in the silence that fell around them as they waited for Kiba to return, trying to ignore the itching feeling on the back of her neck that told her they were being watched. Well, they went all out. Kiba grinned when he returned, almost falling into his seat, his plate stacked with food. They eat heavy here. There's a lot of meat and cheese and potato in the hot dishes, though there's also something that I think is porridge, plus a lot of fruit and nuts in the cold food section. Nothing smells wonky though. He assured them, shoveling a forkful of what looked like potato, sausage, and beans and tomato sauce into his mouth. To Hinata's great relief, he chewed and swallowed before he continued speaking. Besides, a lot of the poisons that are most effective when ingested would have been killed by the heat needed to prepare the hot food. Everything on your plate is safe. Kurane checked, smiling at Kiba's assessment and reaching out a hand to ruffle his hair before she too pushed away from the table and stood up, casting another look over the spread on Kiba's plate. Yup. Kiba confirmed easily. I don't smell anything except deliciousness on this. Hinata, having chosen a seat that gave her a view of the door, caught the way one Kumo shinobi twitched as he headed out, shooting their table a glance from the corner of his eye, though he didn't fully turn. We owe Genma-san a fruit basket after this. Shino observed dryly as he watched Kiba gorge himself on Kumo cuisine without a care in the world with an almost scientific fascination. He saved us from a fortnight of rations-only diet. Here. Kiba grinned, either ignorant of or not caring about the tomato sauce on his chin as he raised his bread roll in a mockery of a toast. Laughing quietly, Hinata stood when she caught sight of Kurane coming back and headed to the buffet to pick out her own food. They owed Genma so much more than just Kiba's poison-identifying ability, and if they survived these exams, Hinata was going to make sure Genma, Yojeo, and Ebisu all knew it. For now, though, she had breakfast to gather and an exam to pass. The first stage of the exams was a written exam. The actual contents weren't too hard, though they contained many cultural questions that Hinata felt were skewed in favor of the competing Kyumonin. The cultural questions were mostly mixed, but the way the history questions were phrased made it clear that Kyumo was pushing a very specific narrative. A narrative that not everybody was willing to accept. This is bullshit. A name Kunoichi stood up, slamming her hands against the table much like Naruto once had, but unlike his childish overconfidence, this girl was older, and she was furious, her chakra cold and cloying as it rolled off her in vicious waves. How dare you blame the smaller nations for their geography? We didn't ask to be the battlefields of your pissing matches. If you don't like the questions, Aimnin, you are free to withdraw. The proctor drawled from the front of the room, not acknowledging the accusation. Your team will not be affected. Fuck you. The Kunoichi hissed, but she kicked her chair back and stormed out of the room, ripping her exam in half and dropping the paper on the floor before the door slammed behind her. A boy stood up when the door slammed, a rebreather covering his mouth and jaw, and also ripped his exam, though he left his on the table as he followed what Hinata assumed to be his teammate out of the room. And you? The proctor asked, turning unerringly to the third member of the AIM team, though they had been assigned seemingly random seats. Are you staying? I knew the 5 nations are trash. The Kunoichi replied, the rebreather modifying her voice into something that sent shivers down Hinata's spine. I just thought you'd be more subtle in your propaganda and victim blaming. But, no matter. Hinata couldn't see the girl, but she wouldn't have been surprised if the girl had shrugged at that. Somebody has to win this, so I'm staying, thanks. Well, that's as good a segue into the final rule of this exam as any. The proctor announced, something mean flashing through his eyes. As a team of 3, you all have a different set of 50 questions, and your team needs 75 points altogether to pass. Hinata paled, not sure of their odds with this news. However, you're in Kyumo, not Konoha. You do not need all 3 teammates to compete in the next stage. Murmurs erupted at that, and the smile on the proctor's face could almost have been called bloodthirsty. If you think that you have a greater chance of completing the exams on your own, you can declare yourself as an independent participant. You will only need 30 points to pass, and as compensation, you will also be gifted 10 points that will go towards your score in this section. The murmurs grew louder, but Hinata couldn't help but frown, struggling to figure out what Kyumo gained from this allowance. Alright, say I wanna do this by myself. Asuna Kunoichi 3 seats to Hinata's left raised her hand, eyebrow almost at her hairline. What next? Thank you, participant Yume. You will receive an additional 10 points to whatever you score. The proctor checked their clipboard, eyes flashing with an expression that could only be described as sadistic joy. Participant Minami and Katsuki from Sunagakure's Team E, please leave the room. You are hereby disqualified from these exams. Now wait a second dash. Yume demanded, rising to her feet, eyes wide. Nobody mentioned dash. How else could you have become an independent participant? The proctor demanded, calm now, his earlier schadenfreude carefully hidden. What else could you have been compensated for? The 2 Sunanin slowly shuffled out, ki leaking from them as they walked past Hinata's row, and Hinata winced, but she suddenly understood the reason behind Kyumo's ploy. Particularly when 7 more people raised their hands, eliminating their teammates to improve their own chances of getting through. 16 participants eliminated by their own teammates. Not only did that greatly boost the immediate odds of those left, but Hinata had a worrying thought that the teams which have been sabotaged from within wouldn't stay teams for long after the exams were over. The Kyumo organizers wanted to encourage infighting. To weaken other teams not just in the exams, but in the long term, too. Hinata was horrified, but a part of her couldn't help but be impressed at the cold-blooded manipulation. Still, she kept her hands down, and content with the knowledge that, with her team, she didn't have anything to worry about. It was a good thought. Out of the 57 teams that had started the first stage, 29 full teams got through to the second stage, plus 11 independent participants. The others either hadn't amassed enough points to pass, or, in the case of the AIM team, chose to leave. Hinata exchanged a look with Kiba and Shino as they stood before the entrance to the cave that had been assigned to them. The instructions seemed too simple. Although Konoha's second stage had also been, get through this _________________, only in Konoha, it had been forest, not cave system. The name, Forest of Death, had clued even the foreign participants into the fact that the second stage wouldn't exactly be a walk in a park. This cave system, however, looked normal. Almost indistinguishable on the outside from the tunnel they had entered the village through. If the proctor could be trusted, it was a standard fracture cave, barely a kilometer long, and they had half an hour to get through it. Easy, the proctor had called it when he'd given them the go-ahead, starting their time, nothing to worry about. I don't trust him. Kiba muttered as most of the teams around them disappeared into their assigned caves, though a few seemed to hang back like them. It seems too easy. Agreed. Shino murmured, stepping closer, though he kept his eyes on the mouth of the cave. Hinata. If we cover you, can you take a look at the cave? Hinata blinked, processing, then the realization of what, precisely, Shino was asking for dawned, and she flinched. But she could see the logic in the plan, so she nodded and crouched, despite how much the idea of using her Byakugan made her anxiety spike. As one, Kiba and Shino shifted to stand at her sides, the motion natural but also carefully calculated so they perfectly covered her temples with their bodies, hiding the telltale veins of the Byakugan from view. Inhaling carefully, Hinata concentrated, and, after imagining that she was also exhaling her anxiety, activated her dojutsu. The cave was bright. The opalescent crystals that lined the walls and provided illumination in the tunnels seemed to be made of chakra, some halfway to fading, others almost painfully bright. But what drew Hinata's attention more than the curious brightness of the stones were the bodies hidden in the alcoves of their cave. Wherever the main cave splintered off, a fork in the path or a dead end, Hinata saw shinobi waiting, their chakra brimming with anticipation. It's a trap. She murmured, quiet so only Kiba and Shino heard, trying not to move her lips too much. There are 3 teams of 3 waiting in the cave. One about 50 meters in, one about 100 meters further, and another one at the very edge of my range. I knew it. Kiba huffed, sounding a mix of exasperated and anxious. What do we do? While I believe in our combat ability, I don't know anything about the structural integrity of these tunnels. Shino replied. As if to prove his point, there was a loud rumbling sound and the cave 4 tunnels to the right of theirs shuddered before the ceiling partially blocked the entrance. Well. Shino mused after a beat, eyebrow ticking up and the corner of his mouth quirking in obvious amusement, while Kiba openly snorted. I stand by what I said. Okay, so we try to avoid a full-on fight. Kiba agreed, still snickering quietly. Ideas on how we do that? Both boys turned to Hinata at the question, and she realized she'd been quiet for too long. She startled at the sudden attention, then frowned thoughtfully, running through her team's abilities and the restrictions they'd agreed to, and... Kiba, do you have any airborne poison? She asked quietly, the beginnings of a plan coming together in her mind, though she wasn't sure whether her teammates would accept it. It'd be mean. Almost cruel, if it worked. Kiba made a noise of assent and dug through his pack, pulling out a handful of baubles that looked like small smoke bombs. You have something. Shino guessed, his gaze trained on Hinata, and she tried not to fidget. It's an idea. She agreed, and at Kiba's expectant hum, she quietly explained. They're waiting in alcoves. If we mask our approach, we could send in Shino's Kikaicho to disorient the teams and maybe drain some of their chakra, then Kiba could throw in his poison, and I could use an earth wall to close the alcove off from the rest of the cave. When she said it out loud, it sounded almost stupidly simple. It took a few more seconds for the boys to realize that it would also be verging on cruel. That's Kiba began, an odd expression on his face as he considered her, and Hinata wasn't sure if the glint in his eyes was surprise or fear. That's, one way to do it, for sure. 20 minutes. The proctor called, his voice booming oddly, and Hinata startled, not having realized that a third of their time had already passed. Probably the best way we have. Shino replied to Kiba's comment, and his tone at least hadn't changed upon hearing Hinata's plan, though it was a cold comfort. It minimizes the chance of open engagement, which we were aiming for. And our task is only to get through the cave, so if we're quick about neutralizing them, we can run the rest of the way to avoid the risk of them chasing after us. Kiba shuddered at Shino's summary, but when Hinata glanced at him, he seemed determined, playing absently with the poison baubles in his hand. All right. He agreed quietly, meeting first Shino's, then Hinata's gazes head on. Let's do this. In the end, it worked almost too well, and Hinata had been relieved to fold herself into Kurene's waiting arms as soon as the officials on the other end of the tunnel told them they'd passed the second stage. Any injuries I should know of? Kurene asked them lightly, absently rubbing Hinata's back while her other hand combed through Kiba's hair. None. Shino reported quietly, pressing against Kurene's other side and getting a quick shoulder squeeze from their sensei, before her hand went back to Kiba. We didn't openly engage with the sabotage teams. Oh. Kurene said, eyebrow rising, though there was only curiosity in her voice. Explain. Shino did, and Kurene grinned proudly at their strategy, not a hint of judgment or concern in her expression. Good job. Kyumo's playing to every advantage their shinobi could have, so well done for spotting the potential danger of full-on fighting in a cave when you don't know rock release. At their shocked faces, Kurene laughed outright. That's how they chose the sabotage teams. Even if the caves collapsed around them, they'd still survive, but you wouldn't have. And I much prefer the three of you alive. We do too, Sensei. Kiba assured her, pulling away from under her hand and shooting her a brilliant grin. Any chance your reward for us for not dying is gonna involve food. Do you always think with your stomach? Shino grouched, but even Hinata could tell his heart wasn't in the taunt. It seemed that Kiba could, too, because he merely stuck his tongue out and turned to Kurene, expectant. As a matter of fact, I was planning on it. Kurene announced, not bothering to hide her amusement, and Hinata forced herself to pull away from the embrace, feeling a bit more grounded already. I spoke to Nii-san while you went for the written exam, and she had some recommendations. Yes. Kiba cheered, throwing his fist up and startling Akamaru from where the nine dog had begun to doze against Kiba's shin, and Hinata watched as the Ninken huffed and shuffled over to Shino, ignoring Kiba's betrayed traitor. Inside. Voice. Shino hissed, balling up a fist and bonking Kiba over the head, a stark contrast to Kurene's gentle petting, and Hinata had to hastily smother a laugh at Kiba's floored expression. Sensei dash. Kiba whined, but Kurene just sighed and laid a hand on each of the boys' shoulders and pushed, prompting them into motion. Tomorrow. Kurene assured them as the four of them fell into an easy formation without conscious thought. You'll have all the opportunity to fight tomorrow. Today, how about we just relax? Hinata sighed with relief and bent down to scoop Akamaru into her arms, pressing the dog against her chest and nuzzling the top of his head, getting happy snuffles in return. Relax. She could do that. Probably needed to do that, if she was being honest with herself, and she knew Kurene knew it. Not for the first time, she found herself grateful that her team had been so much quicker to fall into their old dynamic this time, even if some elements were different than in her first life. She had never been able to fully relax at the Hyuga compound, always feeling like she was being judged just for existing, and even her room that she'd grown up in never quite succeeded at feeling homely. But her team was home. As that realization sunk in, Hinata felt the tension she'd been holding since they'd left their accommodation slowly leak out, and by the time they reached the first restaurant, she was almost boneless, dropping onto the bench with none of her usual grace, her anxieties helpless against the powerful realization. She was home. Chapter 13, Exams, 2 halves. Their time to relax felt all too short for Hinata's tastes, and less than a day after passing the second stage, they were being herded into an arena to begin the third stage. Combat. Of course it was combat. And of course Kyumo would be displeased with almost a third of the participants making it through. Sighing, Hinata tuned in to listen to the speech announcing the rules of the preliminaries, and quickly found herself paling at the sudden burst of killing intent that followed the Kyumo official's words. To pass this stage and qualify for the final round, your team needs to earn 30 points. The official drawled, his unimpressed gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. You get 3 points for an outright win, 2 for making your opponent withdraw, 1 for a draw, and 0 for a loss. What about those of us without teams? Someone called, drawing a few murmured words of support. 30 points. The official repeated dryly, gaze finding the speaker with ease. Guess you should warm up, IWANN. They planned this from the beginning. Kiba muttered to her and Shino, his voice a mix of fear and awe, and Hinata found herself appreciating Kiba's newfound ability to be discreet. Yes. Shino agreed, his gaze not leaving the official, and Hinata thought she could detect a hint of unease in his voice. It is far from an honorable tactic, but this once, it works in our favor. Yeah. I guess 10 wins between the 3 of us is doable. Kiba nodded, though the frown marring his brow didn't fade as he shivered. I wouldn't even dream of trying to reach that by myself. If you lose or withdraw, you can fight again. The official calls, raising his voice over the chatter his announcement had inspired. Only permanent incapacitation or death should prevent you from fighting another battle after a loss. What if there are no more opponents but we still don't have enough points? Someone else called, and the smile the official shot them was mean and full of teeth. You advance automatically. Hinata stifled a shiver and focused on her team. What's our strategy? They don't seem to be interested in skill, just the result. Shino observed, voice thoughtful, drawing a snort from Kiba. So quick and efficient instead of flashy, the brunette summarized, sighing dramatically. You two are gonna own this round. Quietly, Hinata reckoned that Kiba would be surprised at his own ability to be quick and efficient when pressed. Shino voiced her thoughts, you've gotten better at efficiency recently. Did you just compliment me? Kiba did a double take, his shock almost comical, and Hinata raised a hand to cover her mouth to stifle her laugh. Hinata, you heard that, right? He just praised me. You're hearing things. Shino shot back, moving with the crowd to the sidelines to wait for their matches, prompting Kiba to squawk and chase after him to continue their bickering. At least until Shino was called on to fight in the second match. He won in 3 minutes, his opponent dropping to the floor, almost completely drained of chakra. Then it was Hinata's turn. Ao watched the only Konoha Kunoichi walk over to the center of the arena, his eyebrow flying up without conscious input at the comparison between the girl and her hidden stone opponent. The Iwagaku Kunoichi was kitted up in a way Ao would have expected to see were she headed to war, a sword looped through her belt, a Fuma shuriken on her back, and multiple pouches strapped to her thighs. The Konoha child, in contrast, barely seemed to have a single kunao pouch, her jacket the only protection from the elements and enemies alike. Curiously, Ao noted that the girl's steps made no sound as she made her way to the designated starting spot, but her opponent didn't seem to notice or care. I'm going to grind ya to dust. The IWANN sneered, baring her teeth and cracking her knuckles in a very poor display of intimidation tactics. The other Kunoichi didn't deign the comment with a response. She could have been wearing a mask for all the emotion her face showed, her blue eyes almost unblinking as she stared at her opponent. Oi, I'm talking to you, Leaf. The referee called a start to the match just then, and the IWANN didn't waste any time. With a grimace like she found the Leafnin to be worse than the scum on the sole of her shoe and a truly staggering waste of chakra that Ao felt even with his Byakugan off, she covered her hands and arms with a thick, unforgiving layer of jagged rock, apparently determined to keep her promise of reducing the Konohanin to dust. And then, she made a mistake. Whether as an opening move or as another intimidation tactic, she bent down to punch the ground, the force of the blow opening a small canyon between her and the Leafnin. And as she bent down, she dropped her gaze from her opponent to the ground. Before Ao could even blink, the Konoha Kunoichi was suddenly behind her opponent, having covered the 20 feet that separated her and the IWANN in less than a second, needing neither hand signs nor a technique name for the movement. While her IWA opponent was straightening, having seemingly sensed something amiss, the Konohanin reached out and, viper quick, pinched the back of the other girl's neck. The IWANN was falling forward, unconscious, before she even had a chance to fully straighten. The Leafnin watched as her opponent smacked into the ground, the rock encasing her arms crumbling to pieces once the girl's grasp on her chakra slipped along with her consciousness, then turned to the referee. 2 points to Team 8 of Konohagakure. The referee announced boredly, and the Leaf Child nodded and took her leave, making her way back up the stairs to the Konoha contingent. The whole fight hadn't even lasted a minute. That wasn't very sportsmanlike. Koshi-san commented when Hinata made her way to the Konoha sector, his words light but Hinata could hear the note of judgment in his voice. She felt herself flush, not sure what to reply, suddenly questioning her decision to end the fight as quickly as she could, despite it being the strategy the three of them had agreed on. Before she could even think of what to reply, Kiba was suddenly next to her, swinging an arm around her shoulders and throwing a friendly grin at the man, though, by Hinata's standards, it had too many teeth to be genuine. "I'm sorry, I think missed the memo where they were giving out points for outstanding moral fiber." Kiba shot back at the man, and Hinata could hear the defensiveness in his voice clear as day. Defensiveness for her. "Kiba!" Kurane called sharply, likely hearing the same, though she didn't move a muscle to pull Kiba away or do anything beyond shooting him a reproving glance. Still, despite telling Kiba off, Kurane also glared at the back of Koshi-san's head, clearly equally disapproving of the man's comment as Kiba himself was. "Backing off, sensei," Kiba assured their teacher, pulling at Hinata until she started walking and leading them over towards where Shino stood, launching into an animated explanation of how cool he thought her fight had been. It didn't escape Hinata's notice that Shino positioned himself between her and Koshi when they stopped beside him, nor that Kurane shifted so she stood right behind them, watching their backs. Suddenly, the less-than-friendly comment was the last thing on her mind, replaced instead with the almost overwhelming love she felt for her team. Their next 3 matches were nothing out of the ordinary. Kiba won his first match, Shino drew his next one, both him and his opponent being chakra-absorbing types, and Hinata snuck another victory past Asunanin, copying Shikamaru's tactic from their first Chunin exams and casting an area effect genjutsu that made the boy run headfirst into the wall. Kiba's second match drew attention, less because of how it ended and more because of who it was against. "You know the first thing I heard about you?" Kiba asked Kuratsuki of IWA, a girl Hinata vaguely recalled from the war as incredibly imposing and arrogant, though here, 6 years before Hinata originally met her, she was merely a girl. "Who your granddaddy is?" Kuratsuki scowled and tried to pin Kiba once more, but he twisted out of her hold and blew more purple powder her way, forcing her to shunshin a safe distance away and lose her opening once more. Throughout the match, Kuratsuki had been pushing Kiba's defenses, pressing his buttons with her words and obvious targeting of Akamaru, but Kiba, much to Hinata's surprise, had yet to lose his temper. "The problem with that, for you, is that you're already someone, because of whose granddaughter you are. And you know the problem with people who think they're somebody, even when it's not deserved." That was surprising, too, the stream of near-constant, idle chatter that Kiba kept up, his tone not changing despite Kuratsuki's progressively more acidic words. "They assume that everybody else is a nobody." 3 things happened in quick succession. Kiba threw something at Akamaru, then launched himself into the human bullet, forcing Kuratsuki to relocate once more, though not before making the ground around Akamaru erupt in sharp earth spikes. Kiba landed, threw something else into Akamaru's now human hands, and threw himself into the bullet once more, twisting in such a way that forced Kuratsuki closer to Akamaru than she had been before, though the kunoichi kept her back turned to the transformed Ninken, her attention solely on her human opponent. Kiba landed on all fours, out of breath but with an ethereal grin on his face, at the same time as Akamaru snuck up behind Kuratsuki and stabbed a syringe into her neck. Kuratsuki's hand flew to her neck and she struck out towards Akamaru, but she stumbled mid-motion, giving the 9-dog the time to create distance between them and transform back into his dog form. "Sweet dreams," Kiba wished cheerfully, waving mockingly as Kuratsuki stumbled once more, then her legs folded under her and she hit the ground, unconscious. 3 points to Team 8 of Konohagakure. The proctor drawled. Hinata's third fight was the moment she realized her team wasn't the only one somewhat overqualified for the exams. Her opponent, Haku of the Mist, seemed to be about as happy as she was to be forced to fight. Though he looked feminine, Hinata heard more than a few quiet jeers about her and Haku's respective appearance, his features soft, his hair long and well-kept, his outfit intended to obfuscate his gender, There was an expression in his eyes that told Hinata that Haku's perceived softness was about as indicative of his ability on the battlefield as her own shyness. Yet, when the proctor said go, both of their opening attacks were senbon. When it became clear that long-distance attacks wouldn't get them far, Hinata allowed herself to be drawn into close combat, but instead of brute force, Haku met her modified Jiuken with a bout of pinpoint strikes aimed at key organs and pressure points. They clashed, and Hinata lost track of time in between trying to dodge Haku's blows and not out herself as a Jiuken user. By the time she tired enough slowed down so much that she needed to shunshin to get out of Haku's range, she was panting, sweat dripping down her face, her lungs burning. It was only mildly comforting that Haku's right arm was hanging limp, Hinata having managed to tap the nerve in his shoulder to numb it, because the teen seemed unperturbed by their fight, his breathing barely elevated. Seeing the distance Hinata had put between them, Haku made as if to cover it and press his advantage, so Hinata threw her nastiest genjutsu at the boy, needing to buy herself some time to recover. He stilled, his face losing the little color it had had, and Hinata tried to take deep breaths and quell the shaking in her hands. When fighting, she had always been able to either win the element of surprise, or been so completely outclassed that the fight had only been about survival. She had never been so evenly matched. She felt the moment Haku broke through the last layer of her illusion, but even if she hadn't felt it, she wouldn't have been able to miss the change in his disposition. "I'm sorry," the boy muttered, the words almost drowned out by the din of the voices of the other contestants, but Hinata heard him. A few seconds later, she understood precisely what the boy was apologizing for, when a thick mist enveloped the arena, and ice mirrors emerged seemingly from within the mist, trapping her in their circle. A moment later, Haku appeared on the surface of every mirror, his visage surrounding her, and this time, Hinata heard his murmured apology clearly. It didn't stop her from feeling the pain of two senbon needles suddenly embedding themselves in her shoulder, but she felt somewhat comforted by the fact that she couldn't sense a shred of malicious intent from her opponent. This was just a fight. Hinata could forfeit, and her opponent would let her. But she didn't want to disappoint her teammates. She dodged two needles, but one still hit her, and she felt her left shoulder go uncomfortably numb. She flashed, one-handed, through the signs for the simplest fire jutsu she'd picked up from Kakashi, but the heat from the fire didn't even cause the mirror to steam up, much less melt. She ran through more seals, twisting so Haku's senbon hit her already numb arm, determined to leave herself at least one functioning hand for jutsu usage, and sent an earth spike at the mirror to her right. The mirror shattered, but before she could run through the sudden gap, another was created in its place, caging her in once more. Hinata set her jaw and went to shunshin, but the moment she would have crossed the barrier of the mirrors, hands grabbed her bodily by the shoulders and nigh threw her back into the center, the sudden stop to the shunshin motion leaving her dizzy and disoriented. She flared her chakra while she tried to gather herself, uncertain of how Haku was accomplishing his feat of being in all the mirrors at once, but no genjutsu broke before her eyes. More senbon dug into her skin, a punishment for every second she spent contemplating her next steps, but the pain from them barely registered beyond the growing numbness, caused by both the nerves Haku was managing to hit with frankly staggering accuracy, and the speed at which he must have been moving to create the illusion of being everywhere at once. Hinata chanced a look at the mist, even she could barely see through it enough to see Haku's reflections, she was almost certain that her figure was nigh invisible to the spectators. But was being almost certain enough? She took a deep breath, giving herself a moment to absorb the decision she'd reached, that it would have to be. With the exhale, she threw caution to the wind and activated her Byakugan. Tracking Haku now was still far from easy, his chakra signature moving from mirror to mirror fast enough that it seemed to smudge, but Hinata could be patient. Because Haku, even moving as quickly as he was, had a visible pattern. Hinata concentrated instead on dodging as many needles as she could, all the while dedicating most of her attention to tracking and analyzing Haku's movement. And then, when her right arm was hanging limp, more needles than she could count protruded from her body, and she was forced to keep most of her weight on her right leg, her left long since numb. She found it. There was one technique she could use, but it would be a gamble. The twin lion fists was not a technique she used lightly, had only ever used it in life or death situations, but she needed to end this in one hit, because that was all she had left in her. If she let Haku drag out the match anymore, she would be mostly useless for any matches after this one, and she couldn't risk being the reason her team failed. She called the chakra to her left hand, let the lion form around her fist and forearm, and flash-stepped to the next mirror Haku was heading to. Her strike caught him mid-motion, his body half in the mirror, half out, and Hinata felt her technique connect, felt it suck most of the chakra out of Haku's coils and recycle it, felt the strength of the hit knock the breath out of Haku's lungs as he was sent flying, his body hitting the concrete with a wet thud, the momentum making him roll a few more meters before he finally stopped. Hinata let her technique go and deactivated her dojutsu seconds before the mist began to dissipate and the ice mirrors began to melt, remembering where she was with the start. She stepped through the gap between the dripping mirrors and slowly made her way over to Haku's sprawled form, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her at the smear of blood left on the floor from where Haku had impacted the ground. "Do you forfeit?" she asked quietly, meeting Haku's dazed eyes evenly even though her legs were shaking, adrenaline wearing off and making her register the pain that came with still having dozens of needles in her body. "Kill me," Haku replied instead, his voice barely a whisper, an expression of complete devastation twisting his face, and Hinata felt her heart break at the plea. "I have failed. Kill me, please." Hinata stared at the boy, feeling beyond horrified. Then, she hung her head, feeling a rarely felt anger rise within her, and sent a mental apology to Kiba and Shino. "I will not," she whispered, meeting Haku's gaze briefly, her own expression resolute in the face of his pleading one, then turned to the proctor. "Declare a draw, please," she requested, ignoring the jeers and whispers that broke out in the stands. "Neither I nor my opponent are capable of continuing." The proctor eyed her briefly, disdain curling his lip, an expression he didn't even attempt to hide, before he nodded archly. "The match between Hinata of the Leaf and Haku of the Mist ends in a draw. Both teams shall be awarded 1 point. Hinata felt a tension she hadn't realized had been weighing her down finally release and she sighed, then promptly lost whatever strength remained in her legs. She would have crashed into the ground right next to Haku if Kurane hadn't suddenly materialized beside her, catching her in a way reminiscent of Hinata's first Chunin exams and her fight against Niji, and Hinata had a moment to be grateful for this second chance at life, even if she still was no closer to understanding how it had come to be. Then, she let herself slump into Kurane and be carried back to her team. She allowed Kiba to fuss over her and pluck out the remaining needles from her body, let their lecture wash over her, her brain not registering the words, focusing instead on drawing comfort from the sounds, the familiar cadence of her friends' voices, the simple fact of being cared for. When her next match was called, almost an hour after her fight with Haku, Hinata felt a bit more awake. Not awake enough to fight, though, so she almost didn't feel guilty for burying her Suna opponent in Genjutsu until Hinata could walk up to her leisurely and pinch the back of her neck, ending the fight within a minute when the girl dropped to the ground at her feet. When she walked back up to her team, Koshi-san's offhand comment about Kurane raising a Wetworks squad almost didn't make her flinch. Almost. After they were dismissed from the arena, Hinata wanted nothing more than to hide away from the world for a bit after the stress of the preliminaries. On the first day of their fortnight to prepare for the final round, she stayed at the apartment, resting and catching up on lost sleep when Kiba and Shino went out to train. On the second, when the boys took their rest day, she excused herself after dinner and headed for the steep staircase she'd seen hidden in the rocky cliff, hoping to find solitude at the top. The long climb quietened her mind, the burn in her legs during the steep, endless stairs grounding her in the moment, the stabbing pain in her lungs for once nothing to do with anxiety or injury but simple physical exertion. Once she reached the top, the stunning view of the Rocky Mountains of Kumo and the setting sun glinting off of the glass and metal that the village was built of rendered her breathless for an entirely different reason. She sat near the edge of the tallest cliff, close to one of the few puddles that still remained after the thunderstorm of the first night, the barest hint of chakra sticking her to the rock. The puddle wasn't anything close to the river that ran through Konoha that she'd meditated by so many times, but it was enough. Extending her chakra and dipping it into the still water beside her, Hinata released the tension she'd been holding and settled into her meditation. She didn't know how much time passed before she sensed movement nearby, a startled sound accompanying a pulse of chakra as whoever had invaded her peace steadied themselves, but Hinata didn't pause to think. She drew on the chakra she still had spread across the surface of the puddle, the water obeying her easily as she stretched it into the shape of a needle and launched it in the direction of the newcomer. She opened her eyes only after she released the needle and was surprised to note her opponent from the preliminaries, Haku, with a palm-sized ice mirror at the height of his throat, Hinata's water needle reduced to droplets against the reflexive surface. She ignored the realization that, had he been one of her teammates or academy peers, Haku would have likely already been dead. "My apologies," she managed, finally withdrawing her chakra from the puddle and only belatedly realizing how cold it had gotten in the time she'd been meditating. "You startled me." "It is my fault," Haku replied quietly, dropping control of his technique so it, too, turned into harmless water that splattered against the rock. "I apologize for disturbing you." "It's all right," Hinata murmured, studying Haku and finding the boy studying her right back. "It's a public space. Yet one that we both seem to have sought out to be alone." Haku shot back with a small, wryly amused smile, and Hinata gave a light shrug. "I wouldn't mind your presence, Haku-san," she offered, drawing a surprised look from the Mistnin, before he smiled, the expression a touch warmer than before. "Thank you, Hinata-san." And so saying, the boy walked over, telegraphing his movements all the while, and settled a few meters to Hinata's left, brown eyes sliding closed in a startling show of trust. Not able to detect any ill will from the teen beside her, Hinata slowly did the same, stretching her chakra over the puddle once more and falling back into her meditation. "Hinata-san," Haku called some time later, his voice quiet and soft, allowing Hinata to ignore its call if she so wished. Hinata blinked back to full awareness slowly, gently, finding her way back to her body with none of the alarm of earlier. "May I ask you something?" She nodded, not seeing the harm, yet nothing could have prepared her for Haku's next words, "Why didn't you kill me?" Hinata's heart stilled for a beat, then broke. The Mistnin next to her sounded genuinely confused. Taking a breath to steady herself, Hinata gave the only answer that came to mind, the truth. "The 3 points for the victory were not worth your life." "I am a tool?" Haku shot back, his frown only deepening. "If I can be defeated so easily, then I am of no use to my master." Hinata took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. She tried not to think of Niji, but the comparison was almost inescapable. "Your life has value beyond your use to somebody else, Haku-san. In your village, that may be so. In mine, all that I am is thanks to Zabuza-san." Haku replied, and his voice sounded tired and resigned, like he was stating a fact. "If I cannot be of use to him, then my life is of no use to the village." Hinata took a deep breath again, fighting against the anger that threatened to rise within her. Raging at the village system would be an exercise in frustration, and raging at a foreign village for weighing the value of human life in regard to its usefulness would be hypocritical, considering that Konoha was far from perfect. Another breath. "Are you happy?" she asked instead. "Excuse me." It was Haku's turn to blink, visibly startled by the question, and he looked lost to Hinata's eyes, like he wasn't certain how to reply. But when Hinata refused to take it back, he frowned, expression thoughtful. "It's all I've ever known. Serving Zabuza-san saved me from the streets and bloodline purges. I was happy for the opportunity to live." "Zabuza, Mamakai Zabuza." Hinata checked, recognition sparkling in the back of her mind, though she'd only ever heard of the man as a side note. "Yes." Haku acknowledged, something surprisingly soft in his eyes considering who he was talking about. The Godame Mizukage withdrew her predecessor's kill on-site orders. With Gato's money, Zabuza-san got back his village and his jounin rank. "And you were allowed to follow him." When Haku nodded, Hinata tried for something resembling a smile. "Then I believe that your life has more worth than you think. If you have grown up with and were of use to a jounin as notorious as Momoichi-san, I think your village would value your skill as a shinobi, too, not just a tool." Haku frowned then, an expression Hinata was intimately familiar with flashing through his eyes. A shinobi who couldn't even pass the chunin exams is not a shinobi. Hinata smiled sadly at the edge of self-loathing in the other boy's words, more than familiar with the feeling, but there was something else she needed to point out. "You could have continued the preliminaries beyond our fight." "Not if I didn't want to unequivocally out myself as a Yuki." Haku denied, and Hinata could tell there was something significant in the name he listed, but she didn't know what it was. Haku, apparently seeing her incomprehension, elaborated, that loathing turned outwards now. Before the purges, back during the Third War, Kyumo had hunted my clan. Hinata felt a flash of white-hot rage pass through her at the news and decided to take a gamble. I am familiar with that, she confessed, raising a hand slowly, telegraphing her movements all the while, a part of her wondering if she wasn't making a mistake. She squashed it, not sensing any ill will from the boy beside her, and took out her contact lens, ignoring the tremble in her hand. Haku's startled intake of breath told her that, unlike her, he recognized the significance of what she was showing him, which was confirmed by his quiet murmur of, "Hyuga." Yes, she confirmed, carefully putting her contact lens back in and blinking at the discomfort of the action. Kyumo diplomats tried to kidnap me when I was a child. The Byakugan is venerated here. That was how you located me. Haku breathed, the light of a sudden epiphany in his eyes. During our match. Yes. Hinata confirmed, not seeing much point in lying. Your mist masked your movements, but my dojutsu could see through it. She smiled wryly, reflecting back on what she'd been thinking during the match. Our skill sets were, unfortunately, matched. Haku studied her for a beat, expression unreadable. You don't fight like the Hyuga I have fought before, he observed, frowning thoughtfully now, and Hinata repressed a wince. Haku seemed to notice it anyway, because he elaborated, a tiny smile pulling at his lips. It is not a bad thing. Your style reminds me of Silent Kill, in a way. And I think it speaks to your worth that you are formidable even without your clan's signature technique. And far kinder. Thank you, Haku-san. Hinata managed, swallowing past the lump in her throat. In her experience, when people accused her of not fighting like a Hyuga, it was rare that anything positive followed. You do not think it an insult? Haku mused, staring at her with wonder and no small amount of disbelief. At Hinata's confused blink, he elaborated. That I call you kind. Hinata sighed, wondering how to phrase her reply in a way that did justice to her complicated feelings on the matter and also didn't bare her soul to a boy who was still, despite his unexpected kindness, a stranger from another village. I don't think kindness is synonymous with weakness, she explained at last, her voice coming out softer than she would have liked. I would much rather be kind than cruel. We're shinobi, Haku pointed out, a weight behind the title as if he was parroting something that had been said to him. Yes. Hinata agreed again, because that was unlikely to change for either of them anytime soon. But I still think cruelty is a choice. Haku hummed then, not deigning her claim with a verbal response. For a moment, it was silent between them, and Hinata almost thought that the conversation was over. But Haku surprised her when he spoke again, his eyes on the sprawling village below them, his voice subdued, like a confession. I don't enjoy killing. I do it when Zabuza-san needs me to, and I don't complain, but I don't like it, he whispered, and Hinata wondered whether that was the first time he allowed himself to voice these thoughts. I was told, repeatedly, that it's a failing of mine. Hinata felt another wave of anger wash over her, no less potent despite Haku barely qualifying as an acquaintance. She was more than familiar with those people. Is that why you use Senbon? She asked instead of pressing the subject, striving to keep her anger out of her voice lest Haku think it was directed at him, and absently wondering whether this was another similarity in their fighting styles they were unearthing. Is that why you use them? Haku shot back, clearly thinking along similar lines, and Hinata barely caught the huff that threatened to escape her. Yes. In part, she admitted, gazing out over the village to avoid Haku's knowing gaze. My clan's fighting style means that I can stop a heart with a single touch and permanently destroy somebody's chakra network with another. I don't always want to fight like that. If I wished to, I could freeze my enemy's blood right in their veins. Haku disclosed, and Hinata felt a shiver go down her spine at the admission, at the power it hinted at and the hollow tone it was said in. I rarely wish to. They sat there like that for a few seconds, the words settling around them, their mutual admissions of what many would perceive as weakness simultaneously weighing them down and feeling like absolution. I don't think that's a failing. Hinata breathed after some time, ripping her eyes away from the quickly falling night to gaze at the Kirinin. Yes. I am beginning to realize that. Haku replied with a small, pleased smile, the lights of the village reflected in his dark eyes. I've never been understood like this. He admitted quietly, something complicated flickering across his face. I would like to help you. Your opponent in the finals is vicious. She has something of a reputation, and she will not hesitate to kill you, particularly after her defeat at your teammates' hands. Hinata frowned, shifting so she could face Haku properly, not sure what he meant. What are you offering? She asked after a beat, when no further explanation seemed forthcoming from the teen. Help. In whatever form you'd like. He explained, no deception in his countenance, and Hinata just stared at him for a moment, processing the offer. Koshi-san's words about her team becoming a Wetworks squad were still fresh in her mind, especially the fact that the man had used her fight as his example. She'd always lacked presence, first due to her shyness, then because it was easier to hang back and observe, to let Kiba and Shino dig and provoke reactions then come to her for a summary of what she'd managed to glean from the interaction. She'd learned to walk soundlessly in Umbu, after the war, Tetsuya taking great care in teaching her to stifle her presence to blend in with her surroundings for guard duty and regulate her breathing to not draw attention, teasingly calling her their team's little ghost girl when she eventually learned well enough to sneak up on him. But she'd never thought about combining all those elements into a fighting style. At least, not until Haku's offhand comment that her method reminded him of Silent Kill. Putting all those parts together, her response seemed obvious. I'd like to disappear. Kurane rarely found herself blindsided. As a genjutsu mistress, her specialization required so much attention to detail that few things slipped past her notice even when off-duty. Most of her friends were also fantastic, and paranoid, shinobi, so even if she didn't catch something, someone in her close circle was bound to. Unfortunately, this time, her friends were likely to be just as blinded to reality as her. She had expected for her team to make it through the preliminaries, so she didn't spend much time reflecting on the manner in which they had qualified. Instead, her first hint to something being amiss came in the final stage. It began with Shino decimating his Kiri opponent with a mix of his Kikaichu and fire release, forcing the Hojiki to keep liquefying lest the insects drain him of his chakra. When the Kirinin started to show signs of fatigue, resorting to physically dodging rather than liquefying, Shino brought out his Rinkaichu and closed in with the sort of ruthless taijutsu Kurane had only ever seen Ebisu employ. The poisonous, flesh-eating insects tore through the flesh of the Kirinin's left shoulder and upper arm, his sword arm, before the Hojiki saw sense and forfeited with a curse. Her second hint came when Kiba managed to keep pace for over 10 minutes with a 20-something Suna puppet mistress with a worrying penchant for poison. When the Kunoichi finally got the drop on him, boasting of how he only had minutes before her poison took effect, Kiba sent a transformed Akamaru to keep the Kunoichi busy while he crafted an antidote in the middle of the arena floor and chugged it the moment it was finished, not a shred of hesitation to his movements. Then, he'd thrown himself into the human bullet technique, thoroughly destroyed the Kunoichi's puppet, and proceeded to forfeit, though not before throwing up all over the shredded remains of the weapon that had seen the Sunanin coast through the preliminaries. Despite Kiba's loss, Kurane doubted that anyone saw the Suna Kunoichi as the winner of that match. Her third hint came when Hinata faced the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, a Kunoichi rumored to possess the venerated lava release and vicious enough that she'd secured a position in the bingo books of her own merits at 13 years old. And Kurane's own Kunoichi student didn't flinch when Kuratsuka taunted her, or when the earth of the whole arena split into jagged spikes and she had to take to the air, or when her opponent blew a wave of fire at her while she was still in midair. Instead, Kurane watched as Hinata crafted a wall of water from the remnants of the Hojiki's jutsu that hadn't yet soaked into the stone, which, when the techniques collided, shrouded the arena in mist. Only the mist didn't disperse when the Iwanin called out a wind jutsu. It didn't even budge. Instead, Hinata used what must have been hidden in the mist, and, when she finally dropped the jutsu, Kuratsuka lay at her feet, unconscious, 3 senbon in the side of her neck, leaving little doubt in the minds of the spectators that Akanoha Genin had just taken out the Tsuchikage's granddaughter using Kirigaku's silent kill. Her fourth hint came with the realization that none of the Genin her team had faced in the final round were weak Genin. In fact, she was pretty sure all three would have already been Chunin ranked in Konoha. Yet her kids were still, somehow, unconceivably, better. Kurane remembered what she'd told them before they'd left for Kumo, that they were a little too skilled for Genin. She'd meant it purely in respect to their technical skills, a comment on the superiority over their peers that came from training regularly with Jounin and getting assigned missions that jumped a rank more often than not. What she'd failed to consider was just which Jounin she'd exposed her kids to. And what sort of side effects the missions they'd been assigned would have on their mentality. She'd forgotten that, while Ebisu, for all that he, much like her, had steered clear of the shadow ranks, had also grown up navigating Guy's physicality and Genma's cunning. And while she'd hoped that he would gel well with Shino when she'd introduced them, she hadn't realized how much of Ebisu's particular brand of practical ruthlessness her student would end up absorbing through that acquaintance. Similarly, while Yojao and Genma were strong Jounin, they were also Umbu. And Umbu, as Kurane had long since found out but had forgotten when introducing her kids to her friends, came with a certain mentality that those in the shadow ranks struggled to shake off even when not donning the mask. As was Kakashi, but Kurane wasn't quite ready to acknowledge whatever teaching Hinata had been receiving from her friend. Hinata's style being similar to Kakashi's was supposed to be a joke, something cute, something to maybe tease the man with. It was never supposed to be something that Kurane would grow to worry about. But she couldn't deny that her kids, while undeniably hers in their sensitivity to genjutsu and preference for quick, short fights, were also reflections of her friends. Shino not hesitating to use his Rinkaichu against a peer while demonstrating a solid grounding in all gen, tai, and ninjutsu was a testament to Ebisu's influence. Kiba's practicality on the field when crafting an antidote mid-fight, combined with his subsequent tactical retreat but only after rendering his opponent's weapon all but useless, had Genma's signature cunning all over it. Hinata's use of mist to hide her dojutsu and win against the tournament favorite in under 2 minutes, all without revealing anything more about herself than a basic proficiency with water release and silent kill, reeked of Yojao's vicious practicality. And Kurane in the middle of it all, wondering how she'd forgotten that she'd had her kids for a year. How she'd forgotten that they weren't green graduates anymore, that it was inevitable that they'd grow. She just hadn't expected for them to grow right out of the bumbling genin stage and straight into shinobi within the year that she'd had them. Looking at them now, standing shoulder to shoulder as they watched the last match of the final stage, quiet satisfaction and self-assuredness radiating from all three, Kurane vowed to step up her own training when they got back to Konoha. Her team's Chunin promotion was inevitable at this point, and, if anything, this exam had proven was that her kids might be able to take up Team 7's combat squad designation alongside their original tracking specialization, but Kurane wasn't about to let them go without a fight. She was their sensei. They were hers, the little possessive voice in her mind hissed, the product of her blood, sweat, and tears. Hers to look after and protect until she had no strength left in her, and she wasn't going to let them go out into the world alone. Stifling a sigh, yet unable to fight the proud, vicious smile that quirked her lip as she walked over to stand beside Shino, she wondered whether Anko and Ibiki would be up for a repeat of boot camp when she got home. Tsunade stared at the group in front of her, bemused. She'd received the write-up of the kids' fights from the two accompanying Jounin, but looking at them now, she struggled to marry the vicious practicality of the shinobi within the report with the quietly expectant children standing before her desk. So, she hedged, glancing between the three, studying their reactions intently, "Do you think you deserve the promotion?" Instead of the outburst she expected, or the enthusiastic retelling of their many successes that stared back at her from their files, the three genin remained silent, exchanging looks, before the Abarame spoke. "We qualify for it," the Abarame replied, voice quiet and even and inflectionless. "But merit is subjective. It is, ultimately, your decision, Hokage-sama." Tsunade blinked, shooting an incredulous look at Yui, but the woman just smiled fondly at the back of her student's head, not seeming in the least surprised. "That's not what I asked, kid." Tsunade shot back, earning a single, one-shouldered shrug at the words from the Abarame. "What if I decided to keep you as genin, How would you feel?" "I wouldn't mind." The Inyazuka grinned, picking up from his teammate with another shrug, hands in his pockets and his nine-dog at his feet. "I like my team." "And you, Hyuga?" Tsunade pressed, turning to the thus far silent Kunoichi. Anything to add? I agree with my teammates. The girl replied, her voice even quieter than the Aberamae's, but stronger, bolder. But, regardless of merit, I think that the village stands to benefit from our potential promotions. Tsuand paused, momentarily stumped, then shot a sharper glance at Yui, but the woman met her gaze evenly, once more completely unsurprised at the sheer ballsiness of her students. Bold claim. Tsunade managed, making a show of pushing the reports and files around her desk as she processed the kid's observation. Hearing about the steel trap of a political mind hiding behind the quiet mien from Jiraiya and Shikaku had been one thing. Having the girl pinpoint the reason why Tsunade was even considering promoting any of their graduating class despite her distaste of child soldiers, however, was another entirely. But you're not wrong. She admitted at last, and, as if she'd been waiting for the cue, Shizun disappeared to the next room for a moment and came back with three Chunin vests in her arms, coming to stand by Tsunade's desk and offering Teammate an encouraging smile. Teammate, comprising Aberamae Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Inyazuka Kiba, under the tutelage of Yui Kurane. Tsunade read out, getting to her feet and planting her hands on her desk, taking in each of the brats with an assessing look. While the Inyazuka was visibly excited, the leg his nine dog was not leaning on bouncing anxiously where he stood. The other two met Tsunade's gaze, calm as could be, and waited patiently. Snorting, Tsunade grabbed the official scroll and lobbed it at Yui, then gestured for Shizun to hand the kids their flak jackets. I hereby applaud your impressive performances at the Kumigakure exams and award each of you the rank of Chunin. Congratulations, go celebrate, and get the hell out of my office. Yui snorted at the last comment, her professional mask crumbling at last, and opened her arms wide, getting three hugs of varying exuberance from her students. Then, perhaps catching the flicker of pain that shot through Tsunade at the scene, she ushered her kids out of the office with a final bow and let the door swing shut behind them. Tsunade sighed explosively and set about gathering the recommendation papers and tucking them into the respective folders, then she held out the messy stack to Shizun, who accepted them wordlessly and moved to file them away. Was it the right decision? Tsunade asked quietly as she sank back into her office chair, prompting Shizun to pause, though her apprentice didn't turn around when she spoke. I don't think anyone can know that for sure, Shishao. Shizun said quietly, resuming her task of sorting the files. But Hyuga-chan was right. Although they're young, their promotion benefits the village, and that's all anyone can ask you to worry about. Tsunade quirked a smile at the words, but even she was aware it probably landed closer to a wry grimace. At times like these, she found herself wishing that her team hadn't fractured, that she still had Jiraiya and Orochimaru at her side for counsel and support. Orochimaru wouldn't have hesitated or even thought twice about the promotions, wouldn't have insisted on the kids going through the exams in the first place, would have simply promoted the genin the moment he was informed that there were shortages in the forces and Teammate ticked the basic requirements. Nor would his vicious practicality have allowed him to spare a single second afterwards to wondering whether he hadn't doomed the kids to the fate of cannon fodder. She hated that she envied him. Hana sighed, dodging another subtle attempt at Tsumu made at wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Sorry, she repeated, pasting on a smile that felt more like a grimace, but she reckoned Tsumu was too self-absorbed to notice. I really can't do dinner today. What's got you so busy, Tsumu asked in that same smarmy tone that was half the reason she refused to spend time with the man one-on-one. You never have time for anything fun. Umbu's got me busy, Hana wanted to say, feeling a swell of bitter frustration. Guard duty. Clinic duty. Clan responsibilities, take your damn pick. But she settled on a smile that she hoped came across as sheepish rather than sarcastic, knowing that Tsumu, career Chunin from intelligence, would not care for the explanation of her responsibilities. Oh, you know, medic rotas are crazy. But you're not on duty now, so why not? Tsumu pressed, not getting the hint regardless of how unsubtle it had been. In fact, he stepped closer, reaching out with one hand, clearly intent on Hana's shoulder. Hana-sensei. A voice called quietly, and Hana half-turned, the motion moving her shoulder out of Tsumu's range, making his hand fall back to his side in a scowl twist his lips before he caught himself and wiped it away. Hinata was suddenly there, at Hana's side, and she slipped her arm through Hana's, looking up at her with a cheerful smile that didn't reach her eyes. Are you ready to go? Hana stared at Hinata, momentarily startled, but the other girl met her gaze and held, her face open but expectant, not even pretending to acknowledge Itsumu. Yeah. Hana managed belatedly, realizing that Hinata was offering her an out. Yeah, I was just waiting for you. Let's go train, she grinned, then turned to Itsumu, managing her fakest apologetic smile yet. Sorry, I promised Hinata-chan we'd train after my shift. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Then she tugged Hinata along, not waiting for Itsumu's response, and didn't let go until they were a good 2 blocks away. Thanks for the save, she said breathlessly, letting Hinata separate their arms, the other girl's fake smile melting off her face, though her eyes remained soft, her expression friendly as she gazed at Hana. Has he tried that before? Hinata asked instead, a tiny frown pulling at her brows, voice concerned. Unfortunately yes. Another voice replied, and Hana startled, not having sensed Tetsuya's approach. If he'd actually touched you, I'd have intervened, Hana-chan. Hyuga, hello again. Tetsuya-san, Hinata returned the greeting, prompting Hana to stare between her teammate and her brother's friend with no small degree of bafflement. Hope you've been well. You two know each other? Hana couldn't help but ask, raising a disbelieving eyebrow at Tetsuya. Our sisters are friends. Her teammate explained, but his attention was on Hinata. I didn't think they let Jen in on infiltration missions. Hana frowned, not following the sudden non sequitur, but it seemed Hinata understood the cryptic observation because her hand flew to her face, fingers stopping just shy of her eyes. I forgot. Thank you, Tetsuya-san. Then she proceeded to take out her contacts, and Hana wondered how she hadn't noticed until then that Hinata hadn't been looking at her with the usual lilac of the Hyuga's pupilless eyes. She didn't think it possible, but Hinata had somehow made the bright blue of the contacts look natural on her face, like her eyes had never been any other color. She glanced at her teammate, hoping for some more of an explanation on the familiarity between the two, but Tetsuya was useless. The man was hard to read on a good day, but now all Hana could glean from him was a hint of surprise and something almost pleased. Don't mention it. He waved the girl's thanks off, green eyes watching as she stashed her contacts in a small case and tucked it back into her pouch. Were you actually going to train, or dash? Hinata-sama. Hinata jumped, and she wasn't the only one, but Tetsuya's hand on her wrist prevented the girl from gouging out the other Hyuga teen's eyes. Hinata's fingers suspended mere inches from the other boy's face. Niji-san. Hinata managed, disbelief and fear tinging her voice, though she sent a nod of thanks to Tetsuya before she focused on her cousin, prompting the Umbu to release her wrist. Are you alright? Because the boy was panting, Hana realized, gasping in desperate breaths, his face red, the look in his eyes panicked, though not because of Hinata's reaction. It's Hanabi. The boy gasped, and Hana both saw and felt Hinata freeze. The elders are trying to seal her. There was a second of silence. 2. Then a split-second roar of killing intent so potent that Hana almost couldn't believe it came from Hinata. Then the girl was gone, her cousin cursing as he gave chase. Slowly, Hana turned to regard Tetsuya, a wordless understanding passing between them. Oh. Chapter 14, Chunin, I. Hinata burst into the dojo, her mind quiet even as her chakra boiled beneath her skin. She forced herself to stop for a second and take in the scene while she caught her breath. Only about half of the elders were present, with some wary-looking branch house members lining the walls of the dojo, but Hinata's attention was drawn to the very center of the room. Elder Hideki stood there, the same elder who had been one of the two who had stormed her hospital room after her team's run-in with the Akatsuki, the very elder whom she'd granted an extended hospital stay for a genjutsu-induced heart attack. Now he stood with an ink pot in one hand and a brush in the other, and the tip of the brush was pressed against Hanabi's forehead. Worse yet, Hinata realized as her heart skipped a beat and her eyes catalogued everything she could see from her place at the door. There was a ceiling matrix painted at Hanabi's feet, visibly keeping her from moving, judging by the way Hanabi's muscles were straining with the effort to get away. For a moment, everything was still. The calm before the storm. Then, Hinata's chakra raged. She didn't allow herself time to think once she was noticed. She flashed to Hideki's side, a knife hand to the forearm dislodging the ink pot from his hold, then she whirled on Hanabi. Hinata channeled more chakra to her foot and slammed it against the floor the way she'd seen Sakura do so many times during the war, if to a much lesser extent in her case, but it got the job done. The wooden panels of the dojo floor shattered beneath the blow, and so too did the ceiling matrix. Hanabi stumbled, suddenly free, but Hinata was there, catching her sister and flash-stepping away from Hideki, putting distance between them even as she knew she needed to stay for the confrontation. Hanabi stumbled again as they stopped, not used to Shunshin travel even for such short distances, and Hinata steadied her sister at the same time as she ran her thumb through the mess of ink on Hanabi's forehead, smearing the ceiling calligraphy and disturbing whatever initial matrix Hideki had managed to put down. She laid her hand on Hanabi's shoulder and pulsed a quick kai through her system as well just in case, then urged Hanabi behind her, covering her with her own body to hide her from Hideki's sharp gaze. "Hideki-san." Hinata murmured once the most pressing issues had been taken care of, her voice flat and quiet and trembling with the anger coursing like liquid fire through her veins. "What do you think you were doing?" Hideki stepped to the side, away from what Hinata assumed was the puddle of spilled ink on the floor, and it was only then that Hinata realized that, in her anger, she had activated her dojutsu. "When did you get back?" Hideki asked instead of answering her, and Hinata was too far in her own head to identify the note in his voice, but she saw the way his chakra jumped. "Hideki-san." She repeated, her own voice sharper now even as she didn't so much as twitch from her defensive position. "What were you doing? You seemed determined to take up your role as heir." Hideki replied at last, apparently recognizing that it wasn't wise to ignore her question again. "Your sister will need to be sealed sooner or later. Only after I become head." Hinata snapped back, then made a conscious effort to soften her voice and dull her words, turning off her Byakugan at the same time. "Not before." When Hideki didn't deign that with a response, she asked the other pressing question, "Where is father?" "Your father was called away on an urgent mission. He has the best dojutsu range in the clan." Hideki informed her, then eyed her from head to toe, making something in Hinata's very being want to shrivel and hide. "Something you ought to work on if you wish to succeed him." Hinata took a deep breath and pushed down her personal feelings on the matter, keeping her focus on the fact that Hanabi had almost been sealed and her father wasn't even there. "Who approved Hanabi's sealing, then?" Hideki scoffed, but didn't answer. "Nobody." A branch house elder murmured finally, and when Hinata's gaze snapped to him, she found his eyebrows raised, an odd expression on his face as he studied her right back before he shrugged lightly. "But Hideki's main house, so nobody could disapprove." And then, while Hinata registered the words, the man gasped and stumbled, grasping blindly for the wall to keep himself from falling even as Hinata saw his knees buck and his face twist with pain. She looked around frantically, knowing, in the back of her mind, what could have caused this reaction from the elder but refusing to believe it, and found Hideki's eyes focused unerringly on the branch house member, his lips twisted down into a cruel grimace. Hinata saw red, and her hold on her chakra escaped her, along with her killing intent. "Stop!" she commanded, and a pained gasp from Hanabi forced her to try to focus and rein in her chakra and narrow her killing intent on Hideki alone, something else that Haku had tied her in their fortnight in Kumo, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. "You are an elder. Your role is to advise," she told the man coldly as he clutched at his chest and panted heavily, and Hinata finally straightened from her defensive crouch and took a slow step forward. "What you tried to do is treason against the clan." Hinata eased back on her killing intent and activated her Byakugan again, searching for the two hidden signatures she knew would be there. There. Both signatures by the front gate, one on the roof of the nearest house, camouflaged under genjutsu, the other hidden in the trunk of a nearby tree. "Umbu." Hinata flared her chakra in the standard Umbu distress signal and saw both figures snap to attention, dropping their techniques at once. She cut the chakra to her dojutsu, knowing her goal had been accomplished, and settled for the wait, knowing it wouldn't be long. In the few seconds she had to wait, Hideki had gotten his breathing back under control and straightened, just in time for the screen door to open, both Umbu agents taking a moment to survey the scene they have just arrived at before the one who had been hidden in the tree turned his attention unerringly to Hinata. "What seems to be the emergency?" he asked, the voice modulating seals of the mask giving his voice an eerie reverb, but, if anything, Hinata found it comforting. Elder Hideki nearly committed treason against the clan in mine and my father's absence. She told the Umbu quietly, ignoring the way Hideki's chakra spiked in anger. He also attacked another clan member without provocation. Is there a place in the village where he can be held until my father's return? The two Umbu members exchanged a look before the one who had initially spoken replied, there are temporary hold cells in T&I. Hinata felt the temperature in the dojo drop a good 10 degrees, but she just inclined her head politely. That is acceptable, she murmured, smiling tightly as she felt Hanabi's fingers creep up and wrap in the bottom of her jacket. I would also appreciate if one of you could escort my sister and cousin to the Inyazuka compound. This request got a verbal reaction. Think of the clan's image, you foolish child. She probably shouldn't have been surprised that it wasn't Hideki who spoke. Perhaps Hideki was merely the bravest of the elders who disagreed with her position as heir apparent? How will it look? Please don't say anything more. I am Hinata whispered, closing her eyes briefly and seeking out Hanabi's hand, prying her sister's fingers from the hem of her jacket and moving them so they were holding hands instead, fingers intertwined. Umbu-san, would one of you please be able to get Kagane Natsume from Psyche? The Umbu who hadn't spoken yet nodded, extending a hand to Hanabi and Niji. Come. Hanabi trembled but obligingly stepped towards the Umbu, but when Hinata turned to look at Niji, she found him shaking his head. I'm not leaving you here. Ah. Hideki murmured, speaking for the first time since the Umbu's arrival. That's how you knew. And then Niji cried out, his knees buckling beneath him, and Hinata soared, having connected the dots much faster this time. She was vaguely aware that Hanabi ran to Niji's side, but she didn't stay to watch her help Niji up. Instead, she flashed to directly in front of Hideki, gathered her chakra, and struck his stomach, jabbing all 5 of her fingers into the tenketsu surrounding his chakra core and wrenching the gates open. She flashed back to Hanabi in time to see Hideki collapse to the floor, his chakra leaking out of him like water from a sieve. Hinata had used the very move she'd told Haku she actively avoided in most fights, a move learned on the front lines, for the front lines, one of the few things that had proven effective against the Zetsu clones. Aside from the brutality with which it destroyed the victim's coils, Hinata usually avoided it because it involved getting too far into her opponent's guard, exposing her to just as much danger as it posed to the enemy. But Hideki hadn't expected retaliation. His guard had been lowered. So Hinata gazed at his gasping, trembling form, watched as his chakra left him faster than even the most skilled field medic would have been able to replenish it. If left unattended, Hideki would slip right past the shock brought on by rapid chakra drain and into chakra depletion, then, if he didn't receive immediate medical attention, he would die. Feeling not much of anything at all, Hinata waited for someone to step in and stop the chakra bleed. Nobody moved. She didn't know how long she stood there, watching Hideki bleed out and irreparably damage his coils even if someone stepped in to help him, but she stood and watched until a new voice ripped her from her reverie. Hinata. Hinata turned her head to where the voice had come from, relief slamming into her at the sight of Kagane-san. She shunshined to the woman's side, watching the silent Umbu move to Hanabi's side and grab her and Niji by the shoulders, disappearing from the dojo a moment later. At Kagane-san's light touch to her arm, Hinata turned her back on her clan members and the now still Hideki and stepped out of the dojo by the same door she'd ran through. Psych. Kagane-san checked quietly, but Hinata shook her head. Not yet. She had one more stop to make beforehand, even if her blood felt like it had turned to ice and her head was deathly silent. One more stop. Tsunade raised her gaze from the papers when her door opened, inwardly glad to be interrupted as it gave her a reason to postpone slogging through the financial write-up of the month. She was less pleased when she found the Hyuga genin who'd been in her office earlier that afternoon, a woman at her side whom Tsunade remembered as a hard-ass campaigner for mental health back when Dan had been involved with the hospital. She was about to ask what the girl thought she was doing in her office again, especially without a formal summon, when she caught sight of the look on the Hyuga's face. Where earlier, there had been relief and a quiet pride when Tsunade had handed Team 8 their well-deserved Chunin vests, now, the girl's face could have very well been carved from marble for how expressive it was. Only her eyes showed what she was feeling, and Tsunade suddenly had an inkling as to what Kagane Natsume might have been doing at the girl's side. Indignation and a thirst for vengeance burned in the Hyuga's eyes, her anger a quiet yet all-consuming inferno that Tsunade had no doubt would have burned everyone around her if the girl possessed even an ounce less self-control. Hyuga. She greeted slowly, briefly glancing at Kagane, but the woman was comparably stone-faced to her presumed charge. What can I do for you? What would I need for my Jounin promotion? The girl asked quietly, her voice inflectionless and hollow. The dead flatness to her voice and the lack of a respectful title was all the proof Tsunade needed that something had gone badly wrong in the few short hours since she'd last seen the girl. Still. You only just got Chunin today. Take a day to celebrate before you set yourself on impossible targets. She advised, eyeing the girl sharply. Besides, those sorts of questions are normally taken to the Jounin commander. I would like to avoid accusations of bias or favoritism. The Hyuga replied, her voice chillingly even, and Tsunade had heard more life in the voices of her Umbu agents. It was only then that she recalled Shikaku expressing a familiarity with the girl that perhaps even bordered on fondness, and Tsunade felt her eyebrow jump up at the fact that the Hyuga's rumored rationality hadn't waned despite whatever it was that had happened to her. Well, alright, hold on. And Tsunade stood, the fact that she'd handled the girl's folder earlier that afternoon meaning that she actually knew where it was in the maze of files and cabinets that Shizune usually handled for her. The girl barely twitched, holding herself so still that Tsunade almost wanted to ask if she was breathing, but she supposed Kagane would have been keeping an eye on that. She returned to her desk leisurely, smacking the file down and flipping to the girl's mission count and notable comments. Let's see. 154 D ranks, 16 C ranks, 1 B rank, and an A rank while barely a year out of the academy. Not bad. It was actually much better than not bad, but she didn't think the kid cared about that at this point. There are many paths you can go down. If you're starting from zero, both Takubetsu and Full Jounin have the same mission requirement. You've actually met the D rank one already. C rank requirement is at 50, and B rank at 25. Assisted, or, in your case, accidental, A rank quota is at 5, but they're more of a perk than a requirement. She scanned over the added notes, notable ones from Heitake, who usually avoided any sort of admin like the plague, the Kumo judge panel, which was an accomplishment in and of itself, Shiranui, and Shikaku himself, all of which painted the girl as a competent if unconventional fighter, and all highlighted a nigh war child mentality. You can choose to continue with only one specialization, which will grant you the rank of Takubetsu if you pass. Otherwise, Full Jounin are also required to demonstrate high-level proficiency with elemental ninjutsu, as well as a degree of capability with Gen and Taijutsu, unless one of the other two are your designated field, in which case the weighing of that shifts. Then, when you meet the mission requirement and pass the basic skill assessment, there is the Jounin Spar. She paused, eyeing the girl consideringly, noting that she hadn't so much as twitched at the required mission count, nor the process. You can also, within reason, skip some of the first two steps if enough Jounin recommend you for the spar. They cannot be members of your clan and they have to be full Jounin. The girl seemed to consider that briefly, then asked the most unexpected question, how many is enough? Tsunade opened her mouth to reply, then closed it, not actually sure of the answer. Her eyes cut to Kagane, wondering if the woman had any input, and was not disappointed, if a bit miffed at the curl of a sardonic smirk in the corner of the other woman's mouth. Generally, Shikaku considers 5 recommendations to be enough to approve a candidate for a skill review. Kagane replied, and the Hyuga nodded, thoughtful. Tsunade couldn't resist anymore. Hyuga. What happened? Clan matter, Hokage-sama. The girl shot back immediately, voice serene, as if her chakra wasn't a hollow void in her body so still as if it had been carved from marble. It has been handled. Tsunade wasn't sure she liked that answer. She liked it even less when the girl added, I believe that Agent Cat is outside your window with the full report. In the time it took for Tsunade to turn to the indicated window and see the agent in question drop onto the outside windowsill, the Hyuga and Kagane had disappeared, and it didn't occur to Tsunade until later that the little Hyuga really shouldn't have known Cat's mask name. Once Tsunade heard Cat's report, however, she gave in to the urge to swear, so loud and colorful that she was almost sure Cat cringed behind his mask. So she killed the elder. She checked, because that had been the only part Cat had been vague about. No, Tsunade-sama, he was still alive when she left. Kat replied, but there was something in his tone that didn't sit well with Tsunade. But, she prompted, not used to the idea that her might withhold information. But Stag and I left before we ascertained whether anyone had saved him. Kat admitted, and though his tone was flat and his posture apologetic, Tsunade didn't detect any remorse in the man's chakra. So he could very well be dead if nobody stepped in to stop his chakra bleed. She demanded, not sure what she was hoping to hear. Yes, ma'am. Fucking fantastic. Technically, it would be classed as self-defense, and Tsunade doubted whether anybody harbored any particularly warm feelings for that particular elder, but it didn't change the fact that a murder had occurred within village walls. Check on the situation, then get a squad to guard the Hyuga compound and extras on the Inyazuka until Hayashi's return. After that, step away. I don't trust you to be objective. She ignored the way Kat's chakra roiled indignantly, too frustrated to care if she was being harsh, though she held up a hand before he could leave. On second thought, tell Hound and Gecko that they're to stay away, too. And then, because she was slowly learning to expect the unexpected from the kid, she added, anyone else who might be invested in the kid. Fox and Spider, ma'am. One of her guards murmured, not bothering to cancel the genjutsu hiding them from view, so Tsunade ended up pinning her disbelieving look to the vague part of the wall she thought the voice came from. How the fuck does a preteen shinin have so many of my black ops in her close circle? She asked sharply, then waved off Kat when his chakra twitched. I don't actually want to know. Go, Kat. And try to be discreet, I don't want Hayashi bitching at me when he gets back. Tsum stared at the crouched on her windowsill, surprised that he'd kept his word. Though she'd been willing to accept the two shell-shocked Hyuga kids into her home when the had brought them to her doorstep, she'd been itching for an explanation that went beyond clan emergency. But the agent had merely signed later in Chunin Standard and disappeared. So Tsum had grumbled, ill-tempered, but had obligingly shown the Hyuga kids to the guest room and told them to make themselves at home. She didn't need to know about the situation that required them to take refuge with her to recognize the fear in their eyes, and for all that she frequently and vehemently denied possessing any maternal instinct, it was instinct to help them get rid of that fear. Kiba had been helpful, too. He'd taken one look at the Hyuga kids and escorted them both to the kennels to play with the puppies, and Tsum resolved to lay off the kid for a little bit. He clearly had his heart in the right place. Still, seeing the come back an hour after dropping the kids off with the explanation he'd promised was a welcome surprise. Well shit. She summarized after the quick but thorough rundown of the latest Hyuga bullshit. And Hinata? Where is she? According to Stag and Kat's report, she admitted herself to psychology. The replied flatly, the voice modulating seals hiding whatever they felt about the fact from their voice. Voluntarily. Some couldn't help but check, raising a dubious eyebrow. People didn't choose to go to psych unless they were barely hanging on. She remembered how thrown Shivi had been when his son had admitted himself, how guilty at not having realized the extent of Shino's struggles. The shrugged, making Tsum snort at the unusually relaxed demeanor. She called for Kagan and Natsum while still at the Hyuga compound. Natsum is the kid's shrink. Tsum whistled before she could stop herself, almost more shocked by this news than by the turning up on her doorstep with two terrified Hyuga kids in tow. Damn. Hokage-sama also called for a guard around your compound. The added, and Tsum appreciated the heads up even though the news itself was far from reassuring. That bad? She checked, wincing at the thought of how much the likely omitted from his rundown if the Godame felt that extra watchers were necessary. The shrugged again, and Tsum nodded, getting the message. Then a thought occurred to her, and she hoped against hope she wasn't the first person this had occurred to. Has someone informed you? Kurane very rarely found herself genuinely angry. Finding out from Kakashi that her student had killed an elder and then proceeded to admit herself to psych 3 hours after it happened did manage to get her there, however. Half an hour later after getting the news from Kakashi, she was in psych and through the visitor control, standing on the other side of the two-way mirror built into the room Hinata was occupying, Hinata's shrink beside her. Isn't this a bit codependent? She asked absently, taking in how Yojao was sitting, pressed shoulder to thigh to Hinata's side, positioned between the girl and the door to the room in a way that Kurane had no doubt was 100% intentional. She tried not to let the anger build at the realization that Yojeo had found out about Hinata's situation before her. Hinata made Uzuki's suicide watch practically redundant. Kagane replied simply, scrawling something in the margins of a file she had open. There's trust there. And you're not above exploiting it. Kurane concluded, raising an eyebrow at the woman in a way she hoped wasn't too judgmental, but too angry to care. Kagane didn't reply verbally, but she sighed quietly, putting the file down and picking up a discarded clipboard instead and offering it to Kurane. Sign this. She ordered simply, and Kurane took the clipboard on autopilot, not wanting to look away from the older woman. What is it? She asked tightly, chancing a quick glance at what looked like a list of dozens of names, some she recognized, some completely foreign to her. Petition to the Godame for the Academy Sensei to undergo compulsory training in character assessment and psychoanalysis. Kagane explained flatly, and Kurane took a moment to process the words before pinning the woman with a frown. Why? Kagane held out the file she'd discarded earlier, one that Kurane now realized was familiar. It was Hinata's Academy file. Kagane flipped to the last page of the file and pointed to the part of additional comments on the write-up of the final exam. Next to Umino's respectable 3 lines of commentary, Mizuki had left only 2 damning words. Too soft. Kurane remembered reading the words herself when her then potential students had passed their genin exam, remembered dismissing them immediately after what had happened with Mizuki on the night of the graduation exam became public knowledge among the higher ranks. She remembered Anko sneaking into her apartment and staring listlessly at the wall, remembered her friend's vicious self-doubt and quiet questioning of her ability to judge character, remembered the broken "I thought we were friends" that still threatened to break Kurane's heart when she thought too hard about it. She wanted to punch Mizuki in the teeth for many reasons. His complete dismissal of her kunoichi student was but one of them. She shook herself off and realized that Kagane was clearly waiting for her to comment, so Kurane just hummed a questioning note, not sure how Mizuki's assholery tied into the overarching problem of the inaccurate profiles the Academy handed out. Hinata's soft the way the Uchiha is aggressive, the Uzumaki attention-seeking, or Shikaku's brat lazy. Kagane murmured, and there was something familiar in the undertone of the words, but Kurane was more thrown by the genuine anger in the older woman's eyes when she finally met her gaze. The Uchiha seems aggressive because he's still grieving. He can't process the grief because nobody thought to let him move out of the house his family was slaughtered in. The Uzumaki isn't attention-seeking, he's attention deficit, and it took your teammate bringing him here for an evaluation for anyone to connect the dots. And most Nara actually aren't lazy, they're just severely understimulated. Hinata isn't soft. Kurane agreed, following the explanation to its conclusion and accepting the pen to sign the petition, Kagane's words and the revelations they carried echoing in her mind. She nearly fumbled her signature when the other woman laughed suddenly, a short, sharp sound, an odd glint in her eyes as she looked through the two-way mirror at Hinata and Yojeo. Oh, no, she is. Kagane corrected, taking back the pen and tucking the clipboard under her arm. But not soft like porcelain. Soft like clay, or silk. Malleable. Durable. Kurane translated, staring at the woman with wide eyes, shocked at the unexpectedly complimentary assessment of her student from Kagane Natsum, of all people. How many more signatures do you need? Kurane asked instead of commenting on the compliment, recognizing that digging wasn't likely to be well received. You're my 90th. Kagane divulged easily, and Kurane wondered at the power the woman wielded to be able to sway so many people towards what would doubtless end up revolutionizing the entire educational system. Perhaps it was of no surprise that she had taken a liking to Hinata, for all that Kurane hoped the woman was still ignorant to most of Hinata's plans. She had had her reservations when Kagane had been assigned as Hinata's shrink. Almost a year after her team's first foray into psych, she wasn't sure whether her reservations have been dismissed, or justified. Try T&I. Kurane suggested in what she hoped was a neutral tone. If there's anyone who's likely to be supportive of preventing kids from being judged too early, it's those whose character is judged every day for simply doing their jobs. Noted. Kagane replied, pinning Kurane with a weighted look, but Kurane didn't stay to try and unravel the intention behind it. Instead, she shook off the tension that interacting with Kagane always forced into her shoulders and pushed open the door to Hinata's room, managing a smile when Yojeo brightened upon spotting her, though Hinata remained catatonic, there in body, but not in spirit. Getting the news to step away from what had quickly been dubbed the Hyuga situation around HQ had been one thing, but finding out why had Yojeo dashing across the village and nearly muscling her way into Psyche. She owed Hinata for what the girl had done for her after Hayate's death, and even if not, she'd grown to care about her of her own volition since being assigned as the girl's trainer almost a year ago. So she spent almost 4 full days at Hinata's side in Psyche, determined to sit with the girl however long it took for her to come back to herself. Finally, the evening of the 4th day, Hinata twitched and curled into Yojeo's side, a shuddering breath leaving her along with the tension that had riddled her frame since Yojeo had first arrived to Psyche. "Welcome back," Yojeo murmured, her own voice a little hoarse from disuse, and she rubbed comforting circles in Hinata's shoulder. "You ready to talk?" There were a few minutes of silence when Hinata simply breathed, likely grounding herself in the present after such a prolonged dissociative episode, then the girl nodded against Yojeo's neck. "To me or Kagane?" Yojeo pressed, lacing the fingers of her left hand with Hinata's and squeezing gently to soften her words a little. "Is Desh?" Hinata started, then broke off and cleared her throat, her voice rough. "Is she there?" Beyond the door, someone's chakra flared, and Hinata sighed. "Kagane-san then, probably." "But Desh?" She hesitated, squeezing Yojeo's hand this time as she gathered her words. "Could you stay?" Not sure if she could manage words just then, Yojeo simply squeezed her hand again, in acknowledgement or in thanks, she couldn't be sure. Only thing she was sure of was that she would do everything in her power to not betray the trust she was being shown. The door to the room opened and Kagane stepped in, file in hand and face characteristically unreadable, though, bizarrely, Hinata only seemed to relax further at the sight of the woman. "Hinata. Glad you're back." Kagane greeted, coming to a stop at the foot of Hinata's bed, barely acknowledging Yojeo beyond a quick glance. "I've been briefed on what happened before my arrival to your clan grounds. Now, do you have any ideas as to what prompted this reaction from you?" Yojeo tried not to show how much Kagane's business-like mien startled her, but she couldn't help eyeing the older woman sharply, secure in the knowledge that Hinata, tucked into her side as she was, couldn't see her face. "I got scared," Hinata admitted quietly, her voice far smaller than Yojeo was used to hearing it, and Yojeo tried her best to project calm the same way that Hinata had done to her all those weeks ago. Kagane just hummed, though, and Yojeo turned a disbelieving glare on the woman, but Hinata seemed to know what she wanted and sighed quietly. "I don't like K-killing," she confessed, and Yojeo could feel her curl into herself, as if expecting judgment or reprimand. When none came, she loosened up a little, but she was still speaking mostly into Yojeo's shoulder. "But in that moment, with my sister and when they need you dash." Hinata's chakra flared with anger suddenly, and in that split second, Wit's potency was brutal and breathtaking before the girl took a deep breath and snuffed her signature out just as suddenly. "In that moment, I wanted to kill him." Yojeo winced, more than familiar with the urge, but Kagane remained stone-faced, merely jotting something down in the file. "And that scared you?" she asked simply, as if they were discussing the weather and not Hinata's almost breakdown. "Yes." Kagane hummed again, and Yojeo couldn't help herself. She twisted, pulling away from Hinata a little so she could get the girl to meet her eyes when she spoke. "That protectiveness, that's love," Yojeo told her passionately, injecting as much warmth and reassurance as she could into her voice. "It's natural. It's nothing to be ashamed of." "Thank you, Uzuki." Kagane snapped, tone making it clear that she wasn't appreciative of the interruption. "However, until you pass psych certification for psychotherapists, do refrain from making such declarations, or I will have you removed." Having said what she wanted and punctuating it with a sharp spike of ice-cold chakra right at Yojeo's core, Kagane turned to Hinata. "It's understandable the desire scared you. I would have been surprised if it hadn't, frankly," the woman stated, and Yojeo felt Hinata's relief at that, but Kagane wasn't done. "Your clan has the same problem the Uchiha had, and it's been this way for decades," she continued, factual now, almost lecture-like. "You are taught to repress, to hide what you feel, to train yourselves not to feel to the point that you don't know how to process your emotions. She pinned Hinata with a look that froze Yojao in place, and she wasn't even the intended recipient. You learned that you're capable of killing on one of your first missions outside of the village. Now you learned that there are things which will drive you to want to kill, too. Kagane summarized, her words pointed. Question is, are you going to give in to the impulse every time? No. Hinata breathed, quiet but sure. I don't want to. More than that, she seemed terrified of the sheer possibility, if the way she was squeezing Yojao's hand was any indication. Kagane nodded, seemingly satisfied. Then we work on recognizing your triggers and processing that desire in a healthy way. You make it sound so easy. The words slipped out before Yojao could quite bite them back, but she didn't regret voicing the thought even when Kagane shot her a flaying look. Hinata is already startlingly good at compartmentalizing. The woman replied flatly, though her tone told Yojao that any other person would have replaced startlingly with worryingly. She's mastered the mental disconnect between her hatred of killing and knowing that she's a shinobi and her village will require it of her. Kagane continued, and Yojao felt Hinata curl further into her side, though the girl's chakra was calm, as if she had had this talk with Kagane before. If there was something like a mental switch, she'd have it. Kagane smiled then, sharp and humorless. But that switch was triggered in the village, not on a mission, and against people who should be her family. She added, mercilessly thorough, and Hinata flinched against Yojao's side. Tell me then, Uzuki, since you seem to have so much to say, how do you think she took it? Yojao stayed silent as the weight of the words sank into her. But, in the back of her mind, she did wonder whether Kurane might be up for going elder hunting at some point. Hayashi didn't enjoy being blindsided. He had left the village for the first time in months, a short yet urgent mission requiring his Byakugan's range, and when he came back, it was to the news that his daughter had made Chunin in Kumo, that his clan was now one elder short, that said elder had attempted to seal Hanabi, and that Hinata had been the one to kill him before she'd admitted herself to Psyche and sent her sister and cousin to the Inyazuka. The Godame had asked him if he'd approved Hanabi's sealing before his departure. He'd said no. He hadn't liked the look on Narashikaku's face at that admission. So he'd focused on the problems he could fix himself, and stepped through the gates of the Inyazuka compound, eyes scanning the vast open space in the hopes of spotting his daughters quickly and ending this farce before it had the chance to spiral anymore. He watched one of the gate guards return with Hinata in tow, and Hayashi fought the instinctive urge to frown at the unreadable expression on his daughter's face when she met his gaze. She came to a stop about 10 feet from him and inclined her head in greeting, though she seemed more like a soldier waiting to be debriefed than a child greeting a parent. You need to quit this habit. Hayashi pointed out in lieu of a greeting, getting the tiniest of frowns in return as Hinata gazed back at him. Habit, father. She repeated quietly, puzzlement evident, and Hayashi fought the urge to scowl at having to elaborate. Of running to other clans when you cannot deal with the consequences of your own actions. He replied bluntly, feeling the scowl he'd been repressing pull at his lips. Of relying on their pity. Hinata recoiled at the way he spat the last word, but then he watched as the puzzlement faded from her eyes and something almost said replaced it. It is not pity, father, but kindness. She corrected, still in that same soft voice, though there was no softness to her posture or expression as she held his gaze, and Hayashi wondered. Then, Hinata's words registered properly and he scoffed dismissively. Kindness has no place in the lives of shinobi. If anything, the sadness in Hinata's eyes became more pronounced and her lips twitched into the smallest of smiles, but there was no joy in the expression. It saddens me that you think so. She murmured, and for once, Hayashi struggled to see his daughter for the child that she was. There was something broken in her eyes just then that weighed her words far more than her tender age should allow. He brushed the thought off and pinned Hinata with a challenging look. You disagree? He asked idly, but anyone who knew him would realize that the question was only idle on the surface. Hinata, though, either didn't see the warning or chose not to heed it. Yes. She said simply, and Hayashi didn't know what to reply to that. They stood in silence for a beat, father and child as disparate, as separated as night and day, and Hayashi allowed himself the fleeting wish that his wife were present to help him navigate the canyon between him and his children. Then he smothered the thought and snuffed out the flicker of sentiment that threatened to bloom in his chest at the distance in his daughter's eyes and forced himself back on topic. It was a mistake to bring Hanabi here, he said instead, voicing the thought that felt safer, disapproval lacing his voice without conscious thought, simply a habit now when speaking with his eldest. Hinata, though, stood firm, unflinching, and that was almost more baffling than the half-dozen Inyazuka that were watching him warily, as if waiting for the slightest misstep. I didn't feel it safe to leave her at the compound, Hinata confessed, a thread of something almost bitter in her voice. See, considering what almost happened in our absence. That was probably the closest Hinata had ever come in outwardly disagreeing with him, and Hayashi felt a tide of irritation rise in him, but all he did was raise an eyebrow. But the Inyazuka were safe, he challenged, catching a quiet growl from one of the nearby Ninken, but he didn't hear the owner's reaction because Hinata spoke. Yes. No hesitation, no regret, no apology in her eyes or posture. Hayashi took a moment to study his child, to study the rigid line of her spine, the tension in her shoulders, the blankness in her face, the emptiness in her chakra. Hinata a year ago had been terrified of the slightest confrontation, she would never have dared to openly defy him like this. This Hinata, Hayashi didn't know what she felt. She was as inscrutable to him as Hisashi's wife had been in her last moments. Cursing Hinata for forcing this senseless sentimentality upon him, Hayashi regarded his daughter coldly and voiced the harsh truth he had long resigned himself to. Your sister will have to be sealed if you succeed me. Yes. Hinata agreed, and this time, the flash of bitterness was unmistakable. But I am not clan head yet. Hayashi felt his eyebrow climb higher on his forehead at the sheer nerve of the response, and Hinata seemed to realize she was treading on dangerous ground because her voice quietened when she added, burdening her with the seal now would be unwise. Because she may yet take your place. Hayashi asked coldly, voicing what the elders refused to let him forget. Hinata's promotion to Chunin a year out of the academy hadn't swayed the few naysayers that remained amongst the clan about her suitability for the position of clan head. But Hinata didn't rise to the bait, her temper always more even than Hanabi or Niji's, but instead, the look she pinned him with was sharper than glass and just as cold. Because the seal is irreversible. It seemed even Hinata recognized that her current position as heir favorite was an uncertain one. Was that the only reason you reacted so viscerally to Hideki's attempt to seal her? Hayashi checked, the question more of a personal curiosity than anything he had been ordered to ask. Hinata took a deep breath, and it didn't escape Hayashi's notice how it shook on the exhale, but she didn't drop eye contact, and when she spoke, her voice was steady. No. Hayashi studied her for a moment, but it seemed that in his inattention, Hinata had developed a politician's control over her expressions. Interesting. Hideki is dead, he pronounced flatly, testing that control, but the expected flinch at the news didn't come. Do you regret your actions? No hesitation this time, Hinata's reply almost vicious in its certainty. No. Hayashi blinked, the reaction startled out of him by the uncharacteristic response, then sighed. I am pleased you are finally becoming a shinobi. He acknowledged, the jab pointed, and he knew Hinata understood that it wasn't really praise by the tightening around her mouth. My only disappointment is that you seem to think that the clan is your enemy. You've never treated her as a Hyuga, much less your heir. Hanabi's voice cut through the silence that fell at his words, the accusation all the more startling for the childish pitch it was delivered in. How else is she supposed to treat you? Hayashi's eyes cut to Hanabi where she stood in the door to the kennels, Niji panicked and fearful behind her, his wrist in both of Hanabi's hands and Hanabi visibly straining to keep his hand away from her mouth. Hayashi opened his mouth, his shock giving way to anger, but another voice cut him off. Niji. Hayashi wasn't the only one startled by Hinata's tone. He had never heard that voice from his daughter before. He hadn't even known she was capable of producing something remotely like that cold, authoritative command. Despite his shock, Niji read the order in the words loud and clear and overpowered Hanabi, lifting her bodily and pulling her back inside the kennels, slamming the door behind them. She's young, father, she misspoke. Hinata appealed, the ice in her voice replaced by something akin to desperation, the line of her shoulders growing visibly tenser, her eyes wide. Forgive her. You ask for forgiveness for your sister but not for yourself. Hayashi checked, distantly startled by the switch and needing to uncover the reasons behind the change in behavior. This Hinata was almost like the child she'd been in the academy, and he hadn't realized how stark the change was until he had the comparison point. Yes. Hinata replied simply, once again without a shred of hesitation, but there was an emotion not unlike panic in her eyes. But then, before Hayashi could comment, they were interrupted again, as a young woman Hayashi vaguely recognized walked up to Hinata, hand resting on her shoulder as she stopped at his daughter's side, but her eyes were focused on Hayashi. There is nothing she needs to be forgiven for. The girl snapped, her hand sliding from Hinata's shoulder to her back, out of Hayashi's line of sight, but he didn't miss the way the initial fear in Hinata's eyes at this new interruption turned into wide-eyed wonder at the touch. Unless Hyuga is starkly different from all other major clans, all supposed transgressions for which Hinata could plead forgiveness fall within the bounds of self-defense. Hayashi let the words wash over him, but he kept his eyes on Hinata, and so he didn't miss the way the earlier wide-eyed wonder turned into awe when Hinata realized that the Inuzuka was defending her. This conversation does not concern you, Inuzuka-san. Hayashi brushed the kunoichi off, scowling at the girl. Leave us. Leave my own compound. The Inuzuka raised her eyebrow, and Hayashi heard the warning growls from the Ninken and owners this time. Be careful, Hyuga-sama. The girl warned, and Hayashi wondered at the gall of the kunoichi telling him to be careful. Hinata is a guest of our clan. You, however, are not. Hayashi felt irritation bubble up, but along with it was grudging appreciation of the Inuzuka's sheer nerve. You have 24 hours, he told Hinata, ignoring the Inuzuka for now, to get your sister and cousin back to the compound. We will come back to this conversation then. When we won't be overheard by nosy dogs went unsaid, but judging by the indignation on two of the closest Inuzuka's faces, it was still heard loud and clear. Yes, father. Hinata murmured, but it was a dismissal just as much as it was a show of deference. Hayashi turned on his heel and made his way out of the Inuzuka compound, letting the frown he'd been suppressing show once he was out of Hinata's line of sight. The main house elders had denied it, but both of the Umbu reports that the Godame had shown him when he'd come back and been briefed on the situation claimed that Hideki had been able to use the caged bird seal on Niji and a branch elder. Something he should not have been able to do. That power belonged exclusively to the clan head. Or it had belonged, apparently. And then there was that look Hatake had given him once Hayashi had looked through the file on the autopsy that had been carried out on Hideki. There had been nothing unremarkable about Hideki's body except for one odd seal on the back of his tongue, 5 parallel lines, with the first 2 being broken in the middle. Hayashi hadn't recognized it. Hatake had. That seldom bode well. Hinata felt a great tension leave her body once her father left the Inuzuka grounds, and she would have likely fallen if it hadn't been for Hana's arm catching her around her waist and supporting her weight. You all right? The older girl asked, eyes warm as they flickered over Hinata's face, though there was a concerned frown pulling at her brow. I am now. Hinata murmured, getting her feet back under her and managing a small smile. Thank you, Hana-san. For now, and for before. Always, Hinata-chan. Hana grinned and winked, squeezing her hip briefly before she unwound her arm from around Hinata's waist. And you can drop the honorific, you know? We don't really do that around here. You may need to remind me of that a few more times. Hinata managed, pleased when Hana laughed, though she quickly sobered. Her father's visit and deadline had reminded her of something she'd been arguing with herself about since she'd been discharged from psych, but she knew she couldn't delay much longer, not if she wanted to protect Hanabi and show Niji that she wouldn't follow in her father's footsteps. It was time to talk to Niji about her seal. Chapter 15, Chunin, 2. As much as Hinata dreaded the conversation, she found herself outside the door of the room the Inuzuka had granted Niji not an hour after her confrontation with her father. Her heart was in her throat as she waited for a response to her knock, yet she was wholly unprepared for the door to suddenly spring open, a visibly frustrated Niji on the other side. Niji and I-san. She forced herself to say before she lost her nerve, see can we talk? Niji stared at her for a moment, an inscrutable expression on his face, before he wordlessly stepped aside and let her into the room, closing the door behind her. Not sure what to do with herself now that her main goal of not being immediately kicked out had been achieved, Hinata perched herself on the edge of the chair by the window, hands folded in her lap. She couldn't even say that she was surprised to find Niji still standing when she looked back up, arms crossed over his chest and expression expectant, for all that he still hadn't said anything. "I'm sorry," she whispered, the apology coming easier than what she had initially come to talk to Niji about, "for how I talked to you when father was here. I didn't mean to be so harsh." It was only after the words fell from her mouth that she realized how much her treatment of Niji when her father had been present had been weighing on her, and she found herself reflexively relaxing once the weight was off. "It's fine." Niji brushed her off, though if Hinata were to go by his chakra, she'd say he was surprised. "I should have kept better control of Hanabi." They lapsed into silence at that, Hinata not seeing much of a way nor much of a point to disagree, and she didn't want Niji to suddenly remember that they weren't really on speaking terms. "Congratulations," Niji said after the silence began to get uncomfortable even for Hinata. When she glanced at Niji in bafflement, he huffed but elaborated. "On your promotion." "Oh," Hinata murmured, having completely forgotten about the fact that she was no longer a genin. "Thank you." "You're not happy?" Niji asked, something sharp yet curious in his tone, and Hinata tried not to grimace. "I haven't really thought about that," she admitted honestly, aware that it was an odd thing to say even before Niji's expression morphed into something that verged on disbelieving. There was silence again, until Niji finally huffed incredulously and lost some of the tension that had clung to his frame, moving further into the room until he could sit on the edge of his bed, still maintaining a reasonable distance between the two of them, but far more open than he had been when he'd found her on the other side of his door. "I thought it was selfish of you, you know," he said suddenly, and Hinata couldn't hold back her instinctive huh, completely thrown by the non sequitur. "Going to Kumo for the exams," Niji elaborated, his gaze on his clenched hands, and Hinata could see his knuckles turn white as he spoke, "despite knowing what the clan what you were risking by even stepping foot into that cursed village." She tried, but Niji cut her off, still not looking at her. "But then I talked to your Inyazuka teammate," he said, as if she hadn't spoken. "Or, he picked a fight, and things were said." Unbidden, Hinata felt a smile pull at her lips, small and barely there, but fond nonetheless. "He said that you wore contacts. Didn't use your Byakugan, didn't fight with the Jyukin at all. Said that you didn't even use your clan name." Niji listed, and Hinata had no idea what he was heading towards. "You killed Hideki with a forbidden technique, a Hyuga forbidden technique. But you made Chunin in Kumo without using the Jyukin a single time." He finally looked up at her, and Hinata wasn't prepared for the mix of confusion and betrayal that she found on his face. "How did you become a shinobi when I wasn't paying attention?" Hinata blinked. There was anguish in Niji's tone, actual, genuine pain instead of just teenage jealousy or his usual icy dismissal of anything related to her abilities, and Hinata had no idea what to do about it. No idea where it stemmed from. She settled for as close to honesty as she could get. "I found a goal." Niji scoffed, sharp and disdainful. "Must have been some goal." Hinata took a deep breath and threw caution to the wind. "I want to become Jounin and challenge my father for the position of clan head," she told him quickly, not letting herself lose steam even when Niji's head snapped up. "And once I'm head, I'm going to get rid of the caged bird seal." Silence again, but this time, it was tense. Charged. Like Niji was waiting for the other shoe to drop, or for Hinata's teammates to pop out of the closet and announce that Hinata was pulling a prank. When nothing happened for a minute, Niji sighed deeply. "What you're saying is treason," he said quietly, voice more serious than Hinata had ever heard it, his eyes boring into hers. "I could have you disinherited." "You could." Hinata agreed simply, more than aware of the possibility. She still hadn't fully ruled out that Niji wouldn't do it, after all. But her response had the opposite effect on Niji than she expected. He grew frustrated. "Why are you so calm?" But now that she'd found it, Hinata's calm was difficult to shake. "There are worse things." "What happened to you?" Niji demanded, sounding concerned now instead of simply angry. "How long have you been planning this?" Hinata smiled slightly, absently wondering how Niji would react if she'd said, "Since I woke up 12 years in the past after surviving a war, since my academy graduation." That, at least, seemed to calm Niji down. Or, completely steal the wind from his sails, because he stilled in a way Hinata rarely associated with anything good. "It's been over a year," Niji said numbly, staring at her wide-eyed, as if he was seeing her for the first time, and she could see his mind working, likely reframing everything he had learned about her since then. Then, swallowing audibly, he asked the question Hinata had been simultaneously expecting and dreading. "Have you made any progress?" Wordlessly, Hinata raised her fringe. All trace of Niji's expression disappeared. "Who did it?" he demanded breathlessly, though the words were too flat to be a question. "Hinata." He prodded when she stayed silent for too long, growing progressively more agitated. "Tell me who did it." "I did," Hinata replied, dropping her fringe and laying her hand lightly on Niji's wrist to settle him. "I asked Jiraiya-sama to do it." But Niji ripped his arm out from beneath her hand, getting on his feet and staring at her in horror. "What is wrong with you? It's not the same seal you have," Hinata explained, trying not to let Niji's tone hurt. "I copied the design from father's study and commissioned Jiraiya-sama to remake it, but without the torture component." Niji blinked, absorbing the information, some of his anger easing, but it didn't make any understanding bloom in his eyes. "Why would you put it on yourself? There are laws surrounding seals. I asked Genma-san for some books and borrowed some from Shikaku-san's library," Hinata explained vaguely, not too keen to get into the process of public domain and legal loopholes she'd bargained on nobody knowing just then. "And my exams were in Kumo." But Niji seemed hung up on the name she'd said. "Genma?" he asked, an odd stress on the name. "Shiranui Genma. You know him?" Hinata asked, not sure why she was surprised by Niji recognizing the name, nor why she felt a brief flash of jealousy at the fact that Niji recognized the name. "He was Guy-sensei's genin teammate," Niji replied, and something in Hinata relaxed. "He was also one of the Yondame's guards, was taught sealing by the Yondame himself, and is said to have inherited some of his tools." Hinata couldn't help but stare for a moment, the extent of her own ignorance slowly sinking in. He was primarily a bodyguard, she suddenly remembered Kurenai saying all the way back when she'd first introduced her friends to Hinata's team. Her sensei just hadn't said whose bodyguard he had been. "Oh. Wait. How did you get access to the Nara head's library?" Niji demanded, and Hinata realized that she would have rather gone back to talking about Genma, especially when Niji's eyes widened as understanding dawned. "That's why you helped his son for the Chunin exams. Shikamaru is also my friend." Hinata felt the need to defend, though she could admit in her mind that, at the time of the third stage of the exams, Shikamaru hadn't yet held that title. But yes. That had been the main motivation. For a moment, Niji just stared at her. Then, he covered the distance between them and dropped down to his knees before Hinata, taking her hands into his own. "We will talk about this together, later. For now, you need to promise to do something for me." And Hinata, shocked speechless by the earnestness in Niji's voice and expression, could only nod mutely, stunned. "When you talk to Uncle tomorrow, you need to lie." And when Hinata shook off her shock and tuned back in to hear Niji's justification, she couldn't help the wave of relief that washed over her like a tsunami. Still holding hands, heads together, and voices hushed, Hinata and Niji planned. Kurenai wasn't expecting the summon to Tsunade's office barely a week after her team's promotion. Though the genin messenger hadn't said it was urgent, her curiosity had won out, and she found herself knocking on the door less than an hour after receiving the message. Finding Inoichi already in the office was even more of a surprise, however. "Yui, there you are," was Tsunade's greeting, and Kurenai's curiosity skyrocketed. The woman didn't exactly sound angry, but she seemed far from pleased with her, for some reason. "Ever since I promoted them, your kids have been a source of one headache after another for me." Kurenai blinked, startled. "I'm sorry. You should be." Tsunade huffed, pulling some documents out that Kurenai was too far away to read without using chakra. "Urabarame has put a form on my desk requesting an official apprenticeship with Hagani and Kamizuki in Byokaijutsu. I don't know what paper-pushing shinobi he's friends with, but I didn't even know this form existed until it appeared on my desk and I had to send Shizun on a wild goose chase through the archives. Since Tsunade didn't actually seem to be looking for an answer, Kurane decided to spare Ebisu, since she had no doubt that it had been him who had given the form to Shino. Yurin Yazuka has requested to be assigned a mission to Suna. Tsunade continued, glaring at yet another paper placed haphazardly on the edge of her desk. I've got Jounin who have asked to not be sent anywhere near wind, and your kid requested an in-village mission. Then Tsunade picked up a different piece of paper, a ripped envelope with neat writing on the front. And your Hyuga has had this addressed to her. Kurane tried to catch a glimpse of the writing, but to no avail. It's a letter from Mist. Tsunade explained at last, and Kurane's heart skipped a beat. From Momokai Zabuza's apprentice, to be precise. The blonde continued, before a sardonic smirk twisted her lips. And you know what it says? That he wants to be pen pals with your Hyuga. I'm sure that if there was anything related to village secrets in the letter, or any hint of him attempting to turn Hinata, then it would have been picked up by Intel. Kurane hazarded, having a vague inkling as to who the letter might be from. And if my kids had developed any anarchical leanings during the exams, then I'm pretty certain that it would have been mentioned in the report the psych shinobi who accompanied us to Kumo gave you. Both Tsunade and Inoichi stilled, the former eyeing her oddly. What psych shinobi? Tsunade demanded, and the first alarm bells went off in Kurane's mind. Auburn hair, amber eyes? Maybe in his late teens. Kurane described, glancing at Inoichi for support, but her occasional senpai only stared back blankly. He didn't really say much, but he did admit he was psych when asked. Yui. Tsunade met her eyes, her expression and voice the most serious they've been since Kurane walked in. I didn't send any psych shinobi to accompany you. Kurane felt as if a bucket of cold water had been tipped over her head. Did he give you his name? Inoichi asked, and Kurane was grateful for something else to focus on than the potential breach in village security they may have just discovered and her team's role straight in the middle of it. But then, when she thought about it, Inoichi's question wasn't any more reassuring, because, no. Would you be willing to sit with a sketch artist? Inoichi pressed, and Kurane took a steadying breath and shook her head. You can use the mind walk on me, senpai. She countered Inoichi's suggestion, appreciating Inoichi's offer but knowing that village security was more important than her comfort. She tried to shoot Inoichi a smile, but it might have turned out to be more of a grimace, she couldn't be sure. I trust you. Inoichi knew better than to second-guess her, and he slowly made his way over, reaching out a hand and telegraphing his movements all the way until his fingers touched her forehead. Kurane did her best to recall every detail she could of the psych shinobi who'd accompanied them and felt Inoichi recoil as if burned the moment the image crystallized. That's not possible. The Yamanaka had denied, but Kurane knew it was an instinctive response more than an accusation, because Inoichi's eyes were wide and scared. Inoichi? Tsunade demanded, drawing Kurane's attention back to the woman and shaking Inoichi out of whatever spell he'd fallen under. Last time I saw the man in Kurane's memories, he was leaving for his genin team's first C rank. Inoichi told the two of them woodenly. But he never came back from that mission. When only silence greeted his words, Inoichi sighed, suddenly appearing every one of his 40 years. His name is Yamanaka Fu. You can find it on the memorial stone. I fucking hate this job. Tsunade snapped, grabbing a sake cup and throwing it at the wall so hard it made a dent before shattering, and Kurane didn't even think the woman had used chakra for the throw. Yui, get Shikaku in here. Take the letter for your Hyuga. It doesn't look like I'll have the time to grill her myself anytime soon, so just tell her that she has to go by Intel if she wants to write back. Taking the dismissal for what it was, Kurane grabbed the letter and got out of the Hokage's office, a ball of dread making itself known at the bottom of her stomach. There'd been a spy with them for their entire time in Kumo. Because what could a presumed dead shinobi that neither Psyche nor the Hokage herself had authorized be doing, tagging along with a group of genin for the Chunin exams, if not spying? The important question now was, who'd sent him? And what did he see? Father. Hinata greeted politely, slipping into Hayashi's study and closing the door behind her, adamantly not thinking of what she'd been doing the last time she'd been in the room. Hinata. Hayashi replied, actually glancing at her before indicating the seat before his desk. Sit. When Hinata obliged, they lapsed into silence, studying each other wordlessly. I will not punish Hanabi for her actions against me yesterday, Hayashi announced at last, his eyes intent on Hinata's face, monitoring her reaction. Hinata made sure to give none. While her anger was misplaced and her accusations rash, but she raised an interesting point. What do you see when you look at me? I see the head of my clan. Hinata replied quietly, and she almost thought that she caught a flicker of something in Hayashi's gaze when there wasn't more forthcoming. I see. Hayashi replied after a beat, and his expression became inscrutable once more. A new elder will have to be named after what you did to Hideki. Any insights? I would recommend choosing somebody from the branch house. Hinata offered, not missing the way her father's attention sharpened. They do not have parity amongst the elders. I would not wish for them to become discontented with the imbalance. You fear a coup? Hayashi asked sharply, and Hinata couldn't get a read on his reaction. We have a safeguard for that. Hinata barely repressed a disgusted shudder once Hayashi's meaning registered. The threat of torture is not a safeguard. Though her words were quiet, Hayashi's reaction was anything but. You have never been outwardly critical of the seal before, he observed, his eyes sharp as they regarded her, his mouth twisted down in confusion or displeasure. Hinata couldn't tell. What changed? Taking a breath, Hinata raised her fringe for the second time in less than a day. For a second, Hayashi's chakra vanished. Then, it exploded out of him in a wave of killing intent so potent that even Hinata's instinctive kai didn't save her from immediate, the heart-stopping fear her father's ki inspired. Hideki? Hayashi asked after a few seconds, and Hinata let her fringe drop and forced herself to nod, as per what she had worked out with Niji. Yes, father. When I asked you yesterday if the seal being irreversible was the only reason you reacted so viscerally to Hanabi's sealing and you said no. Hayashi recalled, his eyes ever so slightly wider than normal. Was this why? Swallowing to wet her suddenly dry throat, Hinata nodded once more. Yes, father. Why didn't you come to me with this? Hayashi demanded suddenly, rising from his seat and slapping his hands against his desk, his expression angry once more, and Hinata thought she detected a hint of something almost fragile in his eyes. I would have dealt with Dash. But Hayashi must have caught something on her face because he cut himself off and sat back down, taking a few deep breaths, his expression inscrutable once more. I do not agree with your worldview, and I would rid you of your sentiment if I could. He began quietly, his words more measured again. But, Hinata, you are my child and heir. This transgression would not have gone unpunished, had you told me. I am not ashamed of the seal. Hinata felt the need to correct, for she had no idea what to do with anything else that her father had just said. It made me feel safer, in Kumo. She admitted, and this, too, was not a lie. But I was afraid, because Hideki should not have been able to torture Niji, or the branch elder. She finished quietly, making it a statement instead of a question, but her father still answered. No, he agreed, voice just as quiet as her own. He shouldn't have. Do you know if he was acting alone? Hinata found herself asking, wondering when Hayashi would remember that she was barely 13 and her position as his heir apparent was an unstable one. I am in the process of finding out, Hayashi informed, then his expression smoothed out. Regardless, it is not your business for the time being. Having expected a similar dismissal, Hinata nodded, preparing to stand up. Understood. Hinata. Hayashi's voice stopped her in her tracks, and she glanced up at her father only to see him frowning at her. How did you make it out of Kumogakure? Hinata blinked, realized belatedly what Hayashi was actually asking, then located her contacts and put them in. Ah. Hayashi murmured when they made eye contact, holding her blue-eyed gaze for an extended moment before he looked away. Congratulations. But do not settle. I am aiming for Jounin. Escaped her before she could bite it back, and this time, there was no denying the flicker of surprise that flashed through Hayashi's eyes. I was not aware you had rank ambitions. He replied, and once, that statement would have hurt, but now, Hinata merely met her father's gaze once more. I am your heir. she simply stated, and Hayashi blinked once. You are. For now. He admitted, then cleared his throat and looked away. A month from now, meet me in the dojo. I will teach you some clan techniques which will help you maintain that position. Trying not to let her own surprise show, Hinata simply nodded. Yes, father. Then, she took her leave. Hinata tried to keep a hold of her emotions as she made her way out of the compound, her hands shaking and her heart beating fast enough that the tips of her fingers were tingling. She passed through the main gate out of the compound and turned into one of the smaller side streets and nearly drove her poisoned senbon into Kakashi's liver if not for the hand he managed to secure around her wrist just in time. Twitchy as ever, I see. Kakashi murmured, releasing her wrists once she nodded at him, though, to Hinata's surprise, he merely fell into step with her, signature book in one hand, the other in returning to his pocket. For a while, Hinata basked in the silence, taking advantage of the moment of peace and the security of having Kakashi at her side to get her heart rate under control and release some of the nerves that have clung to her for the last day. Did you talk to your team, Hatake-san? She finally asked, when it seemed like Kakashi was content to walk beside her like a silent shadow. You're becoming too much like Kurane. The man huffed, much to her confusion, but he tilted his head to look down at her obligingly. Yes, I talked to the brats about sabotage. He confirmed, then his focus on her grew heavy. But I haven't talked to you yet about how you knew that I was famous in sabotage. Hinata's mind stalled briefly, but she managed a light shrug. It made sense given your skill set. She dismissed quietly, and Kakashi laughed lightly. I don't believe you. He denied, but it wasn't accusative, his tone sounding almost entertained. Then, he added something that made Hinata's blood run cold, her earlier piece forgotten. You see, there are some things that don't make sense about you, Hyuga-chan. Excuse me, she managed, only just catching herself from stopping in the middle of the street in her shock at Kakashi's directness. For one, you're scent blocking. The copynin pointed out, and Hinata fought every instinct that demanded she stop scent blocking right then and there when she realized that he was right. At least you don't have Sasuke's reflexes. Kakashi commented teasingly, though now Hinata was no longer sure whether he was actually teasing or simply trying to put her at ease. It took me a while to notice because you don't block around your team. It'd be rude. Escaped Hinata before she even thought twice about her words, having sat through Kiba and Hana's numerous complaints in both of her timelines about fellow comrades unintentionally handicapping them. Do you know that the Hatake are rumored to be descended from wolf spirits? Kakashi asked, seemingly apropos nothing, throwing Hinata for yet another loop. I have almost as good a nose as an Inyazuka. Having an inkling as to what he was referring to, Hinata decided to ask, would you like me to stop blocking? No, Kakashi huffed, more amused now. For me, it's easier on my head if there are fewer scents around. Once more unsure of what it was he wanted, Hinata frowned, and Kakashi, catching her expression, surprised her by actually elaborating. Scent blocking is an advanced skill, and it's one that's only taught in very specific fields of the shinobi career. Hinata couldn't disagree, but she stayed silent, hoping Kakashi would get around to an actual question. I went through the Umbu archives looking for you, was what he said instead, and this time, Hinata didn't manage to catch her instinctive reaction. She jerked her head up and pinned Kakashi with a disbelieving look. Kakashi of the Sharingan he may have been, famous both in and out of Umbu he may have been, but the Umbu archives were practically sacred. Nobody could just go through them when the fancy struck them. Ah. So you do know that's not something I should be admitting to. Interesting. By the way he said interesting, Hinata felt as if she'd failed some kind of test. Who are you going to tell? Although Hinata was in a state of shock, the way Kakashi asked that final question, as if he expected her to tell someone, shook her out of it slightly. She didn't need to think about her answer. Nobody. She replied quietly, glad when her voice didn't shake despite the renewed tremble she could feel in her hands. A lot of the adult figures in your life also happen to be my friends, and they would absolutely believe you if you said I'd done it, if that's what you're worried about. Kakashi pointed out, and Hinata wasn't sure if she wanted to laugh or cry. So? Who you telling first? Unable to quite get her words out, Hinata merely shook her head, closing her eyes briefly and searching for a trace of her earlier calm. Come on, Hyuga-chan. You're not going to threaten me even a little? Ask why I did it. Kakashi pushed, and Hinata, well. Hinata respected him, admired him, even, had given her life in exchange for his, but she had never claimed to understand the man. You know something far more damaging about me, Hatake-san. She managed at last, balling her hands into fists so tight she could feel her nails break the skin of her palms. Threatening you would be unwise. Kakashi studied her for a few seconds, both of them still determinedly walking forward, even though Hinata had no idea where they were going, or even if either of them had any specific destination in mind. I did it because you scent block, you stifle your chakra in village, and you don't make a sound when you walk, no matter the terrain. Kakashi murmured, and Hinata had a horrifying moment of realization that the same things that made her a good shinobi simultaneously made her a bad genin. Some of that I would have been able to chalk up to leaning into your weak presence, or the side effect of your upbringing. Kakashi acknowledged, and Hinata tried not to read too much into what he meant by her upbringing. But you also know the Umbu emergency signals, and you recognize at least some Umbu sign. These are things you should have no business knowing without a tattoo on your arm. He looked down at her then, and there was no trace of humor in his gaze. So I went to look for your records. Hinata hadn't been so tense when she was talking with her father, but what Kakashi was implying had the potential to have much greater consequences on her personally than her father learning of her plans for the caged bird seal. I didn't find any. Kakashi continued, supposedly taking her silence as permission to carry on. So then I thought, how else could you have learned it? Nobody who's Umbu would have taught you, no matter how close you might be to them when they're not behind the mask. So you had to have picked it up yourself. But how? Hinata didn't like where Kakashi was heading with his speech. I asked Kurane and Yojao, you know. Neither of them admitted to teaching you how to scent block, or mute your steps. Kakashi told her idly, and Hinata should have guessed that Kakashi would be familiar enough with her closest role models to be able to ask them about her. It was just her luck. And then I realized that your dojutsu can see through walls. And because of what happened to you 10 years ago, there's a permanent Umbu guard around your compound. Hinata's breath caught. Could Kakashi really have thought up an explanation by himself to explain her supposed suspicion, one she would never have even thought to conjure up? It couldn't be that easy, could it? But it didn't make sense. Kakashi continued, and Hinata briefly wondered whether she had ever heard him speak for so long before. Surely a child with this much comprehension ability would have made waves at the academy, been pushed up a year or 3. He glanced down at her, visible eye crinkling in a smile, but Hinata had no idea whether it was a genuine one or not. But my kids said you practically didn't speak at school, always upper middle of the rankings, but never straying any higher or lower, hiding amongst the fellow comfortably average students. She didn't dare say anything, merely keeping her gaze on Kakashi's and concentrating on putting one foot steadily in front of the other. And then it finally clicked. Kakashi huffed, and he looked away at long last, gazing ahead. What would a genius from a noble clan do, in the wake of Ataka's downfall, he asked rhetorically, and Hinata finally had an idea as to what he might say. As to what she would have done if she were indeed a genius, and not a 22-year-old war veteran who'd found herself flung back in time. They would hide. Hinata couldn't help the sigh of relief that escaped her at Kakashi's summary, beyond grateful that Kakashi's own paranoia had explained away her own suspicion. In plain sight. Kakashi added. Or, in your case, in the shadow of your clan head classmates, your desperate to prove himself cousin, your loudmouth teammate, and your groomed from birth younger sister. Hinata tried not to let her offense at Kakashi's description of Kiba and Hanabi show, but she couldn't help the slightly defensive demand that escaped her. Where are you going with this? And Kakashi finally stopped and turned to face her fully, and it was only then that Hinata realized that they had long since left the main streets of the village, and she could not sense nor hear anybody around them. Kakashi's face, when she met his gaze, was the most serious Hinata had seen him in this life. Who are you hiding from, Hinata? Kakashi watched the girl's face carefully, but where earlier, there had been relief, now, there was nothing. She'd grown pale as a sheet, though, and if he'd thought that her chakra had been stifled earlier, now, it was practically a void. If not for the fact that he was looking right at her, Kakashi would have been hard-pressed to say that there was anybody in front of him right then. Nobody. She whispered finally, her eyes on Kakashi's eyebrow, and Kakashi wanted to believe her, he really did. He wanted to believe that she was just an intelligent, unexpectedly competent, traumatized little girl. But he hadn't survived this long by being naive. Hinata. He pressed, and the girl's eyes flashed briefly to meet his gaze before she shook her head. I'm not, you know, hey take-san. I really can't say it dash, she defended, but Kakashi had stopped listening. I can't say it, she'd said. And he knew that she probably meant Hayashi, meant that she couldn't say out loud that she was hiding plans of revolution from her father, but his mouth moved before his brain registered the likely logical explanation. Stick out your tongue. And Hinata, instead of being offended, horrified, or embarrassed at his objectively deranged request, raised both her hands so her palms were facing him, her eyes panicked, and blurted out a damning. I don't have it. And Kakashi moved before he thought it through, stepping into the girl's space and batting her hands away, fingers of one hand gripping Hinata's chin tightly and pulling down so he could reach into her mouth with his other hand and pull out her tongue. No seal. His brain registered what his eyes were seeing, but it took him a moment to process what it meant. But in that moment, it seemed that Hinata got over her shock and finally reacted to the blatant infringement on her personal space, and the same hand that he'd batted away earlier came back and drove a fist into his gut. Shock more than pain made him loosen his grip, and the moment he was no longer clutching her chin, she stepped away from him. Kakashi had a split second to catch the betrayed look in startled lilac eyes before the girl disappeared, not so much as a leaf or a cloud of smoke to show she'd ever been there to begin with. Well, shit. I have good news and bad news. Shikako looked up from his work with a sigh, automatically activating the silencing seals around his office in the Jounin HQ, well aware that Kakashi rarely sought him out for anything banal. The bad news is that you still haven't learned to knock, Kakashi. He grouched, putting the report he'd been reading aside and waving the copynin over to the chair in front of his desk. Out with it. The good news is that little Hyuga-chan doesn't have the root seal. Kakashi declared, sprawling out in one of the chairs, even though Shikako had never thought it was possible to sprawl in those chairs. He blinked, then pinned the Jounin with a dark look. And how, pray tell, did you find that out? I stuck my fingers in her mouth. Kakashi replied bluntly. But, more importantly please tell me that that's the bad news. Shikako interrupted, raising a hand to cover his eyes in despair, hoping that Kakashi had at least had the common sense to not do it on a crowded street. No. The bad news is that she knew what the root seal was. Shikako froze. Then, he slowly lowered his hand and met Kakashi's gaze, not surprised to find any trace of humor gone from the copynin's expression. Tell me everything. For once, Kakashi obeyed without hesitation, recounting his interaction with Hinata with more grace and tact than he normally used for his official mission reports, and Shikako was both grateful that Kakashi was taking the situation seriously, and concerned that Kakashi was taking the situation so seriously. A serious Kakashi could be dangerous, and no matter how much he would deny it if confronted outright, Shikako could tell that the copynin had grown fond of the little Hyuga revolutionary. Right. Shikako sighed when Kakashi was done, then pinned the man with a flat look. Step away. The last thing we need is for Elder Shimura to catch wind of the fact that we're sniffing around. Kakashi's mouth twisted beneath his mask and Shikako could tell that he wasn't happy with the order, but he nodded sharply regardless. And then, because it was a detail he couldn't let go of, Shikako asked softly, the idea almost painful, did you really think she was rude? And then it was Kakashi who sighed, a frown pulling at the visible parts of his brow, and met Shikako's gaze head-on. I thought she was umbu. He admitted quietly, seemingly not seeing anything wrong with assuming that a preteen could be part of the Black Ops. There were too many coincidences, and it would have made sense. A practically non-existent presence, a perfectly average academy performance, a cousin who's a recognized genius of the branch house, a younger sister who's been groomed since birth to take over as head despite being the second-born. If someone had brought her into the ranks after the massacre, even under the pretext of keeping an eye on the other future head of a noble clan to prevent another attack, she could have been trained up on the side, taught to hide and fade into the background, and nobody would have been any the wiser until she slipped back into the ranks after graduating. You've given this thought? Shikaku commented fo-idly, trying to process his experience of the living proof that Hatake Kakashi wasn't just a genius on a battlefield. Kakashi shrugged. I don't like riddles. So when the archives proved that she wasn't Umbu, Root was the next best guess. Shikaku hazarded, able to guess at Kakashi's thought process now that he had some actual explanation to support the seemingly absurd claim. Same reasoning, just different organization doing the snatching. Kakashi shrugged, mouth twisted beneath the mask. Shikaku sighed, shelving the lecture on tact for another time. You said Hayashi didn't recognize the Root seal. He's not a good enough actor to hide a reaction like that, and he's too proud of his honor to light Tsunade's face. Kakashi declared, and try as he might, Shikaku couldn't argue with his assessment of the Hyuga clan head. However, that elder had come into possession of the Root seal, it wasn't with Hayashi's knowledge or approval. Which means that either Root had gained control of a Hyuga elder, or that Hyuga Hideki had been voluntarily conspiring with Root and agreed to take on the seal for whatever reason. Shikaku concluded, not sure which option sounded worse. I have a few theories, but since you told me to step away, I won't share them. Kakashi shot back, only slightly snidely, and Shikaku huffed tiredly. Sometimes I feel like you enjoy being difficult. He told the Kopinen dryly. It's one of my few joys in life. Kakashi replied, tone just as dry, and he seemed about to say something else but was interrupted by a knock on the door. Shikaku exchanged a look with Kakashi and cancelled the silencing seals, calling for the person to enter, though he was not at all prepared to see Shikamaru on the other side of the door. Hi Dad. His son greeted, one hand on the door, the other in his pocket, his posture slouched, even though his eyes were sharp as they took in Kakashi's presence in Shikaku's office. I was asked to give this to you. And so saying, Shikamaru walked into the room, not bothering to greet Kakashi as he handed Shikaku a plain piece of paper and turned back around. Ino Ichiaji said dinner's at their house tonight, and Mom gave Ino permission to throw out your cigarettes if you're late. Shikaku didn't even have time to reply to Shikamaru's announcement before his son was raising a hand in a lazy wave and shutting the door behind himself, leaving just as abruptly as he'd entered and throwing him and Kakashi into a tense silence. Respected Jounin commander receives an important communique from his son that consists of a plain piece of paper. Kakashi asked lightly, tone humorous once more, but Shikaku was too busy rubbing the paper between his fingers curiously, because he threw up the silencing seals at once. It's my plain piece of paper. He realized, huffing an exhausted, only slightly disbelieving laugh. Or rather, my chakra paper. That's also been sealed, it looks like. Wondering whether he was going to get out of it with the full set of fingers still attached, Shikaku laid the paper flat on the table and pressed the pad of his pointer finger to the page, channeling just the barest bit of chakra into the paper. An elegant, familiar handwriting bloomed beneath his finger, and he snatched the paper up to keep it from Kakashi's prying eye and scanned the text that he'd just revealed, wondering what could have required this degree of secrecy from the Hyuga heiress. 3 lines in, he had his answer. I am sorry to involve you, but I believe you have known more than you've let on for a while now. Thank you for keeping my confidence. I appreciate it more than you can imagine. In any case, your chances of seeing the sage soon are greater than mine, so in the event that he asks about it, please tell him that my father now knows about the existence of my seal, but not the true reason behind it. After consulting with my cousin, I told father that it had been the late elder who had put it on me once he found out where I would be going. The dead cannot defend themselves, after all, and after the recent incident, it would not be too unexpected for him to have tried the same with me, too. I am not proud of the lie, but it does make some things easier. I kindly request that you burn this message after reading. Yours sincerely. Shikaku bit back an incredulous laugh at the bloodied fingerprint beneath the sign-off, scanning the text once again to commit it to memory before he offered the paper to Kakashi, knowing Kakashi well enough to be able to tell that the Jounin was almost vibrating in place with curiosity. Kakashi read over it once, twice, then scoffed and set the paper ablaze with a wordless, localized katon, and when Shikaku met his gaze, he was greeted by a raised eyebrow that nearly screamed, I told you so. Do you understand my reasons now? The Kopinen asked tiredly, and for once, the same tiredness that Shikaku felt was palpable in his voice. What genin writes like that? You did. Shikaku pointed out, deciding that reminding Kakashi that Hinata had made Chunin could wait for a less pressing time. Kakashi barked a laugh, loud and startled and bitter. You don't want me as a comparison point, Shikaku, and you know it. Little Hyuga-chan won't survive long if you use me as a reference. Shikaku didn't say anything, pulling the report he'd been reading earlier back out, aware that Kakashi, as much as he hated to admit it, was correct. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Kakashi. But step away now. He murmured, not needing to look at Kakashi to know that the Jounin was far from pleased at the dismissal. So you're not going to do anything about Danzo and the Elder? About Root still clearly functioning, he demanded, sharper than he'd spoken all this time, and Shikaku raised his gaze from the report to shoot Kakashi an unimpressed look. Who says we're not? He asked lightly, raising a challenging eyebrow at Kakashi and getting a slow blink in response as the man processed the pronoun change and likely went over the last few minutes of their exchange in his head. Keep me in the loop. Kakashi replied after a beat, pushing to his feet and heading for the door. If Danzo's head rolls, I want front row seats. Don't be morbid. Shikaku threw at Kakashi's back, deactivating the silencing seals at the same time as Kakashi pulled open the door. Stay alive, Kakashi. Because if Danzo's head were to roll, Kakashi would be instrumental to getting them there. Hinata couldn't sleep. The anxiety of her meeting with Niji hadn't abated any before she had to go and talk to her father, and though both conversations had gone better than she had ever dared to hope, the unexpected conversation with Kakashi had completely upset any semblance of calm she may have regained. Plus, what happened at the dojo barely a week previous had thoroughly shaken her ability to feel calm in the compound. Before she could second-guess the instinct, Hinata slipped out of bed, slid her slippers on, and made her way out of her room and across the hall to Hanabi's, making sure to make as little noise as possible. She crept into Hanabi's room, sliding the door closed behind her, and let herself just stand there for a second and take in the steady rise and fall of Hanabi's chest beneath the thin comforter. Unlike Hinata, Hanabi was still able to relax fully when she slept, sprawled out over most of the bed, limbs akimbo, mouth agape, the one habit from childhood she'd not been forced to eradicate. Smiling at the picture before her, Hinata made her way to Hanabi's bedside and perched on the very edge of the bed, hand rising instinctively to clear Hanabi's hair from her face, smoothing it back gently. Hinane. Hanabi murmured, and Hinata's hand stilled as her heart skipped a beat. She hadn't heard that name from Hanabi's lips in decades. Not since her sister had been 4 back in her first life, before Hayashi had overheard her and categorically forbid her from using the affectionate term again. Yes. Hinata managed past the lump in her throat, letting her hand just rest gently on Hanabi's forehead. Sorry for waking you, Hanabi-chan. You okay? Hanabi mumbled, eyes already slipping shut despite the girl's best efforts to keep them open. Yes. I just couldn't sleep. Hinata admitted, running her fingers gently through Hanabi's hair. I'll let you sleep, though. But before she could stand up, Hanabi's hand shot out from beneath the mess of blankets and wrapped around her wrist. Nei-chan, she whispered, and Hinata hadn't heard that name in years, either. Can I have a hug? Any thoughts Hinata may have had about going back to her room were immediately wiped away, and she had to swallow multiple times to clear the lump from her throat. Of course. She only got up when Hanabi pulled away the edge of her blanket, clearly intending for Hinata to sleep beneath the comforter with her, and Hinata didn't let herself think twice. She shuffled over and gathered Hanabi in her arms, settling so she was also laying down, and Hanabi wasted no time in wrapping her arm around Hinata's waist and snuggling in close, letting out a shuddering breath against Hinata's shoulder. It was only then that Hinata realized that she'd been severely touch-starved in her first life, even after joining Team 8. It had taken her team far longer to gel and become close enough to share casual touches the first time around, and though Kurane had been more affectionate with them than the other sensei, she had still been nowhere near as affectionate as the current Kurane was with them. Not to mention that Hinata now also had Genma and Yojeo and Hana in her circle, all of whom were free with their physical affection and gave out hugs and head pats so frequently that Hinata had stopped noticing them. Hanabi had none of that. Nor did Niji. Suddenly, Hinata wondered how much of Hanabi's standoffishness in her first life had been down to precisely this, broken familial bonds and no physical contact beyond that aimed to hurt. Wrapping her arms tighter around Hanabi's shoulders, Hinata pressed a kiss to the top of her sister's head and resolved to do better this time around. And to find Yojao first thing in the morning. Hinata was not usually a violent person, but just then, she could have torn her way through a whole battalion of white Zetsu without a moment's hesitation, and only Yojao stood a chance of withstanding that level of destructiveness from her. But that would come tomorrow. Because for now, she had her sister in her arms and a renewed relationship with her cousin, and, for a moment, all was well. Check the description for the links to the author.